you're playing for the MSI spot, and you guys have been pretty vocal about your international ambitions. So what does this match mean for you today?
And I think it's the possibility to make the split easier. We always like from the hard part, but honestly, this year I want to make it easy, so I think it's a super important match.
Fair enough. And I also wanted to dive a bit deeper into the game, because you guys have been doing some cool stuff in bot lane. Like, for example, in the series you guys played against G2 in Madrid, you played engage supports every single game. And I'm curious to, like, what do you think about the bot lane meta? Do you think we'll be able to see some engage supports today, or are you putting Alvaro back just on enchanter duty?
I mean, I think in the best of 5 you are gonna play. I mean, if you play to game 4, you are forced to play both.
Yeah.
Like there is not many chances. Same as last year, you were forced to play enchanter. So I think we are gonna see a bit of everything. Honestly, I think we played more engaged champions since we believe enemy bot lane is not gonna snowball from that.
Yeah, fair enough. And also something really cool you guys have been doing is like, so a lot of bot lanes have been swapping at 8 minutes for grubs, right? It's like standard, but then you just continue laning top and you don't really care that much about the quest completion. Can you walk me through a bit, like, because very few other teams are actually doing this. What led you guys, is it like a matchup thing or is it just?
Yeah. I always believe from I think the new season that the quest in the bot is the most bait quest of the entire League of Legends. So I don't care. I think there is a lot of teams in international like T1 and all these teams that doesn't care as well. So I think what you want is to be good, in a good state, keep progressing, don't fall super behind in terms of XP, and compared to the enemy ADC. So I think quest doesn't matter. If I need to take it minute 20 and do more records, it's fine. I still won the game, so.
I like that mindset. But today, going into the game, you're playing as G2. I think pretty fair to say maybe looks like the best bot lane in the league right now. Like Hansama Lebrov looked really good against KC. What are your thoughts playing into them and how do you guys match up?
I think it's probably the hardest bot lane compared to the others. I think are the more equal in terms of mechanics and knowledge, so I think it's gonna be a fun match. Anyway, I think it's pretty favorite for us.
Yeah.
I think we are just smarter than the enemy bot lane, so it's gonna be chill.
Ooh, some spicy words from Supa here. Back to you, Shucks.
Thank you. You did well, Jack. Wow, good job.
Thank you.
Supa, I always love listening to Supa. I love how confident he is overall. I know that sometimes he has a bit of a chip on his shoulder because, you know, he just wants to win it all. They definitely want to win the championship again here in spring. They said as much in Madrid as well. But what did you think about that interview and the fact that he said, yeah, they're good, but we're smarter, we're better? It seems like they all kind of have the same kind of banter.
I mean, to me, confidence is a virtue you need as a good LEC AD carry, and Supa definitely embodies that. I think the fact that he comes into this, and it's quite... Okay, they're just walking in a line. Back to Supa though, I think the fact that he comes in with his confidence is one of the things that we're known to like about him, because he doesn't really care who's up against, doesn't really care who he's compared to. He believes in himself and he believes in the duo in Alvaro, and he thinks they're going to do well, and I second that. I think he played a fantastic series yesterday against Carsey, who some people here think is the best AD carry in the league. So what a great showing that was.
Yes, but also, maybe more importantly, they played in Madrid. They just played in Madrid a week and a half ago. And I know we go on a lot about how G2 is so much better in playoffs. And I want to have a little bit of a discussion about that. Because, yes, they beat KC handily. Yeah?
Yep.
They didn't play clean at all. They threw so many leads. I don't think it's that clear-cut.
But yes, they threw a lot of leads, but they still had the leads throughout the whole game. And when they played against MKOI, when they lost against MKOI, I was really surprised. I should have asked about this in the interview. He said he didn't think G2 bot lane would snowball against them, but they were down so much gold.
Did they
every
win
time.
the game?
Okay, but
they didn't win the game. G2 does not play clean with leads. That's just a fact. They are super sloppy with the leads. Now, if you look at MKOI on the other hand, yesterday against Vitality,
you're gonna tell
the
me
moment they got that lead, they were just snowballing super cleanly.
That's true.
But okay, if you look at a broader timescale, not just that series, you think MKOI is less sloppy with or more consistent with a lead than G2?
In playoffs, yes.
That's a one sample size. That's one sample size.
In these
Historically,
playoffs,
no.
I don't know.
No, historically, no. I will say, though, in Madrid, right, the early game was trash, right, from Movistar Korea. It wasn't that good. They said themselves it needs to be better. It was insane yesterday. And you can say, yes, the quality of opponents like Lince's you said fell off his chair
Okay,
in rehearsal, but like,
Okay.
He said what?
I think Lince's had a really poor series for sure, and you could see that MKOI really, for me, that was the #1 gap really in that series, was the jungle gap, because Elyoya was just running the whole map and allowed everybody to play well. The second gap was probably in bot lane, and then 30 minutes, I mean, it was a gap all
Okay,
over,
but explain
honestly.
what happened with G2's lead. They're 4K gold on average at 14 minutes. How did they throw
I'm not
one
going to
game?
say that G2 played perfectly, but I am going to say that KC had a lot more fight in them
I know
than
what
Vitality
happened.
did.
I think we have a clip production that KC shows that they have a lot more fight in them
That
compared
was
to
one,
Vitality.
you're going to have the one
Wait,
hook.
let's roll the clip. Let's see what KC has fight. So here, G2
It's one hook.
G2 is teaching bot, and LeBron hooks into the enemy tower 1v5. Clearly, KC had a lot of fight in that
That was
mirror.
not a
And this was
1v5,
an
its whole team was
unforced error.
behind it. It's not a 1v5, plus he got a Nivea wall. There was a good wall to deny the hook. So it was, of course.
What do you mean? It was Caps' wall.
Oh, okay, never mind.
Well, clearly KC had a lot more fight in them, and it was not just G2 breaking their own hands, throwing the game
he
away.
got you there. Yeah.
He did give me that.
Yeah, he got you. He got you. A matchup that we're super excited for, as always, is Caps versus JoJo. I mean, it's really heated up in the last couple of years because this is a rivalry that wasn't really a rivalry in the beginning, right? Years ago when EG played G2 or whatever, Caps was farming him, let's be honest, but that's not the case anymore.
I mean, it started with Caps just going internationally against JoJo, the wonder child of NA, and just styling on him. You're gonna see this Yasuo clip where he just breaks everyone's ankles. But now if we roll forward the tape a little bit, JoJo has developed into this super strong individual laning mid laner, and he's been pushing Caps in a lot of these series. Sure, he got solo killed that one game when they played in game 1, but still, if you get solo killed against Caps, any other mid laner in our league just kind of froze the game and Caps takes over. Caps did not take over the game despite solo killing JoJo. He still held on and ended that game with a way better stat line than Caps, and Caps just kind of looked useless.
Yeah, I feel like it's much more even, no?
It's definitely much more even, but it's for sure in Caps' favor. And I kind of want to bring up a clip from Caps that I feel like really points to the intangibles that he brings to the team that I think someone like JoJo doesn't, because very few mid laners does this. Now, I kind of struggle with how I wanted to describe this play, because it's not a good play. It's a bad play, but the reason why it is a good play is because KC also think it's a bad play. That's the thing. If you think from KC's POV, they really want to base, and they don't really want to fight anymore because they've already stayed on the map for a long time, but they just see Caps is kind of inting. He's off on the side, the team is not there, so they really want to go in on him. And if you can tell me any other mid laner that jumps back in here when all of KC is around, you see how far all of G2 is, right? It just looks bad. It looks really bad. But still, Caps jumps back in and he gets stunned. But what this allows is now, suddenly you have a team fight. It doesn't actually matter how Caps mechanically plays it. He just needs the fight to start because he knows that the fight is winning for G2. And that's the type of decision-making that we singularly see from Caps in Europe.
I mean, I honestly agree. When I saw this fight, I thought it was the craziest play in the world to just W back in there. Like, I think this team fight, Caps did 3 abilities. He W'd in, W'd back, W'd in, W'd back. He just jumped around, trying to create like some visual chaos for KC, and they took the bait.
It's the best play ever. The Reddit thread is being written as we speak with all these Caps glazing, guys. But I do agree. I mean, you gotta put respect on his name if he's gonna keep winning in Europe, if he's gonna rack up those titles, those MVPs in games, if he's gonna do so well internationally, what can you do? But I do feel that you have to start giving more credit to JoJo. Just his arc alone, the way he has developed in Europe, the way he takes on these matchups, the way he can play the entire map has actually been awe-inspiring to me.
Yeah, I mean, I actually fully agree with you, and I would like to go and check in with JoJo a little bit, because I think we have him standing right by here, and we can check with the man himself in the mid lane for KCM. Hello, sir.
Hello, hello.
So, with me today with me knocking MSI, right? Are you excited to play against real international competition, or are you going to miss it here in Europe?
I mean, playing international competition, of course, is going to be nice, so yeah, we're going to win today.
We're going to win today. Easy. Now, a lot of people think that Cap should have gotten the all-pro first team mid laner. Is this a sentiment that you share, or do you disagree?
I mean, just like yesterday, how we were honored, especially Miri, to verse the prodigy, Nak. I agree. I mean, I'm honored today to verse the most legendary mid, Cap, so I agree.
So you're going to bring the all-pro mid laner home, just like Miriam brought the MVP trophy home?
We'll have to see.
We'll have to see. We're now going to send it right into the game, where MKOI takes on G2 Esports for the MSI spots.
A man of very few words. Jojo has given us a lot to think about here in our upper bracket semis, let's call it, that leads to MSI, that leads to the grand final, that gives a nice little break for the winner before they have to fight it out in another best of 5 to finish the season.
And we're 1 day short to the year where it was in round 3 in this same position that it was G2 versus MKOI, where G2 were able to take down MKOI 3-1 until MKOI brought it back in that finals to win the title away from G2. History, we'll have to see if it repeats today or whether MKOI can now start to rewrite this.
I mean, I wasn't on the broadcast yesterday, but
thank God.
I felt like,
For the games, right? Not by him. Sorry, I thought that was just trash
I was going to say, like, Vitality definitely did not show up for me, but Koi, this has been the potential I feel that we've been talking about for so long with this roster. The reality is that we know how good Koi can be, but that inconsistencies have been the biggest thing that has held them back. But if they can demonstrate this level throughout the entirety of playoffs, I mean, they just look by far and away the favorites. They looked so clean with their wins yesterday.
And when we were watching this same series in Madrid, like, MKOI played better almost every single mid-game. I watched all those games, and apart from game 2, where there was that mistake where MKOI overextended, ended up getting caught, like, they were outperforming G2 consistently in that mid-game position. Now, that was a lot due to Alvaro bringing in these melee supports. We've now seen Labrov starting to swap back over into matching those melee supports. I think it may have rewritten some of the meta that we're seeing in the LEC at the moment. So I expect that to be the focus coming in today.
As we go into draft, Cap's already taking the LeBlanc ban here from MKOI. Yesterday, the glazed MKOI
I evo nas ljudi moji, game broj 1 napred bracket finala, kao što čuli od Kastera, ekipa koja pobedi ovde ide u veliko finale, samim tim će imati, ako se ne varam, nekoliko, čak možda 2 nedelje pauze, što, gle, možda bude dobro, možda bude loše, zavisi kako iskoristite tu pauzu. Ali pobednik ovde igra tek 6.7. što će biti za... imaju 14 dana pauze. 13 dana pauze. Malo li je? Nije još puno ostalo u play-offu. Svakako pobednik, kažem, ide u Grand Finals, gubitnik ide u... Sam, Lower, mene zanima sad da li pobednik ovdje ide pravo na MSI. To je sada pogledam. Emea kaže samo champion. Mislim da možda dobijemo 2 seeda, ali nažalost od toga ništa. Rip 2 seeda.
When especially Ezreal Karma lanes are so oppressive. On the other side, MKOI, as we keep hovering over the Nasus, which I'm going to get to that in a second. It has been some solo queue shenanigans here, coming out of someone like Skumon. But let's see where it really goes. With Anivia, pairing's important. Maybe an engaged support here. Something that can pair up and hold fast in the lane versus Ezreal. They go for the dive.
Ooh,
interesting. And there's the engage, right?
So this is actually the bot lane that we saw them play against G2 last time as well. Very, very strong. And Alvaro in that game 3 was clutch with some of these engages on the Nautilus. So we're going to have to see if he can have a similar performance.
Jako mi je čudno što uzeli Kai'Su ovako rano. Znate da nisam baš neki ogroman ljubitelj Kai'Se. Kai'Sa Nautilus. Vjerovatno očekaju karmu s druge strane pa su u fazonu da hoće all-in nju. Jedino mi to pada na pamet. Neće, nas je samo viable u Kalistu, ja mislim, iskreno.
But let's see how things transpire here in game 1 of this series. We move into the bans. Now, supports have to be what we expect Koi to target. Meanwhile, for G2, the jungle role is likely going to be hitting the ban table. Vi already removed from the pool. Things like Pantheon could be a possibility. Nocturne is an option as well. Kiana, always something you've got to consider for Elyoya.
And you know, before they're hovering the Nasus, well, in solo queue, Elyoya's pulling out a bit of Nasus jungle at the moment. So I think they're spitballing some ideas. Obviously, that goes a bit
Nasus jungle.
With what is an experimental jungler, but...
Ovo možda bude, da znate, Casio na topu.
I know we've already seen it over in North America to great effect.
Yeah.
Also, I don't know if it's great into Kai'Sa or Ezreal. Okay, so both mid laners earning those respect bans with the Kali.
Ali BB je već igrao Casio na topu, a Casio radi u Aniviju, tako da u slučaju da Anivija flex i da će igrati Aniviju top, mogu da ranaju Casio Aniviju.
Ways to try and set around if you end up putting this Anivia mid as well. I think Pantheon could be very, very strong.
Into Casio though, it's a little bit scary. True. Because like you are playing melee range. Once you throw that stun in, you're very committed, and the Casio can really punish you for it. Braum. Ooh, I like Braum ban. I think that's a great ban. A lot of all-in right now coming through from Koi. You did highlight that with Nautilus plus Kai'Sa, the threat of a dive is very there, especially if they commit to something like a Nocturne. Braum would have been an excellent answer.
Then they also have flexibility for maybe Miwin to think about a tank initiate top lane.
No.
Well, they wouldn't do it here.
No, this would
That's
be a terrible
me
spot
for
for
teasing
the
me though,
blitz,
G2. I've been asking for a blitz or split. I was thinking about the Nico. I think that it is just a great engage. Synergizes nicely with the Jarvan. Oh, making a pivot though.
Oh, some boosted flavor. Bit of range on the engage with the Jarvan to...
Okay, we're getting a melee support bot lane in game 1, gentlemen.
Sick. I mean, this is kind of what we were talking
I Leona je giga dobar call, iskreno. Leona je baš dobar call ovdje.
And now as well, you also get to keep that counter pick for Broken Blade, who last time got to bring out the Vayne as an answer into some of the things we saw from Mirren. So now we're going to have to wait and see exactly what is going to happen, because Nocturne Galio going to be the call here.
I was sitting here thinking about the potential of Ornn to match some of that range. Galio flies in as well.
Ambasador je sve ljubavne probleme leči vreme, tako da sve će bude okej, vrati.
It's very likely just looking to match the Casio. Ooh, Yone. That can also be flexed. The question is where are they going to throw it? Ideally, they want to match that into the Galio, don't they?
I think ideally, yeah. So, I mean, you can always swap the Casio top right, and I think that's why you're seeing both MKOI still swapping about here at the moment. But yeah, Yone very strong into the Galio, and then you got the good Casio matchup as well.
Galio na midu.
That's what you're trying to fish for.
U Casio. Casio možda igra u Galija. Mislim da to nije užasan matchup, zar ne?
Do they choose their role quests when they're in the game, like you do in practice?
Sure, yeah, because I know in regular tool, regular
once you're top, you're top.
Yeah.
Oh, but you're saying they might actually change it.
That's what I'm saying. There's a world where they could go into the game, and then Broken Blade chooses the mid quest, Caps chooses the top quest. I mean, I think that's very like.
What can you do with that?
I mean,
you can't do anything.
It's massively overcooking, I will admit.
No.
But I mean, we'll wait and see. Like the old.
Marence, moja prognoza 19 max obično bude s tim, mislim, zavisi, ali kao ono, nije, ne puno. Mislim, rekao Pavicu pre nego što uđemo u game. Casio bi trebalo u najgorem slučaju da bude okej u Galija. U najgorem slučaju bi trebalo da bude okej. Ovaj prvi game će na manje više reći sve. Najiskrenije.
At a championship at the LEC. A title rather as G2. If they win this series, they would be back-to-back 11 in a row at a grand finals appearance in the LEC. But let's not forget, last year, spring, MKOI got locked down to the lower bracket in this exact matchup and then went on to beat G2 in the grand finals as we're in a game with Elyoya, starting with a small invade.
Well, I mean, the craziest thing is a lot of people questioned the roster changes that G2 did make, but this version of G2 has not missed a final. They have only gone through the upper bracket. Winter, spring, summer, versus every single split, this team has gone through to the finals through the upper bracket, and they're looking to do the same thing here against KOI.
And I think it's been kind of G2 now living up to a little bit of the hope that was there, right? I think this bot lane in particular, Hansam and Labrov, have been absolutely clutch. Last time they did a
Evo, gledam šta će se izdogađa sa G2-om, koliko su spremni ove godine, to jest ovaj split.
That was the KC stats alone as well. And a lot of people in this big argument right now between Hansama and Kalis, but Hansama had a fantastic regular season throughout, even when G2 was struggling, to get to now where he's locked in Ezreal for game number 1. A lot of confidence on that pick, as standing in the shield of Durant, Caps doesn't really care. He stands it out, and Jojo, obviously, with a range disadvantage, is getting bullied out.
It's also interesting to see he went for the Deathfire touch instead of the Storm Raiders. A lot of the times I've seen on Galio, like, your combo gets you the Storm Raiders, and you go for short, quick burst trades and then run away, but instead opting to hope that the Winds of War can kind of get enough damage off of the Deathfire touch. Aljoya already mid here, though.
Looking for an unspeakable horror onto Caps, low on the mana bar, he's stepping up, Justice Punch shielded around again, Caps won't be able to flash away until about now, but he's not going to use it, he stands the 1v1, Jojo takes him down with him!
Okay.
Case scenario, 1-for-1.
The damage from the DOS is enough to take down Jojo, and already you can see MKOI want to try and focus down Caps because he punished Jojo consistently in their last series, but can't quite make it happen this time.
I think Aljoya does a great job of just enabling Jojo during the early laning phases. A bit of an engage, nice hook interrupt there from Alvaro to mitigate Labrov locking down Super. He's going to hold on to his cleanse. We look back at it, and again, this early gank from Aljoya, it's just to alleviate pressure. Even if they just get the flash out from Caps, that's great, but they realize Caps is not flashing away, so let's commit. Caps realizes, hang on, if I get just
A to ti kažem, mislim, gledam sad, u tom trenutku tvog života siguran sam da nije, ali jednom kada malo, razumeš, ostariš i dobiješ malo životnog iskustva i malo prođe vreme, shvatiš da u stvari nije ništa strašno. Tako da to ti je nekako sumiranje svega.
Casio's biggest weaknesses in the early game, so compensating for that sets you up for success. As Aljoya looking to steal away those Raptors, Skumon spots it out, will deny.
To je fora, znaš.
And he's going to get his own Raptors as Aljoya scurries back to his own jungle.
Yeah, it's an interesting thought from Aljoya, because usually at this stage you do reset for the first time and then try and pick up, you know, your longsword Ruby Crystal, but instead Aljoya was like, okay,
trenutno tebi je subjektivan osjećaj mnogo gori nego što to objektivno jeste. To je...
Skumon with a good read to say, no, I know that there's something amiss here. I'm just going to cover my own Raptors, take Krugs, then reset, and be back out onto the map for my bot timers.
Just leading the mid lane is just very different right now.
Dr. Phil, znaš da sam uvek tu kad treba. Nekakav problem.
Steps up for the passive auto, but Han Summon's in full lethal tempo. I think this is dangerous for MKOI. Shield Daybreak again, this bottom lane 2v2 going awry. Abra has to flash out to just survive. Super's going to stand his ground, and even though Han Summer gets low, G2 a big 2v2 win.
Massive win from the bot lane of G2. We've been seeing them continue to level.
Han sam inače mnogo voli da igra i sa Bravom i sa Leonom. I Caps, kao što kažem, skroz je okej. Čak i da Jojo rushuje MR, nije ni bitno. Bukvalno nebitno šta god radi, Galio Kasić uvijek biti okej.
With a CS lead, not a significant one, but a CS lead nonetheless against Nocturne after going for that early gank in the mid lane.
That's a 6.
Yes, he does.
So great early game from G2, right? Like, you end up turning around the play in mid, you've now got coverage there as well, so I think now MKOI should be able to back away before Skumon gets here.
Blade. Hang on, Alvaro tries to get out with a dredge line. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, the flag and drag from Skumon entering. This is a 3 versus 1 for the support, and Alvaro knows he's not getting out. It's a kill over to Han Summers, Ezreal, and it's easily timed gank here from Skumon.
Nice timing there from Skumon. So MKOI bot lane trying to crash the wave, knew they needed to, but unfortunately end up overextending that a little bit too far and trying to do so. It was a sizable wave, like maybe there was an argument where Han Sam and Labrov couldn't have frozen it, but still, now Super and Alvaro punished on the flashless Nautilus.
Yeah, you summarized it beautifully. I think that Super and Alvaro just kind of had to abandon the wave, is the truth. They just had to accept, okay, if that Leon is going to freeze, then Leon is going to freeze, and it is what it is, but they end up getting punished for it. And Skumon making his presence known here in the early game. Of course, a little bit behind in gold, thanks to that first blood that Aljoya did grab. Level 6 on the horizon for Aljoya.
Misli su fajn, mislim, vidjet ćemo, kažem opet, koji si juče baš dobro pokazali, kažem, ko je dobio ekipu Vitality od koje su već dobili na EVC qualiju, tako da, to mi je nekako onako okej, ali nekako već su dobili ekipu koju su već pobedili, ako ima smisla, tako da mislim su tu imali dosta veliki mentalni lead, ulazeći generalno u tu seriju, bar je to neki moj take, šta znam.
Zenith played to go back in, but he's dead. Over to Super, and Eddie Carey's getting some money here in the early game.
Mistake from Labrov, getting caught out in River there. It means that you get the kill, but also should be able to get the Dragon, because I was about to say, I think G2 could have kept pressure on mid, so Jojo can't really help out on any sort of play with that Nocturne. But instead now, with LeBron dead, it's an easy take here for him.
Oh, true shot barrage. Flash dredge line though. It's a heck flash rather. There's a hero's entrance flash away from Skumon. As Jojo flies into the river. Dragon goes down to MKOI. Well, now the paranoia used and abused. Hansama has to flash back to his own bottom turret as well. And MKOI get a lot.
That hook from Alvaro actually interrupted Skumon on the flag and drag, which meant that he had to try and flash away. And now the flash on bot lane. MKOI coming alive now.
A single pick onto LeBron converts into a nice dragon, almost get...
Jedina stvar koju me brinula sam ekipa G2 je činjenica da ako pogledamo realno, Labrov je taj koji konstantno pravi greške u G2 ovaj put igra Leonu. A mislim da Leona... Gle, ako ćete na nekom heroju intati, to će biti Leona, Real ili Nautilus u trenutnoj meti. Jako su nezahvalni heroji za igranje. Dobar flash. Lep flash.
The mind game there, he connected the fear onto Skumon. He starts pathing down towards the wall. Skumon then paths up to try and get out of range of the fear, and then he wants to time his ultimate so that it lands at the timing that the fear connects. But within that window, Aljoya realizes if you cast it now, there's no way you can use it onto me. I flash over the wall, and if you're feared, you can't ult me. But if you do ult, I'm going to dodge your ults. Just perfect timing from Aljoya.
And the spell shield timing as well, meaning that Cataclysm couldn't be used earlier, right? So overall, just really well played by Aljoya to escape. Now immediately moving up towards the Void Grubs, the classic MKOI swap coming through here for the early stages. I mean, this is kind of what we got to see last time, right? G2 got off to some nice plays early in the last series. MKOI kind of fell behind slightly. This game hasn't fallen really behind so much, but it's definitely been in the mid game where MKOI got the better of G2. And it was a lot of this Aljoya and Alvaro plays working together. And we'll have to see if MKOI can now kick up the pace again and see if they can find that same success.
I do like the discussion of Aljoya, especially since yesterday, the Capitan versus Vitality, rather, was one of the lead charges. Got MVP of the series if you missed out on that. Even despite the fact that, you know, Alvaro had a pretty good performance. Jojo had an insane performance. It was Jojo or Aljoya? It was Aljoya yesterday, wasn't it? Yeah, I had to correct myself because both of them played insane as Hansama's going to arcane shift away. A good burst damage here from Mirwin, who's been quiet all game, versus Broken Blade up in the top lane, but the Inhibi's just scaling.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be probably the biggest wildcard factor. We literally, that's the first time we've looked top lane, I think, all game, and a bot laner was there. So the Yone versus Anivia is going to be an interesting one. Yone has effectively had a free lane to scale up, and he's going to be a big late game side lane threat. But he is prone to getting collapsed on through this Nocturne Galio combo. But of course, in the 1v1, there's not really anyone on Koi that can challenge him. Maybe Aljoya can if he gets fed enough, but this Yone is going to be a late game insurance option for G2. And so far, Broken Blade has done a good job of keeping the difference dead even. There's a 2-goal difference in the top lane matchup. So we'll see how top lane impacts the rest of the game as things continue. For now, we return back to the farm.
Nivi bi trebalo dosta da bije Iona dok ne naskela, onda kad bude naskela mislim da možemo da vidimo da i on polako traži neki ugo na Nivi.
Minute 40 till Drake, the second one here for MKOI if they can secure. If we're talking about that mid lane lead, we should expect that an item comes with it as well. You see Skumon's picked up his, but Cap's Rod of Ages should be the purchase before this second Drake spawns. And as you see, as Jojo steps up, it's trouble. Justice Punch interrupted as well. Capsule has Petrifying Gaze. Jojo's getting whittled down. It's every Noxious Blast that connects puts Jojo in trouble. Paranoid to save. Noxious Blast not helping with the Petrifying Gaze. He flashes away. Meanwhile, Aljoya had to ulti into the mid lane. Caps gets the kill. Saved by Skumon and counter ganks. MKOI bring up the bottom lane to try and find a response play. Dredge line onto LeBron. They get the root down, but it's not going to be enough here. And Aljoya was thwarted by Skumon's engage.
That was a crazy setup from Caps. He was baiting in the Nocturne because Aljoya was
Znaš ako nezgodan je dosta led, mnogo zavisi koji će build Kajsa da ide i koji će build Des da ide. Nocturne generalno i Jarvan dosta opadaju. Izvim su toko jake heroji kasnije. Nautilus i Leona će bukvalno biti free food. Oni su neigrivi u late game u ovoj meti, zato su igri enchanteri. Ali opet ne znam, full build Casio, čak iako igra u Galija, mislim da baš ima potencijala da nosi. Anivia je također jaka, ne znam, nezgodno je. Mislim da makoliko Kajsa dobro skela, a skela ok, mislim zavisi od builda, ali mislim da skela skroz ok svakako. Mislim da ovaj game neće biti odlučen od skela. Mislim da ovaj game nijedna ekipa ne outskilla toliko hard da je game pobeđen zašto skillaju bolje.
He is kind of the superstar right now for G2 in this early game, but Koi definitely not down and out. Super in a great position, takes over to 9, hook connects, but not going to convert into much.
Super also connects a bit of damage as well with the killer instinct up and available. G2 are the ones
To mi je take, da ne dobija skill ovaj game. Jer fora je kogod Casio dobro skilla, Nivio radi ok u Casio. Ili ako ovo uradi Caps, na primjer, onda skilla malo lošije.
Koi can't contest the dragon because Nocturne's ultimate is not off cooldown. But the moment that it is, that is their go signal. They know that Caps has no flash. They know that if they take out that initial target, a lot of the gold lead disappears. They force the play, and it works beautifully.
And also the CC is great here. Actually, BB hops over the wall immediately into Jojo, which then sets up for the follow-up CC from Alvaro and from Mirwin. So G2 immediately are already on the back foot as both solo laners are in trouble.
The positioning of the bot lane was also very awkward for G2. I think Koi recognized that if they attack quickly enough, they can basically get ahead of the play before all of G2 can regroup.
Da, gle, znaš šta je fora, to sam baš juče pričao. Vitality je dobio batine svakako od Koja u EVC playoffu, tako da... Samo su dobili batine opet. Me zanima šta će Kai'Sa uopšte da radi. Kraken start nam govori da je AD builda opet. Nemam pojma. Ja sam do duše dežurni Kraken hater, realno, tako da...
And MKOI have the building blocks here in this first game, opening the series, to move towards this next Herald in a bit of an advantageous position with 2 items, as you said, almost on Super with Elyoyo hovering top now.
But you're starting to see the things that Betty was talking about earlier, right? Where once you have this like control over mid and Nocturne and Nautilus are starting to roam around the map, how do you really get value from your side lanes, right? Like Yone has to play incredibly far back there the second Nocturne and Nautilus disappear. And this is going to be a constant problem now for G2 where trying to get action in these side lanes that's positive for you.
Šta su buffali Galiju?
To happen as long as Nocturne has ult.
I think Koi should feel confident forcing the Herald spawning in 20 seconds just because
Mislim, ne znam, vidjet ćemo kog će Kai'Sa da radi, iskreno.
They want a few more resources to be completed as G2 is instead looking for a cross map. They set their sights onto Jojo.
Daybreak first, Justice punch away, but no, G2 are going to back away. Alvaro spotted that ward deep into the lane and Super started walking down. G2 hover those pings over the minimap and say no go. And Elyoyo,
the cross map though, TP. They're going for the TP. Galio going to come through. You got Nocturne in position as well. Broken Blade might be in trouble here. He's going to try and run for us.
Justice punch, paranoia, fade sealed. He gets on out. He jumps back and he says, I'm going to be a soul unbound. But that waits for a shield to Duran. There's a man there just pressing W. Jojo enables Elyoyo to get the kill on the deep Broken Blade.
A very clean play from Koi. Once they see 3 members of G2 on the bot side of the map, they know that a gank top lane should go uncontested. Broken Blade wasn't even that overextended. He read the play very quickly. He tried his best to get out of the situation, but the lockdown from Koi was simply too much. The chase potential was very real. The bad news for Koi is that they've now used their resources to get a pick and a tower. But actually, I say that, I thought they wouldn't be able to convert the Herald, but they will. With the control they have over the top side, they're going to quickly send Elyoyo to start that objective off. The rest of G2 are not really here to contest. Koi get control of the mid wave as well. So very nice play from Koi overall.
Flag and drag, Mirwin in a bit of trouble. Being held onto until now. Mirwin does
Pa dobro, to je... to je okej buff, iskreno.
Looking for some revenge for that previous die. Mirwin's trying to get on out. Soul there a little bit too late. Jojo escapes with a hero's entrance.
Both solo laners lucky to escape there. MKOI sticking around that little bit too long on the side lanes. But nice escape from Jojo. Labrov just a little late on the stun.
Man, I'm so impressed with how Koi are playing right now. Like, we talked about at the beginning of the series, inconsistency has been the biggest criticism that we've had of Koi all year.
Yep.
Like, this roster...
Ako R damage scale od bonusa Mara, to je huge. Ovo ostalo je šta god. Jer ti ne stakaš dovoljno AP-a na Galiju u kompetitivu, da ti bilo koji AP buff pravi neku razliku, osim da to nije fazon 20% AP-a buff, što Riot neće da uradi. MR je dosta big.
I'm curious now how aggressive MKOI actually want to try and position around this. You still have the Herald. There is always an option to just forego this next dragon and look instead to try and use Herald to take towers. But with the TP coming in from Mirren, looks like MKOI want to try and fight us.
Note that Super is 2 items though, so I wonder. Maybe a little bit more confident than that. Direct line starts on the Hansama, easy with an arcane shift away. Mid-pro is given an MKOI first as Flash Ross tries to find the mark. Paranoia used onto Caps as he ridges off to the fight. He flashes away as the depth charge also burnt. MKOI now have only 2 ultis available and one of them perma off cooldown with the Anivia, while Super is the only one who can launch in despite G2 having all 5 up and ready.
This is now a little dangerous for MKOI. They're still fishing, but G2.
Solar Flare, flash away from Fate Sealed, a big whip. Broken Blade still in the midst of it though. Double knockup, triple knockup, everyone in the Cataclysm. It should be G2's, right? But look, Super untouched, lethal temporing in the backside, while Skewmon finds a mark.
Ovo je samo teamfight bukvalno više nego bilo šta. Da, ako ima MR skill, onda je veliki buff. Onda je veliki buff.
G2 find their moment to fight back against MKOI. The spells weren't there, and G2's ability to fight back comes up trumps.
I thought that the Broken Blade ulti
was
such a massive misplay.
League of Legends, patch notes. Čujem, još me zanima.
From Skewmon, he gets a 3-man knockup with the EQ, and Hansama and Caps are completely untouched. The reality is that these
26-10 Galio. R damage skill je 100% MR-a. To je free damage, to je giga dobro. Manakos na Kumu je okej za early. I emo i flat buff. Flat buff early. Decent je. MR scaling je free damage. Da, MR scaling je free damage, tako da nemo se žališ za to.
In essence, doesn't he? The only one with gold lead on G2, but he got the free fire and the damage shown in the fight. Game 1 pretty close. Paranoia going to be used. Broken Blade, is he the one caught out? Alvaro gives vision, but Elyo doesn't want to take it.
Yeah, I mean, they will get the bot tower as a result of that play, but Nocturne Ultimate going to be unavailable. No real objective outside of this to play for. G2 entirely on the bot side of the map means that there's no cross-map opportunity for them. Instead, they're committing to keeping this tower alive, but they're not going to be able to.
Jojo going to just punch away. Turret eventually goes down. He took a little bit of turret damage. Solar Flare is going to find Miwin without Ergo as well. He gets knocked up. Fate Sealed. Everything used. Galio ult out of there. Jojo escapes the bottom side play. But G2...
Dobar je. Kažem, MR skill, to ti ko Mafito da daju dodatan armor skill, kao. Buildat ćeš armor svejedno, stvarno ne gubiš ništa, a dobijaš free damage. Zato kažem, AP skill mu nije optimalan jer koliko ćeš ti AP-a zaista imati. Znači, ti igraš Galija i će imati 400 AP-a u gameu gdje si gigafed, ali neće ni toliko imati realno. 10% scale na to je 40 damage-a, to je useless.
They saw the Yone, they thought that Yone alone wouldn't be able to contest them, but they should have recognized that a cross-map wasn't happening from G2, which meant that the logical conclusion is that G2 is on the bot side of the map. So they overstayed, they end up getting caught. The good news for KOI is that not much is traded elsewhere on the map. Decent vision was set up on the top side from KOI in that window. Kai'Sa also had a nice base and is able to push out both top and mid. Now they're keeping the Kai'Sa in the mid lane, they're moving Miwin towards top. G2 is looking to contest this top side river. Ultimately, though, we're in a neutral state where G2's main priority is to try and open up these outer towers, but they've largely abandoned top, which does surprise me, because I feel like that's the easiest objective for G2 to play for right now.
One interaction, back to the unburdened self. Alvaro, these hooks have been pretty on point so far, though. 4 out of 6 KP.
Okay. So it just clicked with me, because I'm looking at the mini-map, and if you look, you'll observe, if you can pan over to Yone right now, he's just actually walking with the Jarvan through the jungle. And viewers at home might be like, why is he doing this? And it comes back to a point that Dagda made earlier, which is that how do you as G2 really go to side lanes? it is very scary. With all of your adder towers gone, you really can't afford to overextend. So G2 is quite deliberately overgrouping. If we look top, you see 2 people working together. Bot side, 2 people working together. The only time that they will contest the wave is when that wave is well into their territory. Same can be said for Caps. Look at Caps' positioning right now. He's staying very much on his side of the map, and the moment Anivia shows, he backs up. They are incredibly paranoid of the paranoia, as they should be. And so G2 just showing a ton of respect as they slow the game down, look to continue to scale up and wait for their main itemization. Meanwhile, KOI will take
Mislim mi internet malo otišao u peršun. Ali preferira to mu internet s vremena na vreme.
The game will still go longer regardless, so right now the cautious is great as Skewmon maybe throws caution to the wind. He's hit down by Super. Cataclysm as he flashes out, but Skewmon whip as the Fate Seal doesn't hit. It's onto a support, so Super has already taken a double with Summer going into the dirt. Flash forward from Mirwin onto LeBron. The Fear about to connect. A triple, and we talked about G2 being cautious, but they said hell to that.
Super played that excellently, using the Kai'Sa ultimate to reposition away from the CC, pick up the triple kill, and MKOI get the Baron.
I have to question what the game plan is from G2. I guess they're just trying to clear out vision, but Skewmon is doing it alone. We had a buddy system. Summer is not the buddy that you think he is, because Super's just going to turn around and beat both buddies into the ground. Nice cleanse, commits the ultimate onto Summer, quickly gets himself a double, converts that into a triple, and now with the Baron buff, this game is firmly in the hands of MKOI.
And I think a lot of it was, oh, Broken Blade is coming mid, we can play with them, but they just went that little bit too quickly, and MKOI sees their opportunity. Beautifully done. And now, they just get to continue poke vision down, look for this dragon that's about to spawn, and it's kind of taking away the opportunities that G2 want to play for, like these team fights where they can group up and they can't be exposed in these side lanes.
Second dragon, bit of extra stats, but the claw towards.
No way!
Oh dear. Summer gonna yoink that one away.
That's kind of big. That's kind of big. Sole point for G2, by the way.
Okay, well, I mean, a potential win condition for G2 if they can stall out this Baron. The good news for G2 is the siege from KOI isn't the strongest. They are relatively short-ranged in contrast to what they're going up against. The Cassio Leona is a scary combo to overextend versus when trying to siege a tower.
It's just very hard for G2 to manage both the lanes though, right? Because as soon as Nocturne is gone, he can also play in towards Summer, who's left alone.
Killer Instinct as well, the 1v1 begins. Paranoia going to be used, but not into the base, I don't think. Nah, vision
no,
lost
that's
there.
it. I mean, that was my point, right? Like, who do you leave to defend? Because everyone is vulnerable to these multi-directional plays from MKOI.
Maybe G2 can make a counterplay here. Paranoia was used and to no avail. But they're so far away from MKOI, they're just sprinting it, getting out of there while Mirwin hits bot.
Yeah, so look at the minimap here. This is fantastic from KOI, just because they're doing all the right
things. Šta znam, ne znam. Ide na on hit Kai'Su, nemam pojma.
Shot's going to be used. Skewmon trying to go past him to ignore the dreads right now. Alvaro is caught out here, but no objectives are up. Maybe a bit of damage on the mid lane turret, but remember, Baron for another minute. Might stall the minion wave a little bit longer.
So, that was a blunder from KOI, because they were doing everything so perfectly. The thing that I wanted to try and break down was the fact that they generated...
Ali boga mi, u koji 5 soma gold, ovo izgleda ozbiljno. Mislim, ovo izgleda kao da postoji šansa da G2 izgubi.
But while that's happening, Jojo makes a beeline towards top lane, pushes this wave in. You've got in the bot lane, Mirwin pushing in bot, and MKOI is just trying their best to push as much as they can, get as much pressure down, so that even if G2 do get a counterplay, they then immediately have to go and respond to waves. So just a good little map movement from KOI, but then they mess up because the Alvaro ends up getting caught.
But even with Alvaro getting caught, like, it's still a massive win, right? Like, bot lane tower goes down, you've already lost a bunch of the CS in that bot lane and top side. Mid lane turret is about to fall as well on that next push as well, so it's a big injection of gold.
The wall. You gotta hate that wall. The most broken thing about Anivia is how large it is.
So I want to bring your attention to the minimap once again, just to showcase the differences. G2 is very clumped up, in contrast to KOI, who are playing this 1-4, even 1-3-1 style. They recognize they have the power of these semi-globals. Jojo is consistently pushing in the side lane to just create this extra point of pressure and also give KOI options. Then they have, oh, we've got a wave here, we've got a wave there, we've got a wave here, we've got a wave there, maybe we can play through this. And it's also very annoying for G2 to deal with. Ironically, G2 is the type of team that normally does this to teams, but because of the comps, KOI is the one with all of this overall map pressure that G2 really struggles to deal with. Instead, they really want to fight.
It does get a little bit more difficult, though, to try and break inhibitor turrets with this strategy, right? Because inherently there is less space between the inhibitor turrets. It is much more difficult for MKOI to try and play off of multiple lanes with all these semi-globals and even this Kai'Sa ultimate. As soon as you get into
Ne znam, BB je na Jonu bio dosta dobar iskreno ranije. Bio je dosta dobar ranije.
To try and crack open, because as Betty was saying earlier, their actual like range and their CC isn't fantastic. Like a Nivi is great, but apart from that, it's a little bit more difficult.
Where there's long range engage on G2 as well, they can send it. Whether it's Solar Flare, whether it's something like the Yone ulti as well. It's not like a Zerath, but you know the point. MKOI now moving towards the bottom side of the map. Focus in because this is sole point for G2 after Han Summer stole Dragon number 4 of the game.
Sol je šta god. Iskreno.
I will also emphasize for the viewers at home that even though KOI looks like they're in a great spot, a single fight from G2 can swing this whole game.
Yep.
It's actually a very tense game. There's still ways for G2 to come back into it, and like the gold is not really representative of the true strength of the drafts, because a lot of this is going to come down to team fight execution. A single Yone ult could be enough to set up for Caps to find a multi-man ulti. Like if the Nocturne catches the Ezreal who doesn't have flash, only for a few more seconds, but like there are all these little things that'll come down to the individuals, and the execution is going to be key for both sides.
And that's why I think it's crucial. Caps having the gold lead gives him enough to get Zhonya's. Now he's significantly safer in the fight. Also having that flash up and available. 3 items on a Cassiopeia makes her significantly more threatening as he's just pressed over to level 17 as well. So there are definitely things here for G2 that can
Caps nema actualizer, nema, nije Caps dovoljno jak još. Nije on dovoljno jak još, nema Void, nema actualizer, mora da ide na zonju. Pa ćemo da imamo, sad je fight, ono, sve ili ništa. Šta god, poke. Supa nema puno poka na W. Mirvin traži zid. Samo može se dogoditi da se zezne pa da baci zid pa da se Alvaro huka u zid. Alvaro flash ulti u redu. Full commit na Hans. Evo ovako ne igrate AD Carry u kompetu, jeste li ovo? Jeste vidjeli kako Hans sama s jednim od najsafe AD Carry-a u LoLu nije mogao preživjeti, nije se ništa pitao. Zato vam određeni AD Carry ne rade u dobre igrače. Ja se nadam da ste vidjeli koliko je Han sama imao šta da kaže ovdje. Ste vidjeli ovo? Ništa.
The ultimate, Aljoya follows it up, and then Jojo with the flank. The coordination to lock down this AD carry and prevent him from playing was spectacular.
Yeah, that's the focus here. Jojo with the flash in, the follow-up is there. Super ulting into the backline to set it up as well. Everything perfectly executed. Even Jojo having the ultimate to try and buy space for Super. But the execution, as you say, Betty, was perfect. And I'm surprised because Jojo was spotted clearing the bot wave. G2 knew that that's where Jojo was positioned, but still the coordination from MKOI in that fight was too much for G2 to match.
I will also say Broken Blade completely whiffing his ultimate. He does end up getting that kill onto Super, but like the impact of this Yone has not really been felt in this game. And G2, like, I feel like with a comp like this, you kind of have to be the team to force that fight. And KOI have just been quicker on the engage, and they've done a really good job of attacking G2's backline. The gold is so much so in their favor. They are so strong. Aljoya didn't even have to pop the GA. They still have this mid tier 1, and Jojo's still sitting in a side lane.
Been a bit of a stinker from Broken Blade. This feels like regular season BB rather than what we saw against KC, which felt revitalized. G2 moving to the blind part of the map, which happens to be barren. MKOI have to move on in. Note the fact they all have their ultis though, so MKOI can pounce. They don't have to be grouped up. Threadline starts up onto Labrov. Another fight. Paranoia onto Caps with a knock-up as well. Hero's entrance going to go golden is Caps while Alvaro gets low, but Super hasn't been touched. He dodges the fate seal again. Broken Blade can't get the right target. Solar Flare will take no one's life. And with a triple over to Super, Hans is tagged. Killer Instinct. He got the free flow through the fight. It's a full house of kills with an ace to MKOI and game one in the bag.
MKOI refused to go down.
Prelepo, okej.
Lived forever in the fight, and with him, MKOI are gonna take game one.
We hate scripts in the LEC. We want them done with an MKOI.
10.000 gold leada.
It's only one game, but it's a big one here. As it one step.
Nema, sad ne možeš da igra, ne možeš da igra, jako mu je teško, jako mu je teško. Insane, iskreno. Iskreno, full on insane, brate, svaka čast koju. Ovo nisam u 3 života očekivao, iskreno.
And I think it was kind of boring, no?
Really? Is the opposition not what you expected?
I'm expecting G2 botting to wake up.
Okej. Okej. Supavita flame. Neka, treba malo da oplete. Ništa, imamo 9 minuta pauzu, ljudi, klasika, da imamo da li će koji da iznenadi ili će G2 se probudi, ali eto, nismo navikli vidimo G2 u play-offu u ovako lošem izdanju, iskreno, tako da, jako insane. Pauzica, 9 minuta i tu smo.
But to me, he just beat him with his hands as well. He completely popped off that game on Kai's side. Just like every single fight, it's either sidestepping a Yon ult, it's just moving around smoothly like a smooth criminal. He was on fire this game.
Yeah, I mean, and Supa, well-deserved. Got our Euronics play of the day. Supa gets a triple kill that secures the Baron for MKOI. I mean, let's see it again, the man in action.
Please.
I mean, it's just, it starts off with a really good hook from Alvaro, and then Skewmon wants to try to lock down Supa, but he dodges BB's ultimate. He's dodging absolutely everything.
And now, for the swag, he wants to go start the Baron, but he realizes, oh, there's one more kill, gonna start the Baron, secures the triple kill with the Void Seeker.
And we get to see the Pro view as well. His clicks, really nice, really good kiting. Just the awareness, dodges BB's ult really nicely. I mean, overall, you can't really expect anything more from your ADC, and in general, Supa's best ADC is his Kai'Sa. And we got to see it on full display this game. The confidence that he had, we even have a full screen of his stats this game because it was phenomenal. I think the way he just took over every single team fight. I mean, those are...
I mean, in general, once Supa plays Kai'Sa, he pops off a lot. I think there's a lot of like bad memories of him like diving around top tier 2 just throwing games on Kai'Sa as well. But you see how aggressive he is when he plays his champion. Every single time you see a plasma mark on the enemy champion, he thinks, can I go in right now? And if the answer is yes, he usually does so and always finds a lot of plays. But this game was very back and forth. There was a lot of really cool team fights that I really want to look a little bit further on.
Yeah,
we have our new demo station here that we would like to break down 2 of the team fights from this game on.
Let's do that.
We know MKOI won, but we actually want to start with a fight that G2 did really well. And it kind of starts with an MKOI aggression onto Caps. Now, Caps steps up here and just really gets caught out of position because he doesn't really have flash. And they just send everything on Caps. He flashes backwards, but look now as we check all the ultimate abilities that are up and available for, if you toggle the teamfight HUD for me. Yes. Look. There's no Nocturne ult, there's no Gali ult, and there's no Nautilus ult. Now, if we look over to the G2 sides, they're gonna have all their ultimates up and available.
They do still have no position though, so I do like what MKOI tried to go for with the Nocturne ult. And now G2 needs to try to fight back to get that position of their own.
Yeah, so if I pause the clip here, BrokenNet is gonna go for an ult here that completely whips everything here. But he also creates a really nice wall that just lines all of them together for Skewmon to find a fantastic 5-man Jarvan ult, and then with Caps follow-up, with Hansama just being completely untouched, it's just an absolute steamroll from G2.
Yeah, and it's rare that you get a 5-man Jarvan ult and then lose the game, Finn. So let's go to the next fight here.
Absolutely.
From G2 or
one more little fight, and I think it was this one, right?
Yeah, it was this one. As
so, spoiler. Let's look at this, okay. So, let's go from the red side vision. They don't really know where Jojo is.
Yep.
So G2 is looking at MKOI. They have first position on this dragon, and it really feels like they're just trying to poke and prod there with Ezreal Qs. Labrov might consider to walk around here.
Yeah.
He might consider to just go from the front and just ult here. And BrokenNet as well would love to stack up his Qs somehow and just really find a nice ult. I don't know, can you clear the lines for me as I can roll out this clip? So I want you guys to pay attention to the moment that Jojospin shows here, because you're gonna see all of MKOI just completely commit the moment he shows on this ward here. And the man I really want you to look at is Alvaro, because he finds the most crucial engage in favor of G2 here. So he flash ults onto Hansama, forcing the Arcane shift backwards here, allowing Jojospin to just walk up here, have a taunt, the Nocturne ult is flying, Super will also fly in, and they will just one-shot him.
Yeah, this is exactly what you want to do as Nocturne, right? You want to send it all at the same time, all at once.
Yeah.
So I think this is really, really nice. We can.
But the cherry on top is not just the flash Nautilus ult. I also want you to look at how Alvaro threads the needle with his hook and now finds caps. Alvaro has single-handedly CC'd both the S-Roll and the Casio in the same engage window, completely nullifying the damage dealers for G2. Sure, the Yone is untouched, but he misses the ult and doesn't really find a lot of damage this fight. So when both your carries are CC'd, you see how easy the fight becomes from MKOI. It also really highlights why we love to see Alvaro on engage champions.
Yep.
Like, he could not do this on Karma. He could not do this on Nami. This is a Nautilus-specific engage that I think Alvaro is so good at finding. And I love to see MKOI finally going back to the roots, to the really volatile fights. Now, we are going to toss to a break in just a wee bit, but we're coming back with the game 2 with MKOI versus G2.
Okay, I like it. I TP mid. I can ult in 3 seconds. I can ult in 2. I will look ulti, okay? I ult now, super. I ult. Go Leona. And we're gonna shoot, okay? I like it. I reach E3. Yeah, go. Boom. Flash, okay? No flash, no. Nice, we end.
Super. Detalje.
Bro, Super Kai'Sa, man.
Super Kai'Sa. Brother, let me try.
Wait, brother. Let us break this instead, brother.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
What is this, brother?
Perfection.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express and game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free Hextech rewards, exclusive skins, and more. Scan to subscribe.
I'm your champion. Welcome to my shop. You'll need the right build. Choose wisely, because every upgrade brings you closer to the next level. So tell me, how will you level up?
debate. Cause rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Didn't do recon, but they wanna lead him and guide him straight and tip him off axis. I was in a Renegade beast, meanwhile they was cutting man deep like sickle or mantis. I've been winning off practice, not clout or digital captions. World's in madness, how am I gonna manifest greatness if I don't make actions? I don't need reasons, I just need money and power and stat lift. I don't wanna do it like that, like that, like that. That method's too underhanded. The big man said it ain't landing. Never gonna profit off badness. Never got a dollar off sadness, but I've been sunk so I don't do sanctions. Heavy is the hit, that crown shit soon. Feel it weighing down on my shoulders. Rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Money on my head cause I'm lawless. Taking over lit, walking down this road. We ain't the same, ain't no debate. Cause rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Came in this game with a serious killing instinct, man, I never did courses. Look at all the times in the past they rejected him, now they wanna imitate patterns and forces. Stone eye vision like Gorgon. Terrified look in his eye when he finally realised all of the weapons that he brought to the war ain't forming. I've been giving this heart and body and soul and mind and organs, knocked to my fingers bled. Now it's through skeleton keys and door kicks. Treading with means and caution, man, I had bellies to feed from morning. So if they start selling me dreams, I'm walking. Yeah. I was uncomfortable, man, I was scared. Looking for solace and they wasn't there. Now I'm a problem and they wouldn't dare. Yeah, yeah. Doubling down cause this game isn't fair. They loaded the dice, I came in prepared. Feeling it so out of body, I feel like I'm floating on air. How do you cope when they never gave you hope? Really left you in the cold, and it's weighing heavy on your soul. To be honest, I don't know. Either way I had to grow. Get it.
It's time for G2 to wake up. That's what Supa said. Their bot lane wasn't performing. None of them were performing. I mean, I'm just saying things he didn't say. But obviously, MKOI did win that first game, and Supa went absolutely nuclear. We didn't show you the predictions before the series, but we did have them. They were made before the series, and you will see the proof will be in the pudding, because Jack Spectra did say 3-0 for G2.
And the pudding is lovely.
The pudding
is
so
fantastic
good.
right now,
and
Jack Spectra.
And Finn said 3-2 for MKOI. So yeah, first reactions to your boys.
Super Kaisa, I don't know, like, that's my one cope going into game number 2.
Yeah.
That Supa will not play Kaisa again, so bot lane should be winning for G2, because I think Supa is just, he's a very good Kaisa player. It's very nice to watch as a fellow ADC. I'm not saying he's a one-trick, but he is better on Kaisa than on other picks, and it also synergizes great with Alvaro, who loves to play engage. Now that that's out, G2, 3-1.
I also want to highlight something that I don't think we talked a lot about before. I think Elyoya's Nocturne is fantastic.
Yeah.
And MKOI is the only team that really can play with Nocturne well. Because so many times we see teams lock in Nocturne, pops the paranoia, goes in, and there's no one there. There's no one there with him. He goes in completely alone, and it doesn't really find an impact in his team fights. But when MKOI plays, when Nocturne goes in, there's at least 3 more people going in with him at that same time. So I love to see how they play with Elyoya. I think Elyoya had a fantastic game 1, and I'm really excited how they now draft into game 2. Because as you say, those heavy dive comps are getting a little bit pinched with the Kaisa being taken out, with Nocturne being taken out. We'll have to see if they go back to something like they did yesterday, where they played a little bit of the more long-range comps with like a Caitlyn or not.
Yeah, indeed. And I think, you know, the whole team was on the same page, because mid lane didn't go so well, but it didn't really matter because everybody knew exactly what to do when it came to those key moments in the games. And as you said, played off that Nocturne ult phenomenally. Not something we see that often in Europe, let's be honest, as we get into this draft for the second game.
Yeah, I think the draft was really, really good for MKOI because it also suits their strengths very well. Going into this game number 2, due to the fact that Nautilus is out, I would be very surprised if we're not going to see double Enchanter spot, which I think should favor G2's bot lane a lot.
We're getting a Caitlyn first pick here for sure, by MKOI, because they did the exact same thing yesterday in game 2. They banned the Jhin to set up Supa for another lane-dominant champion pick. So against Carsey, he cannot really go for that Jhin. That is the best answer into Caitlyn, and I think they're doing the exact same thing here today. So we'll have to see if G2 actually...
Yeah, I think they're thinking about it. I think they're thinking about banning it.
And do you actually want to ban the Caitlyn here? Because what happens then? Then suddenly something else is open. But for sure the Caitlyn is the high prior pick here for MKOI.
And we can't see their ban.
Did they miss it?
Oh,
what happened?
No, tension.
Did they miss the ban, guys?
I don't think they missed the ban.
It's Karma ban.
Okay, so taking away power from the Caitlyn by banning the Karma. We'll have to see what MKOI can pair it up with. Probably Yunara Lulu for G2 here.
But I don't really know if you want to ban the Karma from Alvaro, because yesterday he's played Nico with Caitlyn, which is a fantastic Caitlyn combination. It's one of his best champions. Alvaro, when playing that engage, having the Nico engage factor, I think it's just better than the Karma. So that's what I assume will be locked in here by Alvaro.
This is
very with a mid or a jungle pick.
Very hard lane for G2. Really tough for Yunara Lulu. They need to try to fight a little bit level 1 to make sure that they're not constantly getting pushed in, because once Caitlyn starts to get wave control, it's really hard to reclaim it back, since you won't be able to try to find any sort of all-in unless Skumon is able to get some creative gank angle.
Evo nas u game broj 2. Da vidimo šta se ovdje događa.
No, I think Nico is just way better. I don't know why they picked Nami.
So I think it's going to be the Vi or Wukong here locked in by Alioya, because having that Nami wave while you're engaging behind you, when you play a Vi, you play a Wukong, I think makes it so much easier, because Nico follow-up is kind of reliant on being on a flank, having the flash. Meanwhile, Nami is a little bit more non-committal follow-up engage. So.
I think scaling-wise, it makes the Caitlyn a lot stronger, because you can play a slower type of comp with this rather than going deep. You also now have the Ryze move every single wave that he pushes in to pressure bot lane. So it's really shaping up to be a game here where Supa and Alvaro want to continue their domination from game number 1 and just push G2 bot lane in.
Yeah, really heavy emphasis on laning phase power so far from MKOI. Ryze is one of the best early pushing mid laners. Kate and Nami, of course, will have a lot of push in that mid lane, but it will be the Caps Talia, which I think makes sense, because
Spamuju, a?
now Caps,
Pa dobro, lepo je to.
Where Jojo goes, Caps will be able to trail that with the weaving wall and just kind of fly across the map and be there at the same time. So looks like really G2 doesn't want to give MKOI full reign of the map, really wants to match them wherever they're taking that fight.
Yeah, they felt it in game 1 for sure.
And both junglers just kind of want to look for a standard bruiser, so I think Sin Sao getting banned wouldn't be too surprising.
Already banned, but
it's already banned first, yeah, you're right.
Pantheon, Wukong, Vi, I think are the main candidates right now sticking out to me. Rumble was played yesterday by Mirun as well, it's a great follow-up.
Skumon Lee Sin, very bad Lee Sin game, I'd say, because he has no CC
to set up his
Q.
Doesn't matter, it was a good Lee Sin game yesterday. No, the other day. No, I'm kidding, I'm kidding.
Could be an Alioya Lee Sin, though. He had a fantastic showing on yesterday.
I mean, Ryze Lee Sin is a pretty good combo. He sets you up with the root.
So already banning the
Rekao si sam da i u Lucijani ne rade, da sad pikaju i u Lucijana, to ne ide.
Great follow-up with the Vi, but you're also kind of hurting yourself with the Vi ban, because it's a champion that for sure is in your champion pool.
Ako znaju da ne znaju, to je respekt, ne? Su u fazonu ne znaju da igraju Lucijana, bože me, ne znaju igraju Lucijana. Šta će?
Of course the Pantheon as well. I think if you can get the Pantheon Talia is just a great combo. You have so much mobility across the map. You set up for the Talia W really well, but I think MKOI will probably look to ban it last now. I'm also curious, Finn, what do you think about the top lane picks? Because there's Rumble Olaf banned.
Yeah.
What does the Olaf signify for you?
I mean, I think the Olaf is a jungle ban, if I have to be completely honest, because I think they wanted to take the Pantheon on 4 there, together with the Talia for the both semi-global stun combo.
Sounds good.
But Olaf then would be super unchained, because you can't really lock down the Olaf in the same way you can with any other jungle pick.
Finn, 31-13, what is that referring to?
31-13? I have no idea.
Caps on Talia.
Caps on Talia, that is very convincing.
Okay, so some frontline for the Yunara Lulu. We've seen Skumon with pretty good success on the Skarner. And I think it is giving a lot of frontline that they desperately needed. I thought he would prefer going for the Wukong, but he doesn't have much follow-up, so it makes sense that he kind of decides to go for this solo engage of his own, and we'll see what Alioya decides to match into it.
I mean, Wukong is the standard pick that I would look for Alioya. I don't know how the Skarner matchup is. There is also the...
Ja mislim da je poenta Evrope na MSI-u da dobiju Ameriku, zar ne? Ne znam da li gajimo lažne nade da možemo dobiti LCK ili LPL, ali mislim da u ovom trenutku ono dobije ne good enough. Ok, cool.
Doesn't have that many knockups except for the Lulu, Wild Growth, or the Talia shove, so we'll really have to get creative in those team fights.
I really like the MKOI draft, I'm not gonna lie. Like the Trundle value has such good pillar into Lulu, Talia. They always need to flash if there's follow-up from it. Can really neutralize this Skarner as well. And I think the Yasuo, without having much knock-up availability, is gonna really struggle later on in this game. And I really like how strong all of MKOI's lanes are. So I'm liking their draft a lot more.
Is this a 2-0 for MKOI, Jack?
Might be a 2-0 for MKOI, I'm not gonna lie.
He's a flip-flopper. I mean, I think MKOI takes this game. I really like their draft.
Wow, what do the casters think?
I think Finn was always biased against MKOI anyway. But I also think...
For MKOI.
Yeah. Sorry, what did I say? Against. Well, no, for sure. What was
your point?
I'm gonna say I agree with the desk.
A Golgi, šta da se radi? Vidi, ljudi su zaboravili da lajkuju. Što najjače od svega, lajkovi generalno pomažu kanalu da da raste i da kao dođe više gledalca, ali bože moj.
Exceptionally strong in that 2v2. You've got the Trundle that outperforms the Skarner in the early stages. Like, I think you've got multiple ways for MKOI to try and play it this early game.
Let's see, MKOI game 1. Amazing success in the early game. G2 kind of got shut out, and I mean, there was one mistake around mid from Skumon that followed up in a domino effect, and G2 just lost the plot. This game, scaling for Hansama, one of the stars of the team this split, as Caps looks for the level 1 roam. What has he started? He's only started threaded volley, but he wants to get some damage down. He'll use the movement speed and go back mid, though, because he cannot miss the spawn as junglers opposite sides of the rift right now.
Basically, Caps was there to ensure that you could get the third push here for G2's bot lane, because actually in this matchup, it's incredibly important. Basically, the way Nami wants to try and work it is she wants to try and trade it really hard, level 1, while she has the W ult. You hyper aggressive, you try and use this push presence, and then you back away when the W's on cooldown. But now that it's been used,
and this heal's going to be straight up here. G2 again finding a bit of lane presence like they did last game. Super got little tempo, but that's going to run out in a second. Good Glitterlands here from LeBron.
Da ti ne igram toliko. Yasuo je fajn, Yasuo je dobar range top lanera. Znači Yasuo kad vidite pikovanog, verovatno je pikovan da bi igrao range top lanera. To je otprilike kako funkcioniše ta cijela fora.
Alvaro also didn't quite get in range for the W there as well, so not getting as much damage back means Labrov gets to stay healthy, and this is why you saw Caps there. Basically, you want to guarantee that third bush, means that Alvaro can't play as aggressive from the bush, using that ebb and flow to try and trade, and it means that Labrov now can poke effectively before Alvaro can actually really get these good trades off. This is a little aggressive from Labrov, though.
Yeah. But he's getting the passive down.
Alvaro should have his W back up in a moment.
Let's get the Airy down, but for now, it is still a G2 winning lane. And again, they've found success in their lanes as Beyblade goes out. Super takes a full trade of it as well. LeBron's going to use his pots. Just to do go towards mid. Drive by here for Skumon. Doesn't find the wall though. Jojo. Ghost is going to be used. That's not Storm Raiders because he went DFT. So Jojo does get out here, but someone has to be burned to avoid Skumon.
Interesting pathing there from Skumon. I actually thought based on the path that he was taking, he was just going to go straight towards top and look for another gank. Super getting a little bit low, but great trading for both guys.
No, Glitterlands comes through and match flash on Summer. Will take down Super. There's an ignite with the damage that was ticking from Labrov. God damn.
That was a great flash slow from Labrov. He connects the E, the knockback now into mid. I don't think you have the mana to get a kill here, Caps.
Jojo just leveled up as well. It's actually going to turn on him. Jojo solo kills Caps instead. Started with a flick, ends with a pick.
Jojo getting some revenge for what happened in Madrid. Caps solo kills him twice in the arena, but here in the LEC studio, Jojo gets his revenge, a solo kill onto Caps, a huge lead now being built. Let's look back at this bot lane play.
Yeah, I mean, looking for the reset here, but Super tries to step up, you get the slow, but then the net onto the minion means that there isn't as much damage. Nansama then immediately flashing forward, really well executed by Labrov. Like getting that picks onto the Caitlyn means that you essentially guarantee the slow thanks to the Glitterlands.
Yeah, the flash E was great because now Super's incredibly stressed. And so then once he flashes away, there's nowhere for him to go. Nice chase down from Hans. He's going to get a bit of a gold lead for himself, but a bit of an opposite story compared to what we saw before. Now Skumon showing up top lane, but
his timing of Elyoy is insane. Just wait for it. Mirwin's going to be exhausted. He flashes away. The pillar comes out. But unfortunately, the pillar doesn't place Skumon on the wrong side of it, so Elyoy just chases him away and stops the gank after the exhaust from Broken Blade.
Still get the flash, though, down from Mirwin, so that's going to be a nice win, especially as Broken Blade, once he starts to tick over to level 6, can easily set up in this top side. So Elyoy going to help to just push in this wave so Mirwin can get the reset and not be stuck overextended.
Broken Blade doing a good job so far in this lane matchup, but can be very difficult to lane 1v1, especially against a Varus with how much lane presence he has. Nice stuff there from Mirwin, getting it underneath the tower, forcing Broken Blade to lose as much farm as possible. But still 30-32, an 8 goal difference between the two top laners. Very even game state. Dragon now going to be alive at 35 seconds, and we'll see which team looks to prioritize it. Skumon Skarner has been a menace so far this split, as he looks for more early game action to happen.
Also a different look from Skumond. Traditionally, we've kind of seen Skumond as, hey, I'm going to be very effective in my jungle pathing, get a lot of CS, try and steal away camps, and play for myself. This game has been very much about him interacting with the lanes. We see the initial transitional gank after clearing out his bottom 3 camps. We then get the gank top. Now he's also forgoing those early camps as well on that bottom side to try and put pressure onto the bottom lane. They've been doing a huge amount just to make sure that Skumond can get into these lanes in the early stages.
Vidit ćemo šta će Caps možete moći da radi. Ja sam kao, mislim, generalno veliki hejter Talije. Jedino ako pogodi neki godlike knock-up, ali opet pogoditi knock-up Stalio, mislim da je pakao.
Only yesterday, 2 more solo kills at the start of his playoff journey. It led to 20. He has 20 solo kills through spring and the very first start of spring playoffs. Well, yeah, he got one in last game, so 21.
Wait, no, he got one just now.
Oh, true, he did actually. He got one last game as well, didn't he?
No, not the Galio.
He played Galio.
Yeah. No.
I feel like he gets one every game.
Well, guess who's back in the top lane? No flash available for Meowin.
No, indeed not. Last breath going to be used. The pints are out. Meowin, he's still on the wrong side of dodge without a flash. Tries to get Broken Blade, and Skumond's going to help do the damage down. Sweeping Blade will not get the kill. Skumond burned him with red, and Meowin will drop.
Still great response from Skumond, right? They burnt that flash in the first go, just rinse and repeat on the second attempt, and there's very little that Mirren can do. And this is kind of can continue now as well. That ultimate for Broken Blade is on a very short cooldown, so Mirren still has to be careful.
I really like the approach from Skumond, put more resources into ganking top than bot. I think bot lane is a very hard lane to gank, whereas top, against an AD carry, you have a ton of options available to you. So repeat that process, put as much pressure down, get your Yasuo ahead if you can. I do think it was a bit of a mistake for Skumond to take the kill, but Broken Blade still finds himself with a healthy lead, pushing in that top wave. I think he doesn't quite get a plate, but the cross-map response from Koi is good nonetheless. Elyoya securing that dragon, sealing that one away, sets up Koi for success later on into the game. But in terms of options, it's hard for Elyoya to find the same sort of impact that Skumond can. I think mid lane is really only the lane that I think he can gank in the early game. But aside from that, unless the Varus has ulti, I think it's a tough one for him to be super proactive in the early game.
Yeah, I think you need to bring Jojo with you if you're going to try and make that play with the Realm Warp, but also with Realm Warp on cooldown, that does become a little bit more difficult. Plus, you've got Caps who can look to follow. Hasn't leveled the ultimate, as you don't until he is in the early stages, until you actually 100% need to use it. So you can use it as an escape tool, but that is available for Caps when he wants to try and use it.
Now he's roaming down.
Yeah, this movement into the Fog of War is super valuable on roaming champions. Both Ryze and Talia should do the same thing. And it's just that threat immediately. They have to ping, hey, my mid lane is missing. And then someone on the map has to go, oh, okay, I'll back off. He could be heading towards my lane. So just kind of that phantom pressure being put down onto the map. And that's also why that river control is extremely important, because it really gives you a good sense of where people are on the map. And that ward doing exactly what we were talking about, Jojo, moving into that Fog of War. He will be spotted out on that vision. So the bot lane, they don't have to be too worried. They know exactly where he is and what he's trying to do.
A nezgodno mi, ja ne vidim da G2 gubi playoff, iskreno. Mislim, ne znam, mogu stavim glasanje, evo da vidim i šta vi mislite. Meni je nekako jako teško da vidim da G2 gubi playoff. Stavit ću ovako glasanje da vidim šta vi kažete, što ne znam, baš mi je...
We're going to start it off. Back prison dodge forward by Labrov. Heal gets him out of range. Elyoya looking for the chase. Killer now up on the enemy Lulu. A wild growth as well, but he's just dead. He won't be able to get out of this one. Doesn't flash over the wall in the end. Super takes the kill on Labrov. That opens up MKOI to start the grubs in the end.
Skumond starts the objective, but they don't have any pressure in top lane. They hadn't actually secured the mid lane prior, and now Hans Summit is completely alone with no support available. You cannot afford to stay here, Hans. You have to back away.
Might have to transcend, might have to flash. Let's see which one. Super starts the damage train off. Aqua Prison is good. Ace in the hole. Barrier now used. And someone going to return back to the turret while Broken Blade is getting bot, but MKOI have already taken a summoner and they've denied a lot of CS from Hans Summer.
Yeah, I mean, this is actually a very similar swap to what we've seen in the past from MKOI when Mirren, he was on Nar. I cannot remember what the game he was, or who he's against, but basically he hid in the bush in topside and they overloaded this top end and went for a dive. I want to say it was against Kana in Madrid, but still, you end up with getting the grubs, you get the kill, you push the Yunara away, so she ends up losing out on some of the gold. It does mean Broken Blade ends up with a pretty big advantage for himself, but you can see MKOI basically trying to overload one side of the map and completely blow the game open through that area.
Broken Blade's really pulled up much yet outside of the plating. Miwan's going to match that now. Mid has just been a stalemate, and now the Grubs have gone from the top side of the map. Dragon's the next port of call, which MKOI will be approaching soon as well. Super's going to handle this wave, and I mean, Super should be close towards his first item as well. Now, this early game, while G2 do have a lead, I mean, I want to bring it back to what the AD was talking about, where there was a lot of concern about the laning phase, at least from MKOI's side, saying that, you know, we're looking at 2 out of 3 lanes being successful. So far, I think G2 have mitigated a lot of the early game pressure that MKOI could have brought with this draft.
I think so. I think a lot of it is thanks to Jojo and the advantage he's been able to find in mid. Oh, speaking of Jojo.
Yeah, he's going to be polymorph. Skewmod's going to drive in as well. There's a Weaver's Wall from Caps. Layers off with the Wild Growth. Impale as well.
Kako nemaju damage-a, gledam. Lulu, Skarner, Italija koji rade damage. Nevjerovatno koliko malo damage-a imaju.
Needs to be a pirate for a little bit longer. Elyoya pulls out the frozen domain, but nothing else happens here. A lot whiffed, a lot sent, but no one dies.
Yeah, it felt like G2 just wasn't doing any damage. Jojo just sprinted out. The early Merc Treads providing a huge amount of value. As he's able to get away from that, he does have to commit both his summoner spells to survive. But yeah, G2 really just ran out of steam as the gang continued.
And there you get MKOI keeping Caitlyn in the top side. Obviously, you've got an AD carry on the opposite end, so Mirren going to be more than happy to just farm it out against this Yunara, whereas Super and Alvaro basically getting to overload this top side and make sure that they're getting significantly more value. So now with LeBron here, can Broken Blade make something happen?
Once that last breath flushed away from by Alvaro, otherwise he'd be sent sky high. Remember, LeBron doesn't have Wild Growth, but he does have a lot of follow-up here. So as he matches that top lane, gets Broken Blade in, we pan camera towards mid. We watch Jojo get that push out, but remember, with that commitment to top, Dragon's up in 3 seconds. Guess what, Jojo? He was just burning the midnight oil before in the previous fight. Do they have enough damage now? Something Chubb dodged away from. Jojo kites it all out with a threaded volley. The pillar's up. Jojo will die this time, but it took a while from G2.
Jojo ends up
I ovo će biti sve teže i teže kako ide partija, da se razumemo. Ovo će bukvalno biti sve teže i teže.
And G2 get the kill.
They're trying to start the dragon, but Labrov is very far away. They will have numbers when he eventually gets here. Elyoya is looking to contest. Let's see whose positioning is better. I think MKOI make the right read. With the arrival of Labrov, they really can't contest this. They now don't have the people. They're trying to punish Hans Summer, but he's not going to fall prey to the trap. And it will equalize the Dragons onto 1.
But they've also left Super from that top side of the map as well, which now opens up Broken Blade again to get more of this CS for himself and more of these turf plates as well. So even though we've kind of seen MKOI shifting around the map, like the bot lane even, which for Super is great because he was behind thanks to that early kill, but it does mean that they just transition that gold onto Broken Blade in the top end. So I think Mirren going to be in a lot of trouble when we get to this mid game in trying to contest this Yasuo.
Buffer in the 90 caliber net there. Cap's going to get Storm Raider Surge. Look for Super on the retreat path here with threaded volley. Does good damage here. Alvaro going to heal up so he gets in position. Aqua Prison dodged away from. Super's getting low. Tidal Wave flashed as well. Ace in the hole. Elyoya not in range to do anything about a subjugation. But Super's ulti now down. Cap's getting low. He needs backup.
Caps fancied a fight, but he ended up biting off more than he could chew, and now the threat of a dive is there. Elyoya looking for it.
Lovely shove, there's the pillar. Here comes Skewmon, but flashes in. Caps greedy! And interrupted with an Aqua Prism means Skewmon can't get the chase up. Elyoya will live. A rock thrown at his face and a smite as well. Another drive-by would seal the deal on the enemy jungler. Elyoya getting battered down by the Scorpion.
Nice, okay. Vraća ga G2 polako izla.
This is the one disappointing us right now.
He'll collapse out mid. Super might be in trouble. LeBron trying to see if he can get the intro. Polymorph.
Whoa! LeBron, what are you doing?
Yasuo was in the wings. He thought he could get the wall growth.
He was still so far out,
and he just killed himself.
He was mega far. We need an action replay observers. Because that one was wild. That was wicked.
If we could get, I mean, maybe it's an analyst's thing, but you ideally want Broken Blade's POV to see how far away he was from the knockout.
He was still. I thought he was still in river.
Yeah,
he was. Yeah.
Dagda had a good read though. That's 100% what he was trying to do to set up for that play. But even then, the tower had ramped up to 3 shots already. I think if the dive had happened, Super might have gone a double kill off the back of that. Ends up being a, what, 1-for-1 at the end of the day?
Do you think that was one of the things where, you know, top laner comms and says, I'm coming, but they're like all the way at the top of river, they're about 10 seconds away.
Bro, I got so, like, I had a flashback of Hilly right there. That was just, those who know, they know. Though if you know, you know.
Okay, thank you. Go to production. Let's have a look.
Oh, we do get his POV. Okay, so he's hovering his ult.
Nah, he's
just out of range, I think, yeah.
Yeah, okay. It was a bit closer than I kind of made it out, but yeah, he was like maybe a second or two.
He was quite out of range of his ult, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Nice idea from Lebrov.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it fell apart. So, 4-4 on kills.
Yeah, what do you really lose out of that play?
Pride, mainly.
No, I think
like
you gain it
300 gold goes over, you know?
Weaver's wall, super almost dead. Arc lights him to death. Looks like he's playing Halo 2, the plasma gun OP.
Hansama. Wow, okay. He's woken up here in game 2, and he is feeling himself 2-0-0. Now, the scoreline for him, he was hunting for a kill. He had the support of his team, and he finds it.
For a face checking, Skumon waiting for him as well. And Impale, a drive into the wall. Here we go. And with the help of the 80 carry, Alvaro is just going to die. Hansama getting hand-fed kills. 2 will bite the dust in his favor. And G2 maintain a gold lead.
Nice timing by G2. Alvaro's flash still wasn't up from that initial play in the mid lane. So finding that moment with the Nami, perfect timing. Alioya now moving top, spots Caps on his own.
Going to be used. Waiting for the threaded volley to try and poke him out, but I don't think he can get on out. You're right, with no ulti. Caps trying to buy the time. The flick dodged away by Jojo. They know they need to be quick. MKOI, but Skumon's already driven in. Pillar up. Caps running to his team. He's alive. He threads the volley, threads the needle. The earth is working in his favor. He gets flicked back for a kill. Caps is low as Mirwin looks to auto him down. Kill the mid laner, they say.
Ne, ali oni nemaju dovoljno damage za prožene fajtove. A je Mirwin, okej.
Skumon is one target with Blight. Hansama gets poked by range. Hail of Arrows dodge. The drive out. G2 alive. Lebrov alive. He kited everything. It's a G2 win. It's a G2 survival masterclass.
Okay, Mirwin ultimately saves the play, but my goodness, what a brawl in the top side. G2 end up finding 2 kills. MKOI only find 1, but they will get the... oh, no, they don't actually secure the tower. TP from Caps ends up protecting it. The mid tower falls, but now the mid lane.
Super. Can he get out of this one? Broken Blade, wind wall up, and now he sweeps through on a trap. No, the final breath. It lasts a lifetime for Super as Broken Blade takes him down solo.
And that's the real winner of the play. Broken Blade got the bot lane turret completely solo off the back of that. And with the kill, with more plates, he's a 1,500 gold lead over Mirwin.
He got 3 plates on the bot tier 2.
Holy.
He was just free farming that entire time, and Mirwin only got 1 kill in exchange on the top side. G2 now with a very healthy gold lead, and while Caps is definitely struggling, the rest of G2 are showing up.
I understand the psychological dance. If one win brother doesn't work, use the other one. Everyone can take this into solo queue. If you go and int on Yone or Yasuo, just swap them.
Nemojte slušati kastere, molim vas. Misle su smiješni, ali prave ne popravljaju štetu u solo queue, samo ću to da kažem.
Gathering that 1,600 gold lead, and G2 now with a 4,500 gold discrepancy over MKOI have made some very risky plays, but a lot of them have paid off.
I mean, the idea to gank Caps I don't think was bad. It just took him a while to kill him. It took so long that both Skumon and Lebrov could arrive, and even then the fight was looking pretty favorable.
You can't see it. Look at that over there. 1,080 in plating.
Yeah.
He has picked up a decent amount of side lane gold, that's for sure.
That guy held on to all his bottles.
The biggest difference between this game and game 1 is that a lot of the KOI plays just haven't transpired into any leads. Meanwhile, G2 is getting so much on the map. Skumon Skarner just continues to be insanely strong. This year, it feels like that he is an unstoppable force on the champion. Hansama in a bit of danger.
Away from Aquaprison, he has to transcend, but turn it onto Elyoya under the mid-turret. He doesn't feel too safe. Skumon is going to catch him by the toe. A 2-man impale, and a last breath. There's the combination from G2. Hansama will clean it up like the janitor of this game, while G2 escalate the troubles of MKOI.
G2 are collapsing on the mid lane and making MKOI pay for it. The impale was perfect from Skumon, and MKOI fall as a result.
Again, every play that KOI tries to make just falls apart. The minion wave arises just the right time.
He's got the minion wave, which means he can sweeping blade through it, but Jojo, very smart, walks away from it, doesn't give that gap close to the Yasuo. Meanwhile, Skumon is still winning out the play as he gets Herald top.
But you're still winning out the map as G2 because they're able to collapse on the top side. But here we get to see the play. So they try to go on towards Han Sama, but able to use that hop away. Skumon's waiting in the wings. And the polymorphs have been very good from Skumon. Sorry, from LeBron to set things up. But the impale from Skumon, the collapse from Caps with the Weaver's Wall. Like, this is where this threat of this 1-3-1 from G2 really starts to shine.
And this might sound like out of context, but like this game did start with the bot 2v2 doing really well. And it feels like, again, this is the reason why Han Sama, a lot of people are like, yo, why was this guy not on the All-Pro first team when he had such a good split? These are Han Sama's laning stats from the KC series. This is Han Sama and what he did a lot of the season long as well. On a Yunara Lulu, well, it's not a Caitlyn Bard or a Caitlyn, like any Caitlyn aggressive lane like the Nico. It was a very successful 2v2 for G2 to start the game off, just with jungle attention.
I think we all agree that Hans was just, in our opinion, the best performer.
I mean, I think all the talents voted.
I opet OSK.
To me, I feel like Hans has just continued to do what he's been doing all split long. I think that Hans is having a great split. He continues to perform. In game one, he definitely got outperformed by Super, but this time around, that bot lane definitely got the better of Super and Alvaro, who have been exceptionally quiet and have made quite a few mistakes here in game two. G2 really leading the charge here in game two. It feels like that they're continuing to gain more map control. Yasuo, in a side lane, continuing to put pressure down. MKOI having their resources stretched thin.
G2 still trying to establish vision on this top side and make it a little bit more tough for MKOI here. But again, I think the map play has been superior from G2 this game. And I think you kind of hit the nail on the head, Fetty, where in previous series, MKOI have gone for this like 4-man play on the top side at the 8 to 10 minute mark and hope for that would be enough to swing the game in their favor. But it didn't this game.
Ne bi trebao da može da ga ulta, ali vidi, sa Riotovim špageti kodom sve je moguće, iskreno.
Yeah, nice spot there, nice spot.
I only just saw it because of the filth that comes from the trundle skin.
Yeah, good. Yeah, you're right. Nice play there from Elio, yeah?
Yeah, slows down whatever play could have happened top. But still, 6,000 gold. Dragon number 3 could be G2's in about a minute. But now the Baron threat there. Skumon drives him into the wall. He gets wild growth and he catches Jojo Pure. But he flashes in right into Han Sama's face and it's shut down. There's Jojo surviving as well.
Opet isti problem imaju.
And now the broken blade in. Can he save the play? He's exhausted up. Damage minimized. And Mirwin is free firing a last breath on him. He gets exhausted in response. But Super, he uses his range to his advantage. LeBron came in, but against the Caitlyn. Run, son. Run. Super taking charge of the fight. 3 for 2 right now in favor of MKOI with the Weaver's Wall, trying to bring it to equal standings with the flash from Super. The
Treba će, boga mi.
The Q not connecting. Super's on charge. Ace in the hole going to be used. LeBron is going to get a shield up. There's the realm walk. Jojo's back alive. Actually, I don't even think he died. He just reset. He comes back in and ends up being 4 dead for G2 in the long run.
But how good is Jojo, bro? That was insane. His logic was, if I'm going down, I'm bringing Hans with me. And he flashes into the face of Han Sama, trades his whole... Super started this objective and he's gonna... Okay, he has not died yet. Good TP there from Caps. Okay, I don't have much time to break down that fight because we're straight back into the action. As G2 is starting off this Dragon, they don't have the resources to contest it from Koi. But again, look at Jojo.
Nema facekima, došao sam ga ugasio. Danas sam samo odlučio budem bez kamere, ništa spec od razloga. Danas me samo malo nema. I tu sam, a me nema, razumete kako to već ide.
Around the Yasuo intervention, and that's why Super is still in position because you could only commit to one player as Broken Blade.
So Jojo's hero antics once again setting up for MKOI.
Tako da, ništa spec od razloga.
The play was so long that Skumon ends up reviving, coming back after a TP from Caps. Super never resets, which means that they end up losing the Dragons. The sole point now for G2. They did lose a big fight. MKOI showing that they can go toe-to-toe in the 5v5. Han Sama gonna have to be careful. His flash available, barrier off cooldown soon, but a lot of summoners were used in that little fight.
A lot of them as well, especially MKOI. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, all flashes down. A couple available on G2 despite them matching with a couple too. Mid lane, the focus now. Broken Blade moves in, Caps ready to weave his wall. He's going back to sides, but MKOI have decided they need to be 5 mid, as Baron is the only threat on the map.
I just realized Caps went dead Caps second.
Did indeed. He's had it for quite a bit now.
Yeah, he has. He's just throwing out damage. He is
Mislim, Caps ide na legitiman build. Ako ništa.
bouncing back after what was a rough early game for him. Really, only goal lead sitting on Alioya, so the fact that that fight was even close with the gold advantage that G2 have is impressive stuff from Koi. Let's see if they can find another fight like that. Right now they're setting up for control over the mid wave. Baron is the threat being posed by G2. They haven't, of course, started the objective off just yet.
Caps angle though with the Weaver's wall. He could line down the middle of the lane, separate MKOI. Some are willing to step on up. MKOI backing away. Jojo just got his Rod of Ages and leveled up to 15 for what it's worth to watch. As Mirwin, he starts rolling in, but right now the threat of Caps is looming.
And that's the big one. Caps base sitting on the side because all those flashes were burned. They're basically faking us. G2 don't take the bait though, they're going to just continue here.
And some are willing to step up to the forefront of Alioya. Mirwin found outside, big shove, connects, it's the pick, it's the last breath. Mirwin at half HP, going down lower, Broken Blade will take him down. He's got a minion way to sweep through, a Q to connect, and Jojo, even though he survives that, a Weaver's wall, a seismic shove again. It's the legend of mid, it's the legend of EU. Caps will take two, and when things start going questionable for G2, you always have...
Vraća ga Caps. Vraća ga Caps, čudan build, veoma. Je, ovaj build baš nema smisla. Mislim, nema. Siguran sam da ima nekog smisla, samo ne znam tačno kog.
Yeah, just great patience from Caps. They knew that he was around that top side jungle. They did not get confirmation on his position, and then Mirwin just steps a little bit too far, resulting in his demise and a quick snowball for G2. Baron now secured, another tower goes their way, and just like that, after a fight that looked like Koi had found their way back into the game, G2 reclaims control.
Yeah, I mean, you can see here, MKOI tried everything, trying to see if they could bait with the ground warp as well, but Mirwin takes a step too far forward, and Caps was waiting perfectly in the wings, and at this stage, it's just G2 trying to collapse again. Caps with the Weaver's wall as soon as they see MKOI split as well. Really nicely played by the G2 mid laner.
I thought that this was a little bit too deep personally, but
yeah, it was
especially the wall.
Look at him here, look at him, look. I'll go Varus. He's no flash. Varus that.
That's one-time speed, by the way. Caps is, I mean, he's locked in. Yeah, there you go. And it is a rabbit on second, but it is also the play that brings G2 back into favor, that sets him up for this fourth dragon of theirs. Let's see. Caps on 3 items now with the Proto Belt. He's also got 10 stacks on a Dark Seal. It's also given time for Hansama to get closer and closer towards this fourth item, this pen. Back can be taken by Jojo.
Ovo ti je sad normalan starting item na topu. Tu ti nije ništa... Ništa čudno to. Ovo ti je sad legitimno... Legitiman build. Malo dobiješ free statova, u fazonu si što da ne.
Koi now have position on the mid wave, giving them access to river. This does mean now that they're at the very least in a position to contest the Dragon Soul being set up by G2. Cap's finally going to respond to that top tower. He'll clear out the wave, and a quick TP comes through from Mirwin.
Waiting in the wing. Skumon found out by throwing a rock. Alioya face checking. He gets polymulti, makes a big mistake.
To da, Varusa, na Varusu se igra, igrali su ga juče. Samo imamo fight ovde. Prati koliko je Raj samo bolji heroj, ljudi.
Jojo was not letting Caps get away with that mistake.
They're going to try and end.
They're going to end,
They're going to try and end.
20 seconds on mid.
I think this is a mistake. I really think this is a mistake, but they're going to try.
23 on Hansama, 25 on BB.
Greedy možda?
Is going to crash open.
This is a mistake. This is a mistake. This has to be a mistake.
10 seconds on Caps. Top lane is up in 15 as well. Betty calls it a mistake. It's just going to be the inhibitor. They're backing off after this.
They have to get Drake, though. That's the problem. Like, they have to take it off the map. I think they'll probably have time, but This start to the fight looked fantastic for G2. The enemy jungler just flashes out. You think it's a free kill, but Caps goes too deep. The response from Jojo, spectacular. Isolating Caps, following the flash over the wall, and then Hans takes too much damage from both Mirwin and Super, who, by the way, was untouched in the entirety of the fight. G2 just got too overconfident. They went way too deep after what was a very promising start. They rushed, and MKOI punished.
Curious about what happened live. Inhibitor did go down, I believe, in the end of the last tick. They took Dragon.
Just make it simple, okay? We're making much out of ourselves.
True. The simplicity has been Caps finds a pick, Wild Growth finds a pick, and then Broken Blade ultis in. So far, that has been a recipe for success, but as you mentioned, Dagda, Dragon goes down in the replay. So, no soul for G2. MKOI didn't overshoot their guns by going mid, and then losing a bit of tempo to rotate to that objective.
The thing is, though, you now got Jojo with Actualizer, which is an insane breakpoint for the Rise. Level 17 from he's such a strong component of MKOI right now, and you're starting to get Soup into position where he is cresting over into these 4, 5, 6 items, which just makes him such a threat in these fights. The points where G2 were really able to punish kind of now starting to disappear, and MKOI can fight toe-to-toe against them.
Items on Hans Thor and Super. He's got a BF sword as well. Might be a GA coming last. We'll see. Or at least last item before this feels like the game's going to be sealed. A minute 30 to the next Baron. Weaver's all going to be used by Caps. He's going to pick off Jojo. But Jojo, yeah, actualize as you said. How easy is that? Caps thought, yeah, I'll stop him. But Caps only stopped himself.
Yeah, third item Proto Belt does not equal third item Actualizer. I'm just gonna say it.
I mean, I don't even think the items matter, bro. You ran into melee range of this Rise. Like,
Zamisli čuda.
Did you really not write anything in all chat? He wrote nothing. He wrote...
Old man.
Zamisli čuda.
That is a little bit surprising. The respect's being shown by Jojo.
Jojo's all-pro team, so it'd be like kicking down, you know?
Man, I mean, what a blunder.
Nije, ali generalno je Talija, ne znam. Sve malo kritičan i juče i danas, ali draftovi su, baš mi se ne sviđaju draftovi, ne znam šta rade ljudi.
And now, I mean, that gold lead that G2 had amassed, thrown away, but like ultimately, this comes back to an issue that they already demonstrated versus KC, which was that I would say their late game, their ability to convert that kind of mid-game state into actually closing out the game has shown problems. And I think it's just their over-eagerness to fight. It's now a consistent trend that we've seen enough times that I think that it is a clear issue that G2's dealing with. And KOI, while they did falter in the early game, their late-game decision-making is good.
Caps scored again, almost one shot. There's the realm of Caps is dead again. Just watch this. Jojo will put him in an internal prison of mid lane while G2 are a man down. Jojo ready to run it into Broken Blade, who doesn't have any summoners to get on out of this play. Super might be exhausted, but he's got so much more energy in him. Impale to do nothing as Hunsummer tries to carry by himself. But MKOI found the mid lane goat and said, go to bed. MKOI moving a match point, and it looks like they want to know.
Mislim, ja se iskreno nadam da će ekipa G2-a da dođe sebi. Jer ovo je, ne znam. Izvijete na umu da samo jedna ekipa ide na MSI. Nemamo 2 slota ove godine, tako da... Mislim, bacili su ih isekli. Malo im grifuje desk, neću lagati. Ništa, aj, ostavljamo, nek ide. Legitimno juče i danas draftovi su zastrašujući, iskreno. Ne, iskreno insane izgleda, crveni Fenix izgleda beyond insane.
Well. I came in today and people were saying, I can't believe Jojapyun got first all-pro team. Last time Caps played against Jojapyun, he made a fool out of him. But now, 2 solo kills this game, complete domination on the Rise. Jack Spectre, you predicted G2 to win 3-0.
Ništa, ostavljam, tu sam ja za 2-3 minuta, ali ovo je samo nes. Ja i dalje ne verujem da će G2 izgubiti, iskreno. Znajući šta G2 radi u play-offu, ne verujem da i dalje gube, ali nekako što više game uzimao koje više sam u fazonu možda. Ne bi trebalo, ali možda.
Suddenly G2 just cannot, for the life of them, close out a game when they get a lead. And you even hear the voice comms. They're like, BB's like, just like, guys, come on, please.
Like,
just
we're making it so hard
play
for ourselves.
Good.
I will say, we had a discussion about this in Ready Check, and I dared to counter you and say, I don't think it was all that clean versus KC. I do not trust a team like that to represent us well if they're going to throw every single lead that comes their way. This is an issue.
This looks like G2 at an international, and MKOI is the Korean team right now, because they are the LPL team right now, because they are just like, even if they fall behind early, they just out-team fight them. They play better. Like, I thought Skumon on this corner and Sama and Yunara surely would have this game in the bag, but it was sloppy play after sloppy play into catch by MKOI that slowly crawled them back together, and when they get those items, they just team fight far better than G2 does.
And MKOI never say die. They never do, right? Regardless of the position that they're in, they got enough practice when their early game wasn't going well in positions like this, because I do think you really have to commend their ability, Finn, to turn these games around. And I'm sure it was in the comms, right? There's going to be a moment where we can turn this.
I mean, absolutely. And I actually think we have the perfect team fight to describe that comeback, because there was this moment around top side in the jungle where MKOI finally came back into the game. It looked like G2 was actually going to find another fantastic pick onto MKOI, but I would love to show you guys how he turns it. Now look at George here. He's getting CC locked, but he's flashing forward onto Ansama, blows him up, and then just runs away with 1 HP. And suddenly the entire formation of G2 has now broken up. Their carry that's 2k gold up gets one-shot by the Rise, and they just fall apart.
Jojo's just styling on them, man. It's so frustrating to watch. And even after this, G2 still get the Dragon. They still have a 4,000 gold lead. It's like, yeah, they threw a little bit. But then we have another fight, the 28-minute Dragon fight, where it's just like, I don't know, the game is pretty much won for G2. Yeah. If we can pull that fight up, please, thank you. It's like they get a huge chunk onto Elyoya. And if nothing happens now, the game is GG for G2. They get the Ocean Soul, but Caps goes over the wall. He gets one shot, and then suddenly a fight that was so free for them is now losing, and they just get ran down one by one, and then they lose the Dragon, they lose the Soul Win Con, and they lose the whole game.
And Jake had the audacity on cast to call me biased towards MKOI. Yeah. Now I think I'm just showing better analysis right now.
Bro, you're so biased to
is just doing so many things well. Their fundamentals, their team fighting, and their bravado in these fights just always stick together. No matter how bad the fight looks in the beginning, they see it through as a 5-man. And to me, that is what G2 is lacking right now. It feels like G2 are making too many solo plays, while MKOI, no matter what fight is happening, they are a 5-man unit.
Juntos, yes. I heard that fans are calling you a bigger MKOI fan than Ibai.
Okay, well, I'm honored. I'm honored.
But the thing is, you call it like you see it, right? And like hindsight is 2020, because their regular season wasn't that good. Like,
yes, but they did ramp up.
But
they did ramp up, especially in Madrid.
To be honest, to MKOI, they always do. The thing is, I just didn't expect them to do it today in this matter, like this
G2
whole weekend.
does the same thing, right?
Yeah,
we
G2
always think that G2 is going to be the team that ramps up, and MKOI has kind of done the same thing, but G2 always does it to a higher level. I thought G2 would come in today, they would show their dominance, which they kind of did in this game too, but now I'm starting to think that no matter what type of gold lead you give to G2, one player is going to go do some terrible play, and then everybody's going to kind of, like, Mirwin said they don't get tilted, but they still looked pretty tilted in that game to me.
Let me ask you, because you've both been pro players at varying levels of success, and when it comes to, sometimes you see teams that on paper are supposed to be better, right? Yeah. But it's a whole off day. It happens. We've seen it happen. Some argue it happened at first stand. I'm not one of those people. We clearly beat Genji, or I can beat them tomorrow. But is that something that's a factor, right? That you think that you yourself become a little bit hopeless?
I mean, that's the beauty of League of Legends. It's a game of small variables right now, and it just takes a few little missteps here and there to kind of shift that momentum that you need. And to me right now, the fact that MKOI is dealing with that pressure that G2 is throwing at them way better than the opposite direction is just why they're winning these games so handedly. It looks like so many things are going poorly for MKOI. They're falling behind early game in a matchup they should be winning in, but they bounced back. And to me, that is what their strength is right now.
Yeah, they look poised to go to MSI.
It's super hard for me to continue believing in G2, but I still have to, right? I started the day out believing in G2. I will not give up on them, even if they look like they may be giving up on themselves, because I still think they have the firepower that's needed.
They're out of Wind Brothers right now. There's no more Yon or Yasuo to pick up.
That's a big one.
Unless there's a third Wind Brother that, like, maybe
BB had a very good Yasuo game, so we can't even blame him, like, blame it on him. It was just, we got craps, now we're gonna get claps 3 games in a row, and he's gonna gap Jojo to the moon and back.
Or we're gonna get Alvaro Nico and it's GG.
No.
No, maybe not. We'll see. We'll be right back with maybe the last game if MKOI wanted to make it to MSI right here, right now, or if we see the start of a reverse sweep.
He'll collapse out mid. Super might be in trouble. LeBron trying to see if he can get the intro. Polymer.
Whoa! What for Yasuo? LeBron, what are you doing? Yasuo was in the wings.
I think
like 300 gold goes over, you know?
Weaver's wall. Super almost dead. Arc lights him to death.
I'm taking it. Go. Okay, you know 1 HP, no flash.
Pillar one, okay?
Throwers!
Nice throw.
What's wrong with me today? I think you should have a break.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
I love it, baby, 'cause I'm it crushing.
The whole room was howling.
Howling? Oh. That's not howling, buddy. That's...
Did you steal the LEC trophy?
Okay, you can call this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express and game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free Hextech rewards, exclusive skins, and more. Scan to subscribe.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Time for a show. Show 'em how you outplay. Go and check the replay. Dubs like all day. Boy, you better know. Know that it might be just a little hyphy. Tronic all about these watches go. 'Cause the games are straight fire. Every team fight coming down to the wire. The whole world trying just to look like us. Take a look at your league. Wish you played like us. Natana shook reality. You're facing a tragedy when the European legacy comes sucking down your pride to be. Those feelings of anxiety. The future you don't want to see. The wrath of our whole dynasty. It spells LEC.
This could be the final chance. Our last dance together. This could be the final chance. Our last dance. Are you ready? Come on, dance with me. let yourself be free. Come on, dance with me. We're the LEC. Come on, dance with me. Do that Pepe D.
Talk that good shit. Boy, you better back it up. If you want the upyell, sorry, that's just not enough, cause we got every team fighting lame. Flashbox when they clash, you would never last less than 100. Bring your A game if you wanna claim fame, that'd be your main aim. Now you're in the right lane.
Show up or shut up, no time for excuses. Can't take a series, you're probably just useless. You want a shot at us, you can come get it. If you're just talking, then you can forget it. We're gonna blow up, we're on the rise. Euphoria, this is the vibe. We wear the clown nose and we wear the crown. Kings of the West, you know we hold it down. Like
this could be the final chance, our last dance together. This could be the final chance, our last dance. Are you ready? Come on, dance with me. We're the LEC. Come on, dance with me. Let yourself be free. Come on, dance with me. We're the LEC. Come on, dance with me. Do that Pepe D.
We've come a long way since the beginning. The dark days of double streams, vacation memes, now charged up and charging forward.
Power to Spain. They're getting absolutely everything done here in this best of 5. And G2 haven't really said much of a word. Well, in the early game, yeah. But I'm a little bit disappointed.
Let's just say it how it is. Game 2 was bad. Okay? Game 2 was bad. Like, okay, it was a game that G2 should have won that they threw away. We even heard the comms from Koi at the end being like, they're throwers. And that's just the reality. And I will say that here in playoffs, that's not the level I want to see. I want to be seeing the same sort of performance that we saw in Game 1, where when the team gets the lead, they leverage that lead and they drive it forward. And it's disappointing to see from G2. Normally, the narrative has been for this roster that they show up in playoffs. They've been to every final through the upper bracket. They don't do it through the lower bracket, they do it through the upper bracket. They're at 10 in a row. They've
set the record for 10 in a row. If G2 don't make this finals, they break the longest streak of making finals in a row that we've seen.
Yeah, so they need to show up right now. Their backs are against the wall. A reverse sweep is the only way they're going to make it to the finals through the upper bracket. They will still have another opportunity, but right now, Koi is in the driver's seat. Great game 1 from them. Let's see what the show is here in game 3. The Small are going to be the ban, very much directed towards Hans Summer. The Shen targeted towards Broken Blade, maybe even Skumon in the jungle. Olaf as well thrown towards top. And yeah, I think Vi makes a ton of sense for Olyoya. He's a great Vi player. It makes a huge amount of sense in the context of what's available.
Oh, really?
But this is a good response.
It is.
Xayah Rakan, a common answer into the dive. Xayah has a ton of self-peel thanks to her ultimate.
And it does mean that now MKOI, if you kind of hard commit to this dive, you're in a bit of an awkward spot. But we have to see exactly what the game plan is as we start to try and progress forward. A lot of mid lane pool kind of taken away, especially when you look towards like Yone and Nivea that have also been flexing that top lane. Does make it a little pinched for them.
Nico Zeri. Zeri, really?
Oh.
Zeri. This is a flex.
What season?
Mirwin, remember, has been spamming this not only in solo queue, but we saw this in Madrid as well, right?
True.
So this is still technically a flex, although it didn't look amazing in Madrid. We're just going to wait and see where this one eventually settles. As on the other side, Zinzao has actually been left up this time and is the natural takeaway. And Pantheon, I think. That'd be a good start.
I mean,
we've already got
already there.
I was going to say,
I'm
yeah.
used to watching fights.
Yeah, I think you'd probably put more of a pinch of MKOI in the mid lane. Because like if you can force cops onto something like Victor, that gives you a very clear target then for a lot of these engagements. So if you could start taking things like the Akali away, maybe something like the Silas as well would be great. The LeBlanc as well. Yeah.
Yeah, I think MKOI should for sure ban LeBlanc. I think it makes a ton of sense. They... Oh, did I disappear for a second there?
Yeah. It was Vayne
I think
ban.
that was all the stuff.
People didn't really like the Vayne ban. Maybe Gnar angle here for MKOI is the thought. Again, that Zeri could be a flex, but when I see Vayne ban, I think tank, I think Gnar topside. Rumble now gone as well. Interesting, okay.
Yeah, I do think like Renekton and are probably going to be the focus for a lot of this. Especially as you start to see the bans coming through. There's the LeBlanc as the last one. So, I think with the Akali and LeBlanc on, I think a lot of these more mobile picks in the mid lane definitely kind of taken away. So,
you take Ari here before you give it to Vi combo.
The thing is, though, if you take the Ari, I think Jojo could potentially go for the the Lissandra.
Oh, yeah.
And then put, well, wow. Because I think Victor actually plays into the hands of MKOI here. I don't think he would have wanted to go for the Victor because it gives him a potential dive.
Well, I think Gravity Field is so good into Vi. Like, I feel that any target that she tries to go onto, you just immediately drop the Gravity Field onto it, and then you're feeling pretty happy. Jojo Syndra, I mean, that has to just be a hover, right? Like, I feel like, I mean, he has played it once this split.
What if I told you he's going to lock it in? He's not going to lock it in. I'm just in the future. He's a Scion. But what if now? You think Azir's better? Is that why you think not Syndra?
No, when I think of Jojo as a player, I feel like I've got a pretty good understanding of his style, and I just think that Syndra doesn't fit into that style. I feel like he needs something that just kind of has, is just a lot of buttons to press. It's kind of how I think of Jojo.
He needs difficulty in his kit.
He needs his kit to have like a bunch of like options, I suppose.
He's smiling.
They are taking their time thinking about it. Like Syndra to me really didn't feel like Ari would. Yeah, so Ari just makes more sense in my mind. It gives him a way more agency, a lot more playmaking. Kled is broken blades. It's his usual answer into the Scion that we've seen a bunch of times. I can see, well, I can't see Finn, but I mean,
do you think, he normally...
He's getting the notepad out right now.
He normally wants to run up if it's a GP or a Kled, so... Let's see if this ends up being a podcast.
We're going to ban him from running up. Don't you deal with it.
Okay.
We've heard enough about Kled, okay? It's not fun anymore. Okay?
That's actually true. And versus Scion, even though it's, you know, good matchup, it's like...
What's he going to say?
So
Kled farms and he hits Scion.
He does good damage with his
W was up, so he hit him a couple of times.
Okay,
we're really ragging on Victor now.
Do you know he, like, never even thought MKOI was good at any point in time?
Shout out. Finn did believe, though.
Well, Koi at match point, I honestly think G2 drafted pretty well into what Koi have gone for. Again, a lot of dive on the side of Koi. They've got solid front to back with both the Ari and the Zeri as their main damage threats. Kled, I think, is the big wild card in this draft in terms of its backline threat, who can lock down, the amount of pressure it can potentially put down onto the Zeri, and also Alvaro's support. Like when we say he plays engaged supports, Nico is in that wheelhouse. His ability to find great engages, pair up with Elyoya, is something that we're used to seeing from him. Let's see what engages he can find in this game 3.
Well, I am going to alarm you that BB is on a 6-win streak with this Kled, 13-5 career-wise. So stats don't really lie. Unless he loses, then stats are complete lie. But G2 losing 3-0 against MKOI, that would be the biggest shock of all. Ignore the Kled and look at the teams. As MKOI are on match point to lock in MSI. They would be our first team to do so here in the LEC, and G2 would have to make a lower bracket.
Evo nas nazad u sljedećem gemu. Sorry, morao sam malo AFK da odem. Tako da mi je trebalo trenutak, ali sad sam tu. Sad sam tu, to je bitno. Tako da ćemo pogledati malo šta se ovdje izdogađalo. Što se dogodilo u draftu pre svega, ali da ne veliki poz. Zamišljam o tome, prvo što mi je palo na pamet je AU je mnogo dobio draft. Jer mislim da Vi, Ari zajedno su mnogo jaki. Ali Zajan je užasno to. Zajan je okej u full engage-kom. Mada bi i dalje rađe imao draft koja, iskreno. Ne znam, mislim da je koji... No, mislim da je koji malo bolje draft, iskreno.
And he's relying a lot on his W when Caps doesn't have his shield up to then answer back. So they're both very low, both trade a bunch of HP, both have gone through both pots, and junglers then have to be alarmed, but they're like, oh god, my mid lane is full trading again. Well, they're now both at about 30% HP, both junglers, I'm keeping my eyes on them because this is prime real estate for another gank.
We haven't had much of this mid lane matchup, but it is something that, again, we want to see a lot more of. So far, being competitive within the lane, and here you can see it again. Caps trying to utilize that 4-second window as Jojo stepping up. Here we go, laser down, charm connects. But the turret shot, I mean, bone plating was down. Maybe Jojo could have done more damage individually, but it gets close there with Caps walking into range.
Both of them just going to back away, though. The reset's going to come through to make sure they're going to be fine, but already very explosive matchup in the mid lane. Jungler's just clearing down towards his bottom side though, so no real effect coming through. Super though.
Sorry.
Maybe some good push on bot lane.
I'm sorry for cutting you off. Just a very small thing. So Jojo's wave is in an awful spot. So he actually just stays in the fog of war, waits. I think he counted 8 seconds. He then waits for Caps to go back, quickly rushes back into the lane, pushes the wave out so that he can then get a nicer base, and it gives him a bit of extra gold, but also the wave is now not in a horrible spot because, well, it's still in a pretty bad spot. But at least he, at least it wasn't slow pushing as aggressively as it was before.
That's not going to press W until now. Jojo just gets right down as you can see Skumon crossing behind him. He's going up towards this Raptor camp, or at least towards Scuttle. One of the monsters we have in the Summoner's Rift is Elyoya's looking for a dive. He's spotted out on a ward. Alvaro's pretty low and low on mana. I don't know how this dive's going to go.
It's not.
There's no way. Yeah.
Thank you so much. It's the analysis I came here for. I appreciate that.
Yeah, they had no way.
Oh, hang on. There's Finn when you need him. Mew in a bit of trouble. There's the pullback as well, almost. Thor gets him off the bike.
It's a lot of wasted time though by Elyoya. Like, could have gone for the reset, could have tried to do a bit more. So now Skumon going to be positioned on this top half of the map after clearing the crab. And we'll just look for the reset. So Elyoya still will have the faster reset, but with Skumon being able to transition up to the top side and get the scuttle and now clear his top end.
Kad ti sređen slot za EBL. Pa vidi, sve se to da. Sve se to da uraditi, znaš, samo trebaš da budeš... Trebaš da imaš dokaz da si orga koja pripada u EBL-u i možda ti sredim slot. Jedino što imamo dokaze, neću kažem igračima da nemaju platu, a nisam baš siguran da li je to dovoljno dobro. Mislim, znaš, zvuči primavljivo, iskreno, rekao baš omišljam trenutno o tome, ali kapiraš i sam, jeli, kako to funkcioniše.
And then we'll have access to the ultimate. So even if you try and go for some sort of play around mid, it's Victor's ins out. Like, it's not insane to try lockdown to try and set up on towards an Ari, so he should be fine to be able to escape on the next play. But if you got anything out of Caps like a flash or you got the kill, suddenly that becomes a much easier time to try and gank this Victor.
Ne. Nego ti treba dokaz da organizacija treba da pripada u EBL-u, da imaš sredstva, da imaš sponzore, da imaš backing, da imaš garanciju da će godinama i godinama unapred organizacija imati sredstva da podržava tim, da ćete se baviti marketingom, da... Znači, ima tu dosta organizacija koje su odbijene, iako su imale dosta od tih stvari, ali nisu imali sve.
LeBron positioned himself right beside the wall so that then Elyoya couldn't flash over him to get the punch over the wall to hit onto Hansama. Really nicely done by LeBron. It actually saved Hansama and potentially it from being a double kill.
I also just love that in this series, both AD carries, when faced with a threat, just stand their ground and hit whoever's in front of them.
Ma nemam ja ništa s tim.
And just watch how Hansama...
nemam ništa s tim.
He's not hitting anyone else, he's just hitting super. He knows that super is the threat, forces super out, and now here comes the play that you were talking about.
Yeah, but watch where LeBron positioned, right beside the wall, which denies the flash Q over the wall, and it means that then Hansama can get a kill back and then transition away. And as you said in the live, ultimate from Caps down in mid forces Jojo to use the ultimate himself, and now with you two having control over mid, we'll get Dragon.
Hansama just flashed away, by the way. He's gonna get flashed on, almost died. Feather's out on super.
Oh, nice.
Solo kill.
Možda jedina nada G2 za ovaj game.
The timing there for Hans. He last hit a minion, it gave him level 6. Super realizes way too late that he's overcommitted a level down.
Zamisli, hoćeš da ih plaćaš. Šta nije u redu sa njima?
2-0 start for Hansama. Will it be enough? 670 gold here as the Pro gets the plating after the push in bot. BF sword as well as the slingshot in the inventory. Look at the comparison. Super has boots, long sword, and his starting item with a cull. So obviously the power right now is going to go towards Desire.
G2 mora da vrati, jel veruješ?
Entrance in the mid lane, he might actually find it. Alvaro going to dodge away. Gravity build on Jojo though. The all in, the LeBron Brome. It's great with the 3 talent strike, finding Jojo before he can escape.
Wow, what a fantastic gank from G2. Caps positions himself very far forward in the lane to put the gravity field in front of Jojo. That means he guarantees get rooted up. This sets up for both Skumon and Lebrov to chain CC him, and they get a kill and they hand it over to Caps. Ideal outcome, perfect setup. G2 get another kill.
And Ayoya spotted here by Skumon and co, but the reinforcements for MKOI here, I don't know how aggressive Ayoya can try and stick around here.
Remember, charge brings Broken Blade in pretty quick, so Ayoya has to be quick, he has to get out after taking it. I will say though, Skumon has already retreated back into his own jungle on the bot side, so kind of giving up the fact that this red buff is no longer his. Might be a cross invade with the red buff of Ayoya, now spawning down the bottom side.
Yeah, the pings are already coming down. You can see them on your minimap right now. Hansama was also pinging out Jojo earlier, very much expecting the rotation down from Jojo. That's the Labrov TP coming towards bot lane. This should also be the grub secured for Koi. Seems that G2's pretty indifferent about trying to contest this, which I think is a sensible choice.
Nema, čista pohlepa ako mene pitaš. Ko oni misle?
Alvaro moving down into this bottom side to try and deny the G2 dive on towards Jojo. We'll spot out the Skumon is here, so very split map. With Jojo sitting under tower, really like to try and clear this farm as quickly as possible.
Poked up with a feather pullback. Labrov now thinking about what he can do in the dive. Skumon hovers after Krugs. Super's coming down. Now, Super doesn't have that ulti, does have a pickaxe for extra damage. Skumon not even thinking about the dive anymore, however. He's going to start these Raptors off with Elyoy, who came from the reset.
Cops support though, so I think Elyoy is, unless he can get a smite.
Yeah,
nicely done.
Walks in, Skumon can't do anything, didn't have smite up.
So, G2 hold on to a small lead for now. A lot of it sitting on both Caps and Hansama. But G2's early game hasn't really been in question this playoffs. They've been able to find good early games, especially against KC. It very much comes to that mid game, so let's see how much of a lead G2 can build off the back of the early advantage they've already been able to accrue. Meanwhile for Koi, if they're going to make any plays, they largely have to be driven by both Jojo and Elyoya. This Ari plus Vi combo is lethal at finding picks, specifically because of the chain CC. Alvaro going to get knocked out.
It's Labrov under turret though, Pop wasn't going to be used, but doesn't find anyone. The feathers are out once again. Hansama looking for a route back onto Alvaro. He won't find it, but it turns into a dive. Skumon pulling out the crescent guard. Super is the turret and the target. Rather, it is going to be 1-for-1 trade. Well, Alvaro out of mana, out of options, out of HP. He tries to shadow going as to someone else, but Hansama's going to clear the wave. And dive number 2 is coming up as Alvaro holds it from the turret for now.
Alvaro, I think, is just trying to run for the turret. It means that then it has to be Labrov who takes the kill, rather than giving it to Hansama.
Solo kill again. How long has it been? He did this versus Busio. Alvaro's going to run into the turret. It is another solo kill for Labrov. That's his third of spring.
That is not a solo kill.
It is.
Jel Varo je krenuo da rundowna, pa dobro.
Okay. Statistically it might count, but he did like that.
But do you remember when earlier today I said we should look at Labrov's solo kill? This is why.
Still though, nicely played by G2, right? And Sam ends up being able to ult away. Skumon in the perfect position to follow up on this as well. Does go down, and then it's just G2 basically playing with their food. They're waiting for the reset on the tower aggro, waiting for the next wave as Hansama starts to pull it. And I think it's a good call from Alvaro. You know that if this wave hits the tower, you are going to die to Hansama. So instead, he walks towards the enemy turret, knowing he's going to die, but gives the kill to Labrov instead of to Hansama.
Gives the kill to Labrov. I agree, Dagda.
But if you look at
it's still a solo kill.
It's just like Busio the other day. He got low on the Nami, and Labrov waited like 10 or something seconds, stopped the back, and got another solo kill. So he's now beating Fleshy. His Broken Blade's going to remount, but this means nothing. I guess this is why we don't have Finn up here, because Meerwood right now is just holding his own. It's whatever as MKOI start the dragon to the bottom side. Skumon looks busy, wanting to get involved in this.
Hunt has no ult. Labrov does, though. I think that that's enough for them to start a fight. Let's see how things transpire. Elyoya alone in the pitch.
Turning, Elyoya goes over, but it's right into the waiting hands of Labrov. An easy kill for Hansama. His Pop Blossom is to negate the play, but MKOI have to get out of there. Spirit Rush already used by Jojo Pyun while we look at the left side of the play, and it's Alvaro getting whomped by a stick and a bat. Broken Blade is roamed on down.
Mislim, ekipa koja mora da bude ahead. Ekipa koja mora da bude ahead s ovim kompom da bi ovaj komp imao smisla. Jer point ovakvih kompova jeste da ste ahead i da samo možete konstantno da gazite. Da, ali ovo je mnogo teško za koje da se vrati, jer nemaju kompoziciju, to je problem. Njihov komp im ne da da se vrate, bukvalno. Kogod to zvučalo diskutabilno, samo nemaju komp da se vrate. Vaj kada je behind je toliko useless da ja vama ne mogu da opišem. Jer šta radi taj heroj kad je behind? Ništa. Bacaš ulti da pilaš, mislim, to je... Ne toliko dobro.
So it is a confidence builder, but is it going to be enough? Knock up here onto Elyoya. Voltbreaker trying to be interrupted by Skumon and Labrov. He's going to flash instead, so he gets out, but now his blue buff is forfeit.
Brov just saw Alvaro reset, so they were more than happy to hard force that play on the top side. Now they will get presence and the top tower looks like as good flash from Caps.
Yeah, Caps does respond well. As Jojo once again sends out that charm.
So nice so far by G2, right? Finding moments where they can try and punish and play off the fact they have this 4K gold lead. They're just waiting on that next wave to come in until they get that top tower as well, which has already been worked through. TP now from Caps to try and help out on this bottom side, but I don't actually think he can reconnect with this tower right now.
Yeah, I think his main goal was to catch the wave.
He could have walked for that though, right?
Yes, that's true. He could have. Tempo this, tempo that, something.
Still going though. Hang on. They're up on the rope.
I don't think he's in danger.
I don't know. Decimating smash. Maybe Broken Blade's the one in danger. Voltbreaker right into his face. And Broken Blade opted in for this. 3 members are going to send it in with a root down. Pop loss and Broken Blade flashes over after getting off the bike. Minwin flash ulties, but he's about to remount. Broken Blade with a shotgun. There he is. Back on the tricycle. Now for Broken Blade.
Back on the tricycle.
The answer is no. But MKOI...
Stvarno mislim best of 5 je, kapiram da oni... A Bibi igra kleda. Bibi je taj lik. On igra sve. Ima jako malo pikova koje će Bibi da pika na topu, će biti u fazonu kako to Bibi to ne igra. On je stvarno ono, što se tiče pikova, stvarno igra sve. Sa koliko coaching staff, ali je jako kreativno. On igra je klada ranije. Jedino što me čudi je što Udira ne igra. Mislim, igrao ga je ranije i Udir je dobio ogromne buffove. Tako da mi je jako čudno da ne igra Udira, sad kad je Udir prebufovan, ako mene pitate. Warwicka je igrao, tako je, da. Jeste, slažem se, Zelda. Mislim, u teoriji što duže traje ova serija, to bi trebalo bude lakše za G2, jer mislim da onda koji pada na neke cheese counter pikove, a G2 ostaje na comfort counter pikovima, što je velika razlika, očigledno, jeli?
And while the objective goes down, Super does get a much-needed kill.
They'll take what they can get from this situation, but still a big win for G2. They can now use this Herald to break open that mid-tier 1, which will just open up the map a lot more, and they can really start to play through side lanes and get control over the enemy jungle.
A nisam vidio Udire nakon buffova, ali Ade Udire je dobio buffove, tako da... Ade je dobio baš neke bolesne buffove.
And they can find a good fight. That's a way in which MKOI can come back into this game. Sion is progressively going to get harder and harder to kill. Zaya not traditionally considered one of the best tank killing AD carries.
Zaya je fajn u tanka. Zaya je više nego fajn u tanka.
Ultimately, though, Broken Blade, I still think he's that wild card. How can he change the dynamic of the fights? Right now, he doesn't have to be one because of the lead that G2 hold on to, but he's always going to be that threat, ready to charge.
I zato si igra Conqueror. Mislim, Zaya si igra s Conquerorom generalno.
You know, kids fight with sticks or whatever, and there was always that kid who had the biggest stick. Is that a thing you had? No. We have a lot of sticks in Australia.
I absolutely used to fight with
hitting each other with sticks.
Absolutely. Yeah, used to imaginary sword fights. Wooden clad fights where you'd be riding a mount, I will admit.
Some kid would always come in with the biggest stick, and that feels like Broken Blade in this game, I think.
Ba ne baš, Rumble ti je u meti na topu, Udir ti je counter za Rumble-a. Udir je fajn u tankove na topu također, zato ti kažem, mislim ne bi ga ti blindovao, ali bi ga koristio definitivno kao counter pick kao i ranije. Udir je prebio counter pick. A ne znam, zato što je, brate, jedan od ovih kastera mislim da je legitimno plat, brate. Tako da nije... Svašta znaju oni da izjave.
Avoiding the damage, but as he gets a knock-up, wait, Hansammer's willing to take those odds. The root comes in, Elyoya's alive, but here he comes! Charge down the line, it won't be blocked. Elyoya flashes over, but jousting from Broken Blade, as in comes the rest of the cavalry, cut off the position, the quickness on top of Super's head, and G2 used Broken Blade like the great bicycle he is.
I think he's looking for more. Alvaro, is he really going to threaten a dive? Skumon also going between towers.
Yes, indeed he is. The dive will continue. Broken Blade will dismount, but G2 are going to find their outer turret eventually anyway. Caps also gets inner thanks to the Herald. And this time it feels very personal from G2.
It feels like this game is locked and loaded for G2. We look back at the replay, and this is a 2 versus 3. Yeah. They force an engage, they try to catch out Skumon. He is not falling thanks to his ultimate. Soup is then forced to overcommit, allowing for Hansammer to just free hit. Meanwhile, at the bottom of the rift, there's no way for Jojo to get involved because his flank is being completely shut down.
Mastercard. Vidi. Ne bi odbio, brate, ne bi odbio, iskreno. Iskreno, vratio bi se moj hype cast, brate, da radim to. Ima. Mislim, dobro, ajde. Što način ne mogu da kažem da rade puno gameova, ne rade. Oni imaju caster parava, oni se menjaju svaku seriju, bukvalno.
There's been a lot of tools that have just kept him out, and especially when we've been looking towards Alvaro as kind of the big difference maker for MKOI in this new era, it feels like, of spring. He just hasn't been able to find that same level of success, and now though, with the Hextech protocol completed and the flash, we'll have to see if things can start to change.
Also on Alvaro's pick, I mean, this Nico, he's been synonymous with it in the LEC for the past couple of years.
Ne znam, meni je generalno kad kastujem ono, ako nešto ne znaš ili nisi siguran, bolje nemo komentarišeš. U smislu, kao posao ti je komentatora i to ja isto, to ja radim, ali ja recimo u programu ako kažem ne znam, a nešto je bilo, evo sad se sjećam baš u EBL-u, da, G2 stompa. U EBL-u je bio neki top lane meča, pa sam bio u fazonu, ja ne znam ovaj meča. Ne znam šta je bilo, tipa, ili je bilo na midu, tipa Apex Scene, bio sam u fazonu, braću. Apsolutno ne znam ko dobije meča, otkud znam da li Apex Scene vine ili ne, 3 puta sam ga vidio u gameu, ono. Kao bukvalno, ja znam Apex Scene vine ili ne vina.
Can Elyoya even get close to the Baron? I'm going to say no on that one.
I think he might be dead. Close to Blackout going to be used. There's the shock down as well. Mirren re-engages on Hansammer. He's dead. Super gets the space out of the fight. And now Skumon's
Ne. Flashat će mu se na glavu, da, to je to.
MKOI have 4. They stop the potential Baron. And Mirren turn getting caught out into finding an exceptional angle.
Mirren and Super with the hero play for MKOI there. It felt like G2 were about to set up for the Baron with little counterplay. But Mirren on the flank and Super playing that perfectly to get the kill onto Hansammer.
Yeah, really love that flank from Mirren. I couldn't help myself from laughing because that interaction just looked so awkward. Mirren had nowhere to go. Yep. And then, yeah, he turns that into a play. Locking down Hansammer, getting his flash out as well is so valuable, especially with the dragon spawning in about a minute's time. Hunter's ult is going to be up, but that threat of a backline dive is now there for KOI. We look back at this, and I mean, it starts off with Hansammer just reacting perfectly. Great ultimate.
Ne, ovi su uzeli hard engage comp, to ono sam rekao na početku game, uzeli su hard engage comp, koji su uzeli Zaju. Zaja je samo toliko dobro u hard engage comp da je to nehumano.
This flank from Mirren is just perfect.
Yeah, and it's Super as well. Immediate crash down into just unloading onto Hansammer. There's nothing that this Zaya could do. Didn't have anywhere to try and run away from. And although Broken Blade does end up finishing off Super, he'd already done his job. And it means that MKOI are able to turn that back a little bit.
The game's not done, and this is the fear for the G2 fans, is that history repeating from Game 2?
Well, it might just be, because G2 are looking at this Chemtech, so seeing if they can set it up. It's just about to spawn, and already G2 are in position. You got MKOI trying to move Jojo down, but it all comes down to this. Can MKOI try and hold?
Hansammer has to push in mid lane. Elyoya is going to be spotted out on the ward. Chemtech Dragon up in 5. Hansama now moves in with the rest of the team while Broken Blade is looking to pressure mid in this inner turret. If G2 don't get this Dragon, it's not the end of the world, but they sure as hell want that buff.
Dragon going to be aggroed. Elioya on the flank. Jojo on the other. G2 being threatened from multiple sides, but here comes Broken Blade.
Where does he charge? Jojo's going to be found out. Elioya spotted out over the wall. Quickness popped out by Lebrovsky. One in the backline. Pop Blossom negated. Hansama spaced it so well, and Cap's got the Chaos Storm down. It feels like a G2 win before it's even begun. As Mirwin's still in the middle, but the rest of the team has fled. All it took was Hans to get space, and they'll give it with ease as Super's going to be followed over the wall. I've never seen that interaction at all. It looked like hacking from Broken Blade, but he charges Super down, and damned be terrain in this game.
Skewmond, his target focus was simply fantastic. Keep your eyes on the G2 jungler, as before this fight really kicks off, he just dives straight onto Super, an early ult from the Prof. He's zoning the Ahri away, working with Broken Blade to keep Jojo out of the fight completely. Then G2 play the front to back, eliminate Alvaro right off the bat. And MKOI, they can't regroup. Their coordination gets broken apart by great aggression.
Što su stvari fun fightovi? Legitimno fun fightovi, da.
And it ends up being another kill for Hansama.
And we come back to live. It might be even more. Elioya is right in the thick of two people right now, blocked by Lebrov. Easy as that. Decimating Smash can do a bit of work, but Lebrov still stays standing with the Gleaming Quill. He'll sustain. Broken Blade just can't really be maimed at this point by these two. And G2 got the Baron. They're going to get in a turret top. It is going to move to 10,000 gold. And surely this time, G2 can see it through and give us the series.
Skewmont moving across the mid lane just to make sure you've got two lanes to play off as G2. MKOI trying to stand in front of the top lane inhibitor with no jungler. The charm though!
Well, it's not too bad. Pop Blossom as well on the 3, but Hansama sends out the Feather Storm. He's being targeted, doesn't get a root down. Free firing as much as he can. He finds Jojo. Hans will live. As good as it looks, you have to take down Hansama if you want to get through to the rest of G2. As Chaos erupts with the Storm, and Ace goes down, and Super wanted this bot lane to woke up. I think he got his wish.
Incredible performance by G2's bot lane. Hansama 12, 1, and 4 as G2 are on to the Nexus.
I think Kalish should be fearing that vote. Maybe Hansama wants a recount at this point as G2 move us to game 4.
25 minutes was all it.
Dobro, ok, G2 se možda vraća, a možda i ne. Svakako imat ćemo malu pauzicu, ako se ne varam neki 9 minuta, otprilike vraćamo se odmah nazad da vidimo da li G2 možda napravi legendarni comeback ili ćemo ipak da vidimo šta se tu događa. Pravimo malu pauzicu, uživajte intervju i tu smo na brzaka.
Choice words from you. He used words that I can't even repeat on broadcast. It was that bad. He even said you should just play Sion or Cassante. So what do you have to say about that now that you won on Kled and styled on him?
I mean, we saw who ended up on Sion, so...
That says enough. Thank you. Go ahead, Broken Blade, because yeah, it's not over yet, Finn, but that Kled was really spicy.
I mean, it is, as BB said, we saw who ended up on Sion, and it is once again a Kled masterclass by Broken Blade into the Sion. We've seen it so many times now, and I kind of want to break down a little bit of the play pattern of this Kled into Sion matchup, because he always manages to generate these massive leads on the Kled, and I kind of want to show what the play pattern is on Kled against Sion so you can repeat it in your solo queue. You might not be Broken Blade, and you might not be crazy like he is, but you can still play this matchup because it's so simple. All you really have to do is fight. Every single time you see him connect his Q, he's just going to walk up and out-attack the Sion. And what you will continue to do here is you're going to keep generating a big wave that you stack in to the enemy tower. And now, what do? You stack this massive wave, and the miracle thing on Kled into Sion is the Demolish proc. Now, I'm going to press Kled there, and I'm going to show you guys the Demolish. It scales with your maximum health. Now, Kled has the highest maximum health in the entire game. So what you do is you keep pushing, and you keep getting these big waves in, and you proc this Demolish. And I'm gonna speed this matchup up because you're gonna see him do the exact same thing. Big wave into Demolish. Big wave into Demolish. And over time, you just start accumulating these massive leads in this matchup. And this is what allows Broken Blade to then roam around the map, because he constantly has that side pressure. You see, big wave into the Moldish. Fight. Big wave into the Moldish. Anyone can do this. My Nan could do this if she wanted to. She can play Kled against Sion because it's so simple. And you might not have the mechanics of Broken Blade, but you can generate leads just like him. Just remember this simple trick. Push big wave into the Moldish. I'm now going to walk over to my analysts and talk about why G2 might be winning now, Jack Spectre.
Can I ask you a question, though?
Yes.
Because Mirwin was talking big talk, right? He said, you should play Cassante or Sion. He capitulated, didn't he?
He did, yeah. Embarrassing.
Are you, I mean, you're disappointed in your boy.
Embarrassing?
I mean, it is a bit embarrassing to talk that much trash and then just lock in the Sion and kind of go
But it's
down.
nice.
But it is
trash talking after sucks. Trash talking before is
you have
much
to do
nicer.
it before. Like, I would like to see Mirwin play his funny champions, you know. But in the end, like, he had to play tank this game. It's honestly the coach's fault. Like, it's his fault. Yeah, he probably forced him.
I just feel like, I mean, we're saying that Mirwin should play the funny champs, but BB has now played Yasuo, Yone, Kled.
He's a comedian, isn't he?
Yeah, that's hilarious. I was wrong. I said Alvaro's going to lock in Nico and he's going to go to MSI. Yikes.
He did look in Nico.
He might still go to MSI. Hey,
yes,
it might still be true.
True. But you said he saw the montage plays in his head.
I feel like he was always trying to make a montage. Like, he kept trying to go for these kind of over-ambitious plays, but Hansama was not having it. I think, like, we could go through every single play, every single team fight in this game, and it just feels like a Hansama montage. I want to get the Hansama just... Can we watch some of those plays?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
They also have that one where he gets level 6.
The one where he gets level 6 every single time he ulted, like, Alvaro's flash ultimate. Like, he just played so well this game. And it's now 2 out of 3 games where I think Hansama's really had Supa's number. And it feels like Hansama has really stepped up after Supa said they need to wake up.
Yeah.
Hansama fully...
Oh, he knew.
Yeah.
He's baiting it. He has the little line out, and then the moment he flashes in, it's such an easy play. Well played by Hansama.
Did you level up?
Oh, he did.
Oh, I love that. Called it and everything.
I mean, I feel like this is one of Hansama's best champions of all time. I remember back in his Misfits days, he kind of made a name for himself on the Saya, still delivering these performances now after all these years. It's so impressive to see 13-1-4 on Saya.
Yeah. Also, quietly, Lebrov having a good series again. We're not going to talk about that Lulu ulti the other game. That wasn't really his fault anyway, right? But yeah, this bot lane stepping up indeed, and now really seeing a game where G2, I think they had probably a very serious talk in the locker room, right, with their coaching staff, with their performance coach, because obviously the mental hasn't affected them, and they still started the same way they did in game 2. They just didn't throw the lead.
They didn't throw, and I feel like overall, it was just a clean G2 game. You kind of saw that discipline that you normally see. They just played for Dragons, played good team fights. Hansama was consistent, Caps was off doing his own thing, and BB was having fun, but still being very useful. And everybody came together without really any sort of mishap, and it gives me a lot of confidence that the reverse sweep is actually in them, because this is the sort of like make or break point when you've already thrown once. If you then cannot like close out a game like this again, the whole team can start to fall apart.
It's true. G2 has reverse swept twice before, and MKOI has never been reverse swept. So.
First time's for everything.
Well, I feel quite confident still in my prediction.
You do?
I mean, I did say MKOI 3-2 because
so
I do not trust MKOI
G2.
to finish the series cleanly, okay? Let's be real. This team, whenever they get ahead and they win like 2 games in a row, they will lose focus. They will get impatient and start disrespecting a little bit. And this is exactly what we saw in this game here. Now, I think we will see a return to form for MKOI in game 4 because I didn't really like the draft. I really liked the draft from G2 this game. I think the Kled was super good. I think the Syrakon into the Vi first pick was super clever and completely nullified this MKOI playset that we have seen. We've seen MKOI commit to engages super well, but when you have the Syrakon to peel back from that and just play backwards, I think it's a super good plan by G2 and executed flawlessly.
They did. They executed it absolutely flawlessly, and that means G2 is back in the race. Will they make this a reverse sweep or not, or will MKOI close the door when we come back?
Brother, let me try.
Wait, brother. Let us break this instead, brother.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
What is this, brother?
Perfection.
In your best man speech, you said my wife is funnier than me.
That's factually correct.
Okay.
We're in range.
It's fine, man. It's fine. Relax. I've got this. I have years and years and years of experience.
Yeah, but it's gonna...
There we go. Look at that. What are you so worried about?
Oh,
A new champion. Welcome to my shop. You'll need the right build. Choose wisely, because every upgrade brings you closer to the next level. So tell me, how will you level up?
Red Bull gives you wings.
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express in game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free Hextech rewards, exclusive skins, and more. Scan to subscribe.
I lied awake for days, counting all the ways I died. Everything I couldn't save, buried down, still half alive. It's got me crawling in my skin, but no one's coming out to hold me close.
flash, no flash, no flash. Nice, area by the way. Look at it. I will go here, cover.
And you can no flash.
Arjun.
We can win this, we can win this.
I'm very strong.
I'm running.
Block. I block.
I'm running, I'm going on every.
Nice.
Skills.
Good hustle, guys.
But the job's not done. It was a good hustle, but it's not done yet. G2 finally find their first game of this series. But MKOI is still on match point, and an organization that has never been reverse swept here in the LEC, MKOI have got the opportunity to still seal it twice over. But you never underestimate G2. That's probably
KOI's never been reverse swept.
That's what it said on the prompter, and I read everything on the prompter.
Wow.
I'm the Ron Burgundy of the LEC. Anything that goes
that's also
on there.
just not true. The amount of stuff you missed that's on that prompter is
Yeah, but that's my brain. That's not to do with it. You know, if I actually registered it, it'd be coming out. I mean, last week, what did I say? I said invalid response or something when we had a pause, but I missed the rest of the text.
Yeah, so you didn't read out everything that's in front of you.
I'm not reading that, though. And we're going to go on a pick and ban. I love our observers, by the way, as we go Annie, Smolder, Oriana. Production's messing with me, but I mean, I'll tell you one thing. This is going to be a good draft. Surely this lifts up my spirits because we don't have a lot available with Pantheon gone as well. There's the last big jungler, I feel like, out of the way outside of Wukong.
And who else? Let me have a look. Yeah, I mean, when I'm looking at the list of junglers both have played, gentlemen,
we're into Lee Sin
well, I was just about to say, we're getting close to Lee Sin territory.
Oh, and Scumon's so great. I mean, we loved his Lee Sin the other day. And you know the funniest thing was, it was 2 kicks that changed the whole game.
Yeah.
And then everyone's like, yo, Scumon's Lee Sin actually was pretty good.
They were 2 kicks enabled by Yahoo.
Yahoo gave him. Yeah. Here you go. Let's see if we come up again. Yeah, Senna's been playing a lot
Ljudi moji,
by these guys in solo queue.
taman ručak gotov, spremni da uživamo.
Very strong. But we'll have to see what the game plan is going to be, because I do think Lee Sin, very strong. This is also where we might start to see Oyoya go back into things like the Kiana that we see him oftentimes bring out the deeper we get into the series. But with the Ashe Seraphine still up and available, looks like it's going to be the Seraphine.
Take Ashe away from the pairing?
It's what do you pair it with then, though, is the problem, right?
Yeah, Ashe Lulu's gone. Ashe Nico's gone. Ashe with Engage.
I mean...
Ashe Brom.
Yeah, unless you're like Ashe Karma.
Oh, I like that.
Yeah.
Dagda can cook as well. Makes bread and he cooks us.
Ashe Brom is horrible, I think.
It is. I feel like
it's Seraphine, you're having a bad old time.
Yeah.
Ashe Reld, you could maybe do. Ashe.
Alice?
No.
Even then,
It's an Ashe Yumi. All right,
Ashe
now
Pike.
that's out of the way.
Do you think Ashe Pike, am I cooking too much?
They might have to be Karma, though. Karma's the only one that hasn't been picked. I think it kind of has to be Karma. Anyway, I'm more interested in junglers. What do they do? What are we cooking here, G2? Oh, Twisted Fate. So that's a flex. Can we play both top and mid? We've been seeing it a bunch AP mid recently, though.
And it is unfortunate because it means that then you're separating the Seraphine Twisted Fate Brom combo as well that Vitality really liked. So.
Just stop it. Oh my god. Never live that down, will they?
Funny, though. That's a throwback. All right, Koi, what do we got cooking here? Ashe is the obvious... Sorry, not the Ashe. What am I saying? Not the Ashe is the obvious pairing. Misfortune. So you can... So for those viewers at home that don't know, the way that Seraphine's E works is that it gets additional effects depending on the status ailments of the opponent or the target that it's hitting. And so the Make It Rain can slow, and then if the E hits again, it'll root them, and then if it hits them again, it'll stun them, right? So that's usually why you see Ashe Seraphine, but MF Seraphine can apply a similar combo. And then when you add on to that the Encore, her ultimate, you have the potential for a wombo combo. With a Rumble to round things out, you start to see the combo that Koi is starting to draft.
I mean, the thing is, though, you can still put this TF into the top lane, or you can just go for the Vayne here for Broken Blade as well. Does mean that you have to leave an awful lot of that like bot lane synergy off the table, which looks like will be the call. Could be the Neferi top.
Yeah, I like this. And even though for Broken Blade right now in his solo queue, he's spamming so much TF top, I like that G2 have thrown this spanner in saying, we can run the Neferi, which is a good option into Varus, maybe a good option into Rumble.
No,
I don't like it?
I feel like into Rumble, you just can't play it. I think the reason why they did this was so they could pinch the pool. Because, yeah, I was about to say they're probably going to ban Wukong and they're probably going to ban Kiana,
would be the two junglers that I would expect. They're really limiting the options, and then KOI doing the same thing. Yeah, they read that the Neferi is going jungle. They're banning out the Ornn. The other usual thing that you would consider is like Aurora, but I don't think Broken Blade is an Aurora player. In a Rumble, what else can you put? Like, you could do Jace.
I think you just put the TF top. I think you're fine, and then you can just go for, like, you can even take the Aurora mid for caps if you really wanted to, right? So, I think you still have a lot of flexibility. The only thing is then you're heavily reliant on this Ashe to be your engage tool, so you probably still want to try and pair some sort of engage alongside LeBron.
Poppy's a great ban. Poppy's a really good ban. Does mean that this Kiana pick, we've been talking a lot about it just because Elyoya, he showed it to us last split in the best of 5 semi-final against KC. Oh yeah, we forgot Bard. What's yeah, this is completely fine. But there we are, the Lee Sin. We talked about it. Going to be taken away from Skewmond in the hands of Elyoya. He had a good performance on it yesterday if he does choose to lock it in. I will say, not a ton of utility outside of the Seraphine.
Vreme za večeru, pa kao kome? Ja streamujem do 5 ujutru, pa malo teže priča, G2 ima mnogo bolji draft. Konačno da neko kršten pika na Firi, jer ne znam iz kog razloga odbijaju da uzmu jednog od najjačih heroja u igrici.
Just as a preemptive, Chovy did play Rumble mid the other day.
Yeah,
so he did. Potentially, but we'll have to see if that is going to be an answer here.
What the hell is going to be the final pick from MKOI? This is why I feel this is so good, because you just get to this point and you're like, bro, we're toggling through. You know, like
I mean, last year he played Kassadin.
Oh, we forgot. Wait,
I think that's the other side.
You know, the funny thing. The funny thing is, JoJo's Akali we saw only yesterday, and we saw it in Madrid. How did we forget that he's Akali?
Because I don't think it's that good.
Do you think it's that bad here?
No, sorry, just to be clear, I think JoJo's Akali is good.
But in the context
Možda da očekuješ Kevin nekog hoćeš.
Twisted Fate does really well. Yeah, and so you
To ja podržavam, to skroz.
Such a good matchup into lane, into the Aurora. Like the Akali. It's so hard to play lane. It's so hard. Aurora is such a lane bully that TF will struggle, and then Twisted Fate, like, ult reveal, stun card, stops you from playing the game. Like, when you look at Ashe, Bard, Neferi, as an Akali player, you're thinking to yourself, wow, they have, like, no CC to stop me. Maybe if the Ashe arrow hits me, that's fine, but I'll just go Merc Treads and it'll be okay. But against the TF, it becomes mega obnoxious because basically Akali wants to act as a stall, zone, threat, backline sort of tool because of her W. So when you remove the strength of her W, thanks to the Twisted Fate ultimate, then she naturally does become a lot weaker. But again, it is JoJo's Akali. He's had really outstanding performances on the champion this split. Let's see if he can do that. Look to close things out for KOI. I think overall they've got a great team fight comp. Their initiation isn't the easiest or the strongest. But overall, it's going to be an exciting game for... I think G2 are going to look to leverage the strength of their laning champions, and they're going to try and build leads in the early laning phase and snowball from there, because they do have good laners.
Well, good
Ja sam verovao, to ti kažem, ja sam verovao.
Can G2 move it to Silver Scrapes? Can they build up the tension of a potential reverse sweep, or will it be MKOI with our first team locking in MSI? They've had one hell of a series. Last game was close at parts, but it felt like G2 finally woke up as we return to Summoner's Rift to find out if G2 can bring us to all 5.
Interesting to see that Mirren actually opted in towards the Storm Raider Surge. What we've usually seen is an Arcane Comet into these more ranged matchups so that you can still look for the poke with the Harpoon, but instead looking for maybe a little bit more of the all-in, especially with the Ignite taken here.
Especially even DFP is an option as well, but you're right. Quick burst trades, get out of there. Well, I will say, JoJo, he's taking electrocute into caps, as you'd expect. So mid lane's going to be a lot of fun to watch here.
Yeah, for anyone that remembers Madrid's, it wasn't this matchup, it was Aurora into Yone.
Yep.
But Caps, I mean, he just bullied. He made fun of Jackie's in that matchup. The Aurora is just a champion, so you're seeing it right now. That's just a taster of what's to come. Akali, her wave clear early on is basically gated by her energy. A level 1 Q costs, if I remember correctly, 130 energy.
Yeah, it's massive, goes down each level.
So you're very reliant on levels, exactly. But it basically means that your wave clear is non-existent. I apologize, it's actually 110 energy at level 1.
It's still enough. I mean, mid lane Super's in a bit of trouble. He's slowed down by the volley hunt. Someone looking for the flash to get out. There it is, the auto almost dead. Super had to flash though, And the 2v2 again from Hansama and Labrov continues to be a success.
Yeah, and this is something that is going to be very dangerous because Hansama and Labrov in a great matchup where they can continue to punish level.
Meanwhile,
the early levels on Hansama is same.
Wait for the twofold hex and the weirding, not going to connect that Q maybe with an auto added into the mix. Jojo still not level 3 and the pass is going to be procced again. He's used all his pots and he's relying on D shield to keep him in this lane.
So for Caps as well.
The bot lane 2 versus 2
Yes, professionally.
From Hans and Labrov. My expectation was that they would actually struggle to get the early prio, but the way they gained control over the brush straight from the start, cleared out the ward that was there, immediately started fighting on the wave. They get the flash out from Super, who is running cleanse, and they're basically saying, because I have barrier heal, we should win out on this skirmish. We just have a raw health advantage. They bully them down, they force them back. Caps is pushing, Broken Blade's pushing, like, winning lanes across the board.
And also because MF is a champion that likes to try and change her target fairly regularly.
Hex auto. Jojo about to die. Labrov comes in and gets first blood. What a roam timer on the bar.
Yeah, again though, like we saw this coming from draft. Like if you're gonna blind pick Akali, he's just gonna respond with the Aurora. Caps sets that kill up. Beautiful stuff from G2 here in the early game. This laning phase is gonna be a rough one for Koi Eljoja. He's going to have to make some magic happen to bail his laners out of this early game.
Ne, fajni ljudi, Nafiri je by far najjači hero u igrici, ne brinite se ništa. Nafiri je beyond broken najjači hero u igri.
The point and click from the TF, an arrow to the face from Hansama, and it does get very difficult to try and play, but Jojo...
Between the veil, yeah, he does a good job, actually hits a 5-point strike a couple of times this time around. Caps is teleported in, so remember a big chunk actually from either mid laner will put one into position power. As Labrov comes back down to the bottom lane, he's got a magical journey. Disrespect from MKOI. They see him stand on a ward. They're against the wall now as well. It's going to go towards Super as the roam timer. The move from Skumon gets super low again. He survives, but this time he had to burn the cleanse.
And there's no way for Eljoja to respond. He could maybe look for a top gank, but Broken Blade, the wave is in a good state for him. He's playing very defensively right now. G2 just continuing to put pressure on the map here in the early game.
Honestly, I think if Hansama had flashed for that slow, that would have been a kill on Super. Like, they were very, very close to going down, so still, this is not a good spot at all for MKOI to be in, and when it had already started off looking so good for MKOI, G2 fighting back now in game 3 and 4.
The wave is in a horrible spot for Jojo as well. He's calling for reinforcements. That's why the squad has shown up into middle lane. They need to help him push this wave out.
Cosmic Binding almost connecting. Magical Journey going to be taken this time. Lavrov's going to be punished. He flashes the wave at the chase up from MKOI as Jojo gets that passive 5-point strike. Enough damage just about, but Eljoja needs Sonic Wave. He flashes for it, takes it.
Sviđa mi se što se Lisin vratio u metu. Mislim, najiskrenije giga zabavno, tako da ono, ne možemo se žalimo za to. To je iskreno turbo fun.
They get it onto Labrov and they hand that kill over to Eljoja. Now they're in good position for the Dragon spawn. Perfectly on time.
Tako da to je jako, jako cool što konačno gledamo zabavnog heroja.
Is there really a threat of a dive here? Actually, maybe there is.
Because you can reset tower aggro for Skumon as well.
No Hound's Pursuit though, and as you said, Skumon can press that call of the pack, and he flashes away, eviscerates on top of Miwin's head. Destiny to cut off the escape path, and Skumon picks up the kill. Top turret is now open here, while Dragon was a priority for MKOI.
Response from G2 is to success as Jojo fishing for Caps here.
Yeah, even without ulti, between world's going to be used, but Shuriken Flip doesn't connect. Caps waiting for the ulti, gets healed up anyway, gets the passive down a couple more times while Jojo runs for the hills.
Credit to Jojo finding ways to fight back in this lane after ending up falling early from the kill by Labrov. He's going to lose a decent amount of farm here.
Joj, Kevine. Nema bežnih dola. Nema 2 do 3 gejma. Onda posle već pitanje šta se događa. Mislim, obično kad napravim pauzu bude malo kršteniji lol, ali vidjet ćemo. Ja se nadam da će biti.
Becoming the Labrov spot a little bit, getting caught out in river with nobody to protect him. And it's Eljoja, as he's going for the crab, picks up a little cherry on top.
Yeah, and the consequences of all these roams from Labrov and him dying is that now Super actually has a gold advantage and 2 assists. Remember that at level 2, level 1, he was losing his flash, bullied out of lane, he was down an entire wave of CS. Now he's up 12, he's up 500 gold, and the consequences of Labrov's roams have eased the bot lane pressure and have put Eljoja in a position to have a lot more impact here in the early game.
Meanwhile, Skumon is focusing on the top side. Elyoya's on the way, but Mirwin's being safe. Look at the wave state. Hound Pursuit about to be used. Gold card there. The dive in and double dark and daggers. Mirwin's dead. Skumon gets a reset. Won't need it yet, but hey, he's got 2 kills on the board. And both junglers are snowballing the early game.
Yeah, Mirwin's not going to get to play the game, it feels like, in this one. We're going to continuously focus him down. But still, MKOI starting to shift around. They really want to bully Caps here.
Do indeed. 2-fold Hex. He's going to jump across the veil to get out of that one. Alvaro has to keep roaming up, but to be fair, his roams have been giving Jojo so much needed support here in a lane that he's only 10 CS down.
Da je pitanje, Kevine, da li se tebi sviđaju tvoje fore?
Yeah, Sonic Wave going to be taking Magical Journey. He's kicked midway. It ain't magical anymore, but Elyoya takes it. Wishes he didn't. Now we go call the pack once again. I think so. Arrow as well. Skumon eviscerates and gets the kill. What an arrow, but now Jojo
Ali, štiti što je 3-0 i dalje level down na Lisina. Ovi matchupi su jako volatile, ovdje moraš da budeš uvek ahead.
Okay, it's game 4. The gloves are off. We're getting scrappy. Hans gets ulted.
He's going to barrier. He walks through it. Not enough damage yet from Super.
He's going to be fine. But wow, so both mid laners get a kill. Junglers each get a kill. Lebrov getting caught out once again, but now he's back.
Yeah, Super might be dead. Running out of mana. PTA now activated. Hans someone trying to bait it in as Lebrov gets the last out of Super's mana as well. Constant grinding slows him down. Super in a 1v2 in this bottom lane. Hans has lethal tempo, and with the volley, he's going to give it over to Lebrov.
Jojo's on the way, though.
What does Jojo have? No ulti, but he has flash. Hansama going to spot him out. Lebrov's going to magical journey this, and he gets Shuriken flip, but he waits. Jojo takes it. 5-point strike. Lebrov about to die, gets flashed on, and Jojo gets a second kill.
Good roam from Jojo to end up peeking up some kills in the back end of that play. So MKOI still responding. Jojo off of these last couple now. 2 kills and an assist to his name. Suddenly that gold lead and that kind of advantage Caps has started to gain is gone.
I mean, the good news for Caps is that wave was completely uncontested. He pushes it under tower. He gets himself 2 plates in total. So he will definitely get something out of the exchange while Jojo finds a kill towards bot. Did force the use out of his flash to secure that kill onto Lebrov, who now has a very odd scoreline of 2, 4, and 0.
He has died a lot.
Yeah, but it's more about the fact that he has 2 kills as well. So he's still ahead in gold versus Alvaro. Not that that really means anything.
Look at the wave.
Dragon is now in a minute's time. Everyone's still on their components. It's going to be an interesting contest, that's for sure.
I want to point attention towards that top lane. Lebrov was hovering because wave is frozen. Mirwin can't do much as we've already seen in this game. He's been stymied.
A dobijamo legitimno fan game, ako ništa, ne možemo se žaliti kogod ovdje dobije, iako, kažem opet, jako čudno da je G2 samo dropovo ono, sve što smo navikli od njih u playoffu, igraju mnogo slabije, ali bar su pikovi dobri, bar je zabavno za gledanje, to je ono što, jedino što možemo tražimo od LEC at this point, iskreno.
Is on his solo adventures in this river though, and Elyoya and Alvaro are kind of on the hunt for him now, so he does need to be a little bit careful. Sitting in the mid lane will be spotted, but MKOI is still congregating around this bottom.
I want to draw attention as well to the fact that Encore's up, but Tempered Fate is not for Lebrov because of all his roams and his death. He hasn't been able to sap experience like Alvaro has, who will have an ult advantage moving towards this fight. So 5 seconds, G2 have a gold lead, but I wonder how that changes things as MKOI are in river pinging now.
Yeah, I don't feel confident in G2's chances of really contesting this. Maybe they're looking for a pick instead.
To Jojo, maybe. Skumon going to press the button onto Jojo, even in the Shroud. Destiny spots him out. You can't hide from the Twisted Fate. Encore used, yes, with bullet time, yes, but Caps and Skumon are out and safe. Jojo is dead. Meanwhile, on the top lane, Mirwin is getting 1v1, flash away, Broken Blade puts him in his place, and Mirwin backs away while Dragon now resumes the story going back the other way.
The ult from Broken Blade pretty clutch there to make sure that they can spot it exactly where the Akali was in the Shroud. So Jojo goes down. Dragon, though, still goes across towards MKOI.
That's right. 2 dragons apiece. Sorry, 2 dragons, only 1 piece. Elyoya picks that up. So at least MKOI get the dragon, but gold is still looking blue here for G2.
Yeah, I mean, so much of it is on Broken Blade, who forces the Rumble out of the lane, forces him to flash. Great coordination here from G2. They threw out the Twisted Fate ultimate the moment that the Shroud goes down. Jojo would have loved to have used that Shroud to buy him time to get out of that situation, but no time was given to him. When Super dropped the ulti, he basically forced G2 to be too low on HP that they no longer had any resources to contest, so KOI do get a dragon, which is good news for them.
Broken Blade also used the teleport of that ultimate. Oh, Lebrov? No, he's
dead.
Broken Blade used the teleport of that ultimate to actually close the gap onto Mirwin to end up blowing his flash. So end up working out doubly well on both the lanes for G2.
Jojo in threat here. Caps is owning the mid lane still. Without his first item is
broj 1 ti je Vitality, broj 2 ti je KC, broj 3 ti je G2, broj 4 ti je Koi, broj 5 ti je Navi. Ne znam koji je broj 6. Giantsi. Recimo.
Broken Blade picked up the kill. Top lane turret is open, and they're in a trade outside of the mid lane push here from Jojo Pyun.
I mean, I know he's a twisted fate, but that's a 2,000 gold lead for Broken Blade.
Oh, yeah.
What started off as a rough day on the Yone for Broken Blade has only improved as the day's gone down.
It's going to be a solo kill, though. Double Dark and Daggers. Perfect execution already used, and Jojo's going to get ulti. He has to ulti out. Flash as well. Used as a response, I believe. That was from Skumon. Meanwhile, Elyoya going to find his target. Sonic Wave going to be taken. Tempered Fate to save his jungler. The arrow as well. Hunsummer gets encored though. There's no Cosmic Finding in range from LeBron as Elyoya runs to his mid lane turret. He's out. He's safe. But man, Skumon almost took Jojo Pyun down in a solo kill.
I expected this game to be scrappy, but not to this extent. Jojo falling behind after climbing his way back into this game after what was a rough laning phase, immediately gets put behind by Skumon of all people. The Cyclo Sword Neferi doing some serious work, and Broken Blade has turned his attention to his next deconstruction project. After securing the top tower, he sets his sights on the bottom one as more plates continue to fall. He continues to grow his gold lead, and G2, as we expected, snowballing here in the early game.
Twin Worlds might have to be used here, but Elyoya is spotted on the ward. Caps pays the respect. And he also has Protobot as well. I don't know how you're going to find him. Meanwhile, G2 in the bottom lane. Thinking about what they can do here alongside Broken Blade. That's Lebrov with the Tempered Fate. Not up and available, but a flash nevertheless. But now we're lulling, just because Herald's up in a minute 10 and Dragon's up in 2. MKOI do have the objectives in this early game, but it's worth noting that the position of power, despite the gold lead, still a bit mixed.
It's also the fact that G2 just kind of have all they need right now. Mirren way too low to try and contest Broken Blade in the side lane, especially as to take over to level 12. And Jojo only has that ultimate now up and available, which makes him a little bit more of a threat against Caps in the side lane. So G2 kind of got to dictate what was happening, and now they will just push out the waves, reset for the Rift Herald, and then should be looking to try and use that mid just before Dragon to secure tower and try and look for the objective.
Scout out, maybe to throw a wrench in. You can see LeBron pinging off the side as well. Super backs off, knowing that all well Caps is coming down as well. G2 grouping up. And respect given again from MKOI as they back off, while Broken Blade is going to do some serious damage here with the Magical Journey used to make a play on the bottom side. Destiny going to be used. Gold card as well. Tempered Fate on the turret. And as he comes out as
Mislim, ubit će Gary je dovoljno ljudi tu. Ali dobar je bio counterplay Mirvina, iskreno. Dobar counterplay.
The tools to really find it. That bot tower will be enough for now. Herald is alive, but there's no one on G2 on the top side of the rift to really threaten it. Koi are actually on the bottom side. They're trying to protect.
Skumon's rooted. Encore as well. The dog charge.
Ali Skumon de. No, on je rip.
Bullet time's good enough though to take down Skumon. Meanwhile, G2 running out of dodge. Super gets stunned up against wall cap. Recovering the play, getting Alvaro first here. He's a full mana, full HP. Public execution from Jojo. Runs through Hunsummer, who gets shut down. Between Worlds was not used by Caps. He now goes in, invulnerable. Between Worlds, onto Elyoya. Bursting down, gold card in. Jojo found out. And who else but Caps and BB to recover the play. Meerwood looking for the toasty cook up here as he turns to BB. He flushed in as well for Broth. Also managed to make his way in. It was Super dying alongside Broken Blade as we have 21 kills at the 16-minute mark.
It's bloody, it's scrappy, but at the end of all this, it's a 3-for-3 as G2 get caught with Skumon immediately going down. But this flash kick from Elyoya sends Hunsummer into a position where he can actually flash away from the bullet time. And with Labrov already getting through the journey, he's already out. And as this fight starts to continue then, we end up splitting off in two halves, but...
Oh my God! You know what? He heard us talking smack in Game 1 and Game 2, and Caps locked in.
I mean, Caps' Aurora has become beast mode really ever since first stand. His ability to generate lane leads in combination with his impact in team.
Lepo igra Caps, radi dobar posao.
G2 finding fight after fight. They're snowballing this game similar to what we saw in the previous Their early game is just the best in the league. The arrow.
As well as the gold card. Look at the twofold hex. A tempered fate on the turret. Gold card. Cosmic Binding out of range. That's the only reason. No! I was going to say Elio is going to survive. But Caps hits him with the weirding and moves to 6-0 and
6-0-6 Caps. Holy.
Super nowhere to go between worlds. Caps diving in a turret with his jungler. And G2 switched on. And they're heading towards this inauguous Game 5.
G2 are just...
Boga mi situacija se G2 vraća nazad i to ozbiljno u ovu seriju. Ko je dobio 2 gejma, ja sam bio u fazonu sve moguće. G2 je rekao ne nije i vidi, ovo izgleda... I mislim, spomenu vrat također u chatu ranije, ali ovo mnogo odgovara ekipi G2-a zato što G2 ima više pikova. Best of 5 fearless draft mnogo više odgovara ekipi koja draftuje, koja ima veće čempo. A realno gledano, gledajte, što duže traje ova serija, G2 će samo imati još čudnije heroje. Ali neće biti loši. Tipa ono, koji će da izvuče Fiddlesticksa na topu, razumete, koji će otići 0-15. Ja mislim će koji morati da bira... morat će bira crvenu stranu za zadnji game. Jer mislim da ne smiju da pikaju cheese na topu, a da daju Bibiju šansu da ga countera. Jer će Bibi sigurno imati counterpick za bilo koji cheese koji Mirvin ima.
Won't go that much further forward. MKOI get one back. It's a shutdown. That might slow down the play for now.
Okay, MKOI doing their best to fight back where they can. They end up trading 1-for-1 overall, but it's another objective going the way of G2. Look at the mid wave. It's been pushed in by Caps once more. He's going to get a plate for himself. He rotates over towards his team. Now they have the Herald and the Ash Arrow is ready to go.
Want to go again, as you said. Arrow onto Alvaro, dodged away. Caps still wants to go in though between worlds onto Alvaro. He'll take the spacing. Winning, no flash on call. Pretty good Cap. Get down from the protobell, but he's in the mid 3. Slow down, shut down by Ewan. Let's go. Dodged away. So is the Sonic Wave. Ewan still looking for the chase though with the Flame Spitter as G2. They keep trying to bite off the head of this dog, but they're getting unsuccessful.
I mean, this is what KOI need to do. G2's aggression is now getting a little unfiltered and they're going way too aggressive. KOI have to punish where they can. They have to find what picks they can. Jojo in danger.
He's going to be hound pursued. Jojo's going to get on out. He starts up the ulti chain. Ulti might use the space. Yes, it does indeed. MKOI committed to the top turret in the meanwhile. Gold still in G2's favor, but as you said, MKOI getting scrappy with it has saved them a bit of gold in their pocket.
But great plays from MKOI and great micro in that fight. Alvaro flashing to follow the weirding while also repositioning away from the damage.
Mislim, u suštini za vas koji možda niste vidjeli, ovaj MSI Evropa ima samo jedan slot, tako da tehnički nije nužno bitno ko dobije ovdje jer imamo loser bracket svejedno, ali ono, znači jedino je bitno ko dobije finale, ne samo što će biti šampioni, već što idu na MSI. Tako da nije ono ko ranije top 2 iz Evrope idu na MSI pa kao ajde, pobediš ovaj meč ti je najbitniji, ideš sigurno na MSI, onda posle u finalu što uradiš super.
They have this tendency to be a little too greedy, which KOI needs to try and capitalize on to bounce back in Game 4.
It's also because the way that G2's composition operates is playing off of picks, like using the fact that they have control of the map to look for moments like this where they have Twist of Fate who can come in, they can use the Ash Shield, the Temporal Fate to try and find picks and consistently keep the pressure on MKOI. But as the wheels start to come off, as small mistakes come through from G2 and MKOI can get control back, they can get the picks.
On the Caps, Ewan goes into melee, he comes out your area as well between worlds, waiting, gets him out for now, but Super's on the way now. Flash kick for the kill, bullet time as well. As Skewmon gets on out, there's the actual kick. Dark and Daggers gets the trade, and while Skewmon might be alive for now, it's 1v1, and we look towards the magical journey taken. 1-for-1 rather was the trade. Caps in the dirt. El Yoya almost found Skewmon.
These type of plays from G2 are how KOI will come back into this game. Broken Blade commits to the side lane, says, you know what, while this is happening, I'm going to just keep hitting onto towers. He committed his ultimate to secure that objective. Will he be able to get away with his life, though? The rest of KOI are looking to collapse. He does have the flash available. Look at Jojo in the river on his way. Yeah, he's going to commit the TP.
Lagano, Stefane, hvala ti puno, mislim da znaš, nemaš nikakvu obavezu, uvek možeš kad se vratiš, brate, da se joinaš, da baneš. Kažem, mi smo tu svakako, ono, svake nedelje gledamo film, svake subote igramo, a ovako tokom nedelje smo također tu. Nekad se nešto igra, nekad se samo chilla, tako da svakako, brate moji, želim ti ako ideš sutra, onda Kapri će banuti na stream, ali ono, želim ti, brate, da pokidaš sezonu, da lepo odradiš sve i da bude puno bakšiša. To je uvek dobra stvar, tako da nadam se ćeš ga isidati, brate moji, će biti dobra sezona.
And it's opening up abroad to shift over into these sides. Caps alone on this top end will have to be responded to, and I feel like that's where we're going to see this shift now towards that bottom side of the map and pressure onto the bot lane tier 2.
I'm curious about this 1v1 if it happens up at the top lane. Interesting to progress and watch through me when Protobelt out of the way. Still the dogs are standing by Skumon.
Vidio sam nešto streamerku, ne znam sad, ima puno klipova izlaze, tako da ne mogu stići sve da pratim.
MKOI considered going for the cross map on towards Caps, but he's backed away entirely, so Yoya now trying to regroup with MKOI on this mid wave. Looks like that'll be all for the moment. Zabrov needs to be very careful.
He has not been careful this game. Sonic Wave going to be dodged away from. Zabrov and that word have not been connected, I would say, for game number 4.
He has been doing a really good job on these side waves.
Like that is.
Yeah, sorry.
Welcome back. Yeah.
He just continues to be this point of pressure.
Pa dobro, onda srećno u drugom konceptu, brate moji. Ali dobro što najjače da, realno tamo na moru, brate, sve ono riba, morski plodovi, sve. Ako ti što znači sa tačke podrške, ja ne mogu da ih podnesem nevezano za alergiju. Kao nisam alergičan, ali ali bukvalno ništa od toga ne mogu da jedem svejedno.
Tracking your every move. Look at these wards. Elyo, as he comes out of the rush, will be spotted out. Obviously, there's a play trying to be made on Caps. There you go. Information given. Caps like, now I've got to get out of there. Can anyone get up and save him? Well, might not even need saving. Elyo's going to take the ward instead, and they know that Caps can buy so much time with Skumon and Labrov hovering the area.
But now Miran has to go and respond to Twisted Fate on that bottom side of the map. So G2, they're actually going to start to TP in. Looks like they want to try and hard force a play in and around that Baron area. Broken Blade about to tick over to 16, which means he should have his ultimate to get to the Baron area if he can.
Baron's going to be started. Baron's going to be started here. MKOI know this. Elyo is coming in with Alvaro, but he's trying to bait in and lure in a pick. Sonic Wave's not going to be taken, but Elyo walks in.
There's nobody responding to BB on that bottom side, and that's what they're trying to do. So G2 pull away, they don't commit.
Jojo, can he solo kill here? Or can he buy enough time? Destiny going to be used. Gold card and out. Shuriken Blade going to be taken. Look at him go. He's a helicopter. On the Shuriken Blade, though. He's exhausted. Gold card comes again. Auto attack galore. Jojo gets out. Doesn't get the kill. Elyo misses the Sonic Wave. Meanwhile, magical journey for Labrov to get away from Merlin. Broken Blade dies to the rest of the squad. But at least we got to see the helicopter from Jojo as the pick comes through.
This is a big opportunity for KOI. They have the number.
Nije. I dalje nije sigurno za G2, slažem se. Ništa od ovoga još nije gotovo.
I feel like this is a missed opportunity. I mean, the risk of starting a Baron is obviously very high.
How fast do you do it?
But Jojo still has the TP. They can still maybe.
Okay, they're not going to do it. They're not going to do it. I mean, like, I understand why they don't. But my goodness, Jojo following Broken Blade. He led with the E. He wanted to make sure that once Broken Blade TP'd out, he could at least follow him. And he was able to support KOI in finding that kill. The gold again from G2, like, it hasn't really grown that much more. Obviously, it's very sizable. You can see the itemization advantage coming through for Broken Blade, coming through for Caps. But everywhere else is kind of even. The AD carries both have 3 items. The supports are pretty much matched. Like, the junglers are the same as well. Like, it's a situation where G2 do have a huge gold advantage, but the way they propel this game forward is by finding picks, and if MKOI don't give it to them, then it becomes harder to close this game out.
And the tools to try and make that happen are now starting to dwindle as well, right? Broken Blade, way more vulnerable on the sideline now that he doesn't have that flash, and doesn't have that secondary TP quite available just yet as well. So G2 trying to see if they can swindle their way in towards this bottom side jungle with the third dragon up in just a couple of seconds. MKOI want to force a fight around Baron.
On ward on the pit, scrying ward at that as well. G2 not being lured in just yet. It's Caps who goes in, weirding, good burst as well. Protobelt's out of the way, tries to find these innovative angles while Gold Card at the ready from Broken Blade. Shielding, sustain. Alro now has that in spades. And that's going to keep MKOI going while they start the Baron.
They just want to keep this going. MKOI want to try and draw G2 in. Broken Blade going to start Dragon, has that ultimate to close the gap if he needs to.
Okay, Dark and Dagger #1, not doing too much. Half the HP at Baron. Jojo's position. It's a big one if he remains unseen. Destiny going to be used, gives information. Arrow onto Super, equalizer down. Jojo comes in now, the Weeding trying to zone him out. Baron still leashed at 5k. Skewmon needs to steal this if it keeps on going. Tempered Fate onto Jojo. MKOI a bit undecisive. Baron doing some work. Someone gets flashed on. There's the ulti from the Celebrate as well. Jojo jumps on in. Onto Hans. He takes a magical journey though. G2 are peeling off. MKOI dizzy. The Between Worlds. It's 5. Everyone low. And Skewmon goes in, then back out. And Mirwin going to fall if he finds one more Q. The Baron's going to help on out. And Caps does the rest. G2 find one, and MKOI running for their lives.
G2 trying to hold on here. MKOI know that if they give up this position, it could be that Dragon that ends up going over towards G2, but it looks like the health bars are too low. G2 are going to reset.
My goodness, what an intense fight. Mirwin's ultimate doesn't get a lot of value.
Ku dobar game u stvari, baš dobar game.
The LeBron ulti doesn't get a lot of value. A lot of ults are used very early. The flashing for Mirwin though, he overheats. The follow-up from Alvaro is the better play because it forces all of the summoners out from Hans, and that was the go signal for Jojo. But even then, they still can't lock them down. The mobility on the side of G2 is so difficult for KOI to deal with. They don't have the CC necessary, and in the extended fight, G2 leverage their range. They dance around KOI, and they walk away the victors after securing a kill.
Dragon also picked up. Here's Caps again. Consistently hops the veil, jumps in for a peekaboo, and then tries to burst down a target. Elyoya safeguarded onto this. Skewmon trying to punish, but he won't be able to. Dragon was taken in the replay, I repeat. Soul point here for G2. The advantage climbing, 7,500 gold. Will the game end? Will we go to 5? Caps goes invis. Jojo's going to be found out between worlds, tries to kite it out. The gold card, he's trying to time out. It's still going to hit at max range, but the follow-up from Skewmon sets up for a reset. There's the arrow as well. Onto Elyoya. Hansama finds him, but there will be no further follow-up. They've found the pick. And for G2, the question is now bottom side or mid.
It's still hard for G2 to try and siege onto the turret, though. You've got Supa's ultimate to help clear our waves, Mirwin's ultimate to clear our waves, so G2 need Baron before they can.
I mean, this is a bait. LeBron trying to bait him in, does so. Dark and Daggers onto Alvaro. He's just going to die. He's front lining, no way. Tempered Fate, bullet time already done. To no avail as well, into a choke. Caps will clean up the rest with Broken Blade. Auto after auto. Mirwin just gets one shot. Elyoya takes a magical journey trying to escape, but he too will fall. And MKOI have never been reverse swept, but now we're starting to question the possibility as Elyoya flushes out. But G2 on the home stretch.
Elyoya desperately trying to survive. If he stays alive, there's a world where he can still steal away the Baron. Right now, that is not the focus. He goes back in.
Teška priča, teška priča, teška priča.
Elyoya's going to die. Took his time at the very least. But Elyoya now dead, and his death timer is spaced out.
Broken Blade keeping in to secure that top inhibitor. G2 looking to move over towards the Baron. It was 2-0 for MKOI, but now G2, can they try and push themselves to that game number 5?
Vraćaju ga, ne samo da ga vraćaju, nego znate što se događa na kraju. Što najveće od svega ja razumijem zašto zvuči kao da jako navijam za ekipu G2-a, iako to baš i nije iako to baš i nije istina.
G2's in prime position to close things out. We look back at this play as it starts off with Alvaro getting caught out.
Yeah, MKOI trying to jump on towards LeBron, but the W from Skewmon immediately meaning that there's nothing left. A great ultimate from LeBron to interrupt the bullet time as well, as Broken Blade and Caps on the flank, able to finish off multiple members there. G2 just collapsing perfectly on MKOI's overextension.
We're going to waste some time, but needless to say, it was last to go. 11,000 gold lead, and the one bit of credit I will give to MKOI is how they've tried to space out this game and delay it. You know, it has been push and pull at a 7k gold lead, which is respectable. As you guys are talking about, the composition harder for G2 to play, or should I use the words, more characteristic of playing the sides. And here we go again onto Mirwin. This 1v1 pretty easy. Broken Blade flashes, takes the kill. And we are most definitely going to fight.
That man shuffles cards regularly.
He does indeed. I'm hearing Kenny Rogers, I'm hearing the gang.
Da, sigurno ko je veći od KC-a, da. To je legitimno, okej. To je legitimno.
Game number 4, inhibitors dropping all 3 of them now. MKOI on their last defense before we find out who goes to MSI with one final game. The fans happy it goes to 5, but the fans of each team stressing now as it comes down to a BO1 and Sonic Wave. Trying to give El Yoya an angle. One Nexus turret down. The next soon to follow with the Barrowmans. All inclusive. Alvaro tries his ulti. The Cap will pull between worlds onto Jojo. The bullet time. Is it enough? No. G2 will take us to 5.
Bravo, ako G2 dobije, stvarno, ja nemam pojma. Ne znam šta treba se dogodi da G2 izgubi seriju u play-offu.
Caps, what a crazy game. Talk to me rather about the focus in this one. You were unleashed.
Yeah, I mean, it was definitely a crazy one. I think a lot of 5v5s. I think we were aiming for a lot of it as well. But it was fun.
Yeah, it was fun indeed. Now, Movistar KOI has never been reverse swept. Are you gonna have to do it to him?
Yeah, I mean, I was about to say they've never played us before, but that wouldn't be true. So.
No.
But we will restart us with them, yeah.
Nice. Go ahead and join your team, Caps. Thank you so much. Wow.
I mean, what a game. I think, like, Finn, we started off today, I'm Team G2, your Team MKOI, but now I'm starting to feel, regardless of who wins, we're really both the winners.
Honestly, yeah. This game was so exciting. Like, there was constant fighting. Now, this is what we wanted from these teams. This is what I was expecting yesterday from MKOI Vitality, but I'm getting it now, delayed gratification today against G2, because I don't care really that they lost. Like, my prediction was 3-2, so, you know, I still feel very confident about that. But the fact that we got Caps Aurora, Skuma Nafiri, just constant brawl, this was peaks.
It was crazy. I mean, Skumon's early game was insane. Actually, come to think of it, sometimes you forget about it when you watch all the games and the chaos, but he's been good the whole series, right? We think back to every single game he's had impact. It's just that his team didn't always want to play ball, right?
I mean, for me, he's been the best jungler all split long, and he's just so consistent. The fact that he's always able to find a lead for himself, regardless of how the game looks, and he's always showing up in the team fights later on. And you can see how easy the game is to play for G2 when Skumon and Caps both are unleashed. They just kill everybody and make the game look so easy.
I mean, I think Skumon and Caps had a great game, but I also want to give a little shout out to Labrov. I think the fact that
Broken Blade?
No,
I thought you would say Broken Blade.
Like, I just want to say, like, you said that Caps was running the early game. Labrov won that bot lane 2v2 super hard, but good to play level 1. Then moved mid, killed Georgiepune under his own tower.
He did die like 4 times in a row.
Yeah, he did 4 times after that, but
Doesn't
it's fine,
matter, doesn't matter. But yeah, I mean,
nitpicking.
obviously BB as well had a fantastic game. So much pressure in the top lane, constantly setting up dives for G2, and then they ult Destiny Gate to kind of shut down the Shrouds from Akali, and constantly just pushing in the side lane, generating leads.
I gotta say, Finn, Mirren was getting absolutely camped.
I mean, I can't use the word he used before, but that's kind of what was happening here in the top side.
It was bad.
It was kind of bad for him. I think the Rumble looked quite silly. I didn't really find many good.
You're trying to be really nice. The Rumble looked really silly. Mirwin had a pretty bad game. He had a bad showing in this one, and BB clearly showed his superior. I think in the whole series, we can say that BB has kind of had his number. Like in the Yasuo into the Varus, in the Kled into the Sion. The Yone game was a little bit more iffy.
Silly.
But in general, I feel like BB has shown up huge today.
Yeah, and if we see kind of the graphic of the 5 champions that he will have played in this best of 5 to qualify for MSI, right? We've got the Yasuo, we've got the Kled, we've got the TF that he just played. What did he play in the first game? And the Yone, like, come on,
Not a single normal champion.
He's been playing very funny champions.
He's sending a message. He's sending a message.
He's out-moving right now.
He is. Let's. I think we have one of the fights that went absolutely crazy. There was also later in the game where Caps hit 5 people in like a moment where maybe MKOI could come back.
Let's talk about this fight, because Mirren just got dove on bot here, and it looks like MKOI really wants to defend their blue buff. So Skuman actually gets caught here, and Elioy finds a super nice kick. But this is where the fight completely deteriorates. There's so many different advantages here, so many different fighting points. Georgiepune is flashing on Labrov, turning on Sama, but meanwhile Caps is completely untouched, and he's the one that kind of turns his fight around later for them.
Yeah, I mean, Caps has TP'd in, but then Broken Blade has gotten here as well now and finally joins the fight. Caps is able to one-shot Elyoya, and then with the stun, they're able to take down Jojo, but then Mirwin TP's in again, but then because Broken Blade has the exhaust, he can buy so much time that they can take down Super, and then LeBron wants to flash Q. Everybody wants to be part of the fight.
This is crazy.
I mean, it really felt like G2 and MKOI were just committing to the bit. Like, no one wanted to back down in a single fight here. MKOI completely breaks their hands. This engage is awful by MKOI. And I think G2 does a really good job kiting it out. And then the Caps turn with the 5-man Aurora ult just seals the deal. And this is kind of where MKOI and G2 were throwing hands, but after this point, it was just all the G2 show.
Oh, what a match.
It's the Caps show. And I mean, that's why I think G2 is going to win this series. I think Caps just shows that he's the GOAT of Europe and that he's better than Jojo Pion.
I mean, I don't know. I think he got a lot of help this game. The bar drum level 1, the TFO just to be able to kill Jojo Pion. I want to see what happens in game 5 because we're like, let me paint the picture. We're in game 5 Fearless right now. The draft, we don't know what's going to happen.
Exactly.
All the like normal champions are kind of out already.
We'll talk about it after.
Yeah.
We'll talk about it after.
We'll talk about it after.
Because first I want to scrape some silver because they're going into game 5. MKOI versus G2 for a spot at MSI. Let's scrape some silver.
Diving in the dark with his jungler, and G2 switched on.
No flash, no flash, no flash, no flash, no flash.
I have him too.
I play it, I play it, I play it.
I have him still.
Keep going, keep going, keep going. TF
Or can he buy enough time? Destiny going to be used. Gold card and out. Trigger Flip going to be taken. Look at him go with the helicopter on the Broken Blade though.
Kill them, Mike. Looks good, guys. Looks good. Nice one, nice one. Nice, guys. Good job. Nice.
decide who punches their ticket to MSI first. Movistar Koi on the brink of being reverse swept, or G2 Esports doing the said reverse sweeping. I'm so happy we get a game 5. Honestly, this week hasn't really delivered in terms of like games, right? In terms of series going all the way, but this one has.
I mean, leading up to this week, I was so excited for every single series, and then it was a sweep here and there, sweep there and here, but now finally, as you say, Shox, we're getting the full 5-game Fearless series.
So cool.
I'm so happy to be here with you guys and as well with the crowd. I mean, everybody had their phones out for Silver Scrapes.
It was fun, yeah.
Super cool vibe. Yeah, clever.
Yeah! I agree. And as the teams are stepping back on stage, I want to highlight just a few stories. We could throw what did they say? Throw something in there and hit a great matchup. But I want to talk about jungle a little bit just because of the storytelling. Because we have Skewmond versus Elyoya in this 5th game and in this series. And in a way, Skewmond has shown these things that Elyoya also consistently wants to show internationally. Because he's been there 8 times already. But Skewmond went to first stand and just made that entire tournament his. And I think Elyoya wants another chance to show that he can do the same.
I mean, Skewmond is one of the best talents we've had in our region for quite some time now. I think the fact that he can translate that into international success as well is so impressive. But then again, I want to highlight, Elyoya has never played with caps, yet has constantly pushed himself so far forward all this time. And I think now with Jojophine finally leveling up, I think it's time for him to do it as well.
Wait, but you said Jojo's better than Caps.
I'm not arguing that Jojo is better than Caps historically. I'm saying that Jojo is better than Caps right now.
Okay, because I think
when it matters.
I think we can pivot to mid lane.
Yeah.
Because G2 has the GOAT, and he's the GOAT for a reason. He not only runs our region, he's the most accomplished Western player we have. And if there is one person that is going to stamp that ticket to MSI today, it's gonna be him. You know it's gonna be him. He always shows up in the most decisive moments, and his name is Caps.
His name is Caps, but I think on the other side, Jojophine, our first team all-pro mid laner, has had such a dominant split. I think the fact that he's came from NA and made this region his own, all of MKOI is rallying behind him, together with Elyoya and AORUS at mid-jungle support. I think that is where the game is decided, and I think that's where they're gonna take it.
You're not wrong, but you said he was better than Caps today all day.
Yes.
I don't think the day's over yet.
I mean, not only is the day not over, we just saw Caps pretty much demolish him on the Aurora, and I think...
He had a lot of backup again. That was not a fair 1v1, let's be real.
Let's be real indeed. It does mean that we get our game 5 and we're still in Fearless. So we get to see what everybody's going to get or going to cook up. Rather, we'll get a little graphic to see what is all out of the race. Because Finn, you were chomping at the bit to talk about the draft before the break. What do you want to see?
I mean, it's our first game 5 Fearless, this split. And that is super exciting because the meta is developing really fast. Now we have enchanters, we have engaged supports, top lane, God knows what's happening up there. But I think the fact that there's so many champions, you can kind of take the draft wherever you want to, is so exciting.
I think on both lane we're looking at Kalista Renata, Lucian Milio. Those are the 2 picks that I really have my eye on. I could see it being a trade between those 2 because both of them provide so much firepower and they play into both teams' strengths. And if we get that bot lane, I think the game is going to be all about bot lane.
Okay, when it comes to the top lane, I mean, is Broken Blade sending a message by all these champions that he's picked? That is he gonna go the same route in game 5?
I mean, Broken Blade has played Yone, Yasuo, Kled, Twisted Fate. I would be very surprised if we see a conventional Cassandra game from game 5. That would really ruin my mood, so I think he's gonna show something funny for us.
Okay, we'll see indeed. Well, do you want to flip-flop? You've said G2's got this
G2's
from the get-go.
For
you
sure.
said MKOI
I'm very
3-2.
confident in my prediction. I knew this was where we were going, and we landed right
Let
here.
the record show that Finn did say 3-2 for MKOI. Is it going to be G2 Esports and Caps that makes his 16th international tournament over his Elyoya going to his 9th? Who makes MSI right now, right here?
Well, either way, in the past 9 years, one of these legends has been in a grand final of the LEC. We know one's going, but which one? Internationals on the line, a Game 5 draft to talk about. Myself, Vedius, and Dagda will walk you through, as Lucian Milio was the call from Jack, also Kalista Renata. One of those combos is now taken away.
Ani was the one that I was looking out for Caps. This kind of been his fallback.
I evo nas nazad, 5. game, ljudi moji. Vreme je za 5. game, vreme je za Silver Scrapes, da vidimo šta će ovdje se izdogađa.
curious to see what the plan is.
Well, there's things like Caps' Zoe. There's also Silas, Lissandra, Syndra, Mel is something worth considering as well. Azir also, with Game 5, and Azir is still available, considered much weaker in the context of Pro, but with Karma now taken off the table, Pantheon makes a ton of sense for G2. A Skumont classic, an early game jungler that scales nicely into the mid game specifically because of his ability to attack the side lanes. His kill threat naturally falls off a lot when you get later into the game, but the amount of value he can provide in the early to mid is exactly where G2 wants to play. Their early game has pretty much been superior to KOI's in games 2, 3, and 4. Game 1 was really the only exception.
And I think as well, like a lot of those early game champions that kind of match him have already been taken off the board, right? Like the ones that are still left up and available, you think of are like the Wukong, these kind of things. So I think it's a great opportunity for Skumon to try and put more pressure down in the early game with little answer from Elyoya. But there is that center, that Death Fire Touch Black Cleaver combo, very potent on this champion.
They could just do Kalista Renata.
Good.
I see no issue with slamming that. If they want a little bit more range, they could even consider Tristana. Not a usual Hans Summer champ, but also if they want scaling, Sivir is another possibility.
Sena Alistar.
They could do Sivir Emilio.
Okay. Koji je očigledno spreman.
G2 banned the ball themselves. Oh, Soraka.
Soraka
Fnatic gave us what's the word?
Walked, so
Lost with Soraka looked great. Let's find out if LeBron
the blueprints, that's what I was looking for. Yes, that's it was Fnatic that gave us the blueprints of the Soraka bot.
Soraka with Sivir?
I think Sivir could be fine. The problem, I guess Sivir into Alistar isn't great. Yeah. You can't really spell shield the combo. They're not going to do Kalista if they're doing... they're just going to match a hyper carry. Okay. I mean, for those that like, is Hans Summer Jinx player? If you existed in the LEC during the Aphelios Jinx year, yes, you're a Jinx player, and Hans Summer definitely played a lot of Jinx in that time.
Like the only pick with Aphelios,
yeah, so, and there's that Azir for JoJo. Okay. So that means, so they've got Azir plus Senna. That is hyper scaling. That is long range poke. They now need a solid front lane. They've already got the Alistar, but this jungle pool for Elyoya, you have to ban Kiana. I think if you're G2...
Kiana and Wukong, I think, are the two, right?
I think so.
G2, you definitely have the early game with the Pantheon and should be trying to play around that, but you don't have a bot lane ready to play around at the moment because Soraka Jinx, not exactly known for its kill threat, you know, in the early stages. So I definitely think G2 are going to be more focused on this Pantheon playing through mid and top side of the map, which at least makes things a little bit simpler for MKOI if they wanted to try and cover those plays.
What the hell does Caps have for this Azir? Like
he could play Zoe.
Sandra? No. Zoe?
He could.
Okay. Silas, LeBlanc is still there.
LeBlanc just got banned away.
Yeah,
no, but that was a good call.
I think G2 will, I think KOI will ban Silas. The Vayne top. Alright, they're still just paranoid about it, which I think is fine. G2 don't know probably yet what they want to pick top. They probably want a little bit more engaged. They've pretty much only got Pantheon right now. Ornn could be a great slam maybe as a backline access. As a backline threat and a long range engage that G2 could go towards.
They could also go for something like full Juggernaut with Shen if they really want to.
Yeah.
Like, used to be the old school comp that you'd see with Lulu and the Kog'Maw and that kind of stuff.
Quay's a good ban for sure. So they've just removed long range mages and they've removed Caps' signature champion in the LeBlanc.
I do think the Silas can get a ton of value here for G2 though. Like, you already got the Alistar ult on the opposite side. You've got Soraka behind you as well. I mean, I've seen it into the Azir where you can play hyper aggressive and trade really effectively. So I like, and with the Pantheon there to support it, I think you can play pretty heavily through early skirmishes as well.
Oh my god. So I've got a note here that Elyoya's been slapping this in solo queue as well.
Okay. I'm gonna wait for the lock in.
Could technically be a flex, but obviously it feels like it could be jungle if this gets locked in. I'd be curious.
It's definitely a champion that can just kind of skirmish against the volley bear, you know. Sorry, against the.
Da, ovo je sad već postalo kuvanje, ali mislim 5. game serije, ljudi, ono. U ovom trenutku stvarno nije kod je ostalo nešto puno stvari da može da se igra.
I think he could go towards a Shen though. Like you can block a lot of the damage, you got decent engage, makes it very difficult for you to try and make any plays elsewhere on the map, and you kind of just play this slow burn in to hope you can have the Jinx come online later on.
Such a pick here. Against Gnar, against Alistar.
Yeah, I think I mean, Silas could go top into Gnar as well. Like, it is a pretty strong answer into it as well.
It broke the draft. Oh, Silas hijacked draft. Oh, wait, cooldown's up.
But
Okay.
like in the past, Silas was an answer into Azir in the mid lane, and I think that'll be the call here.
No way. Oh my God.
They slammed a Malphite. I'm kind of surprised they didn't just do the Ornn. Like, slamming a Malphite is crazy.
But against a set, like, how do you want to play the game as Senna? Yes. You know, look at all that. Look at all that center.
So I'm of the opinion that the. Well, hang on. I'll wait. Let's see what the last pick is first.
Yeah, what's in
Ovo mi se giga ne sviđa. Silas je dobar u Alistara, ali mi se jako ne sviđa što su pikali Malphite-a samo da ne bi bio... Mislim, što nema smisla taj Malphite, čoveče.
But once they saw the Gnar, I think it increased the value a ton. Because then, when you've got the Gnar plus Alistar combo, like, I think that you've got so many ways to actually be in engage that G2 was missing. But then they slammed Malphite, and I was like, well, okay, I guess they just want to go in. They want to have ways to threaten that back line. I think the matchup is quite rough during the laning phase. I can't imagine Malphite's going to have an easy time against the Gnar, but his job is just to press R anyway. That is his sole responsibility, and Malphite can do whatever Alistar can do whatever he wants. Malphite don't care. He is just going to full send it into the backline. His goal is to get on top of the Senna with the Pantheon and the Silas. And yeah, G2's trying to send it with Hansama being that late game insurance.
So, is it enough here? MKOI, we talked at the start of the draft about the element of scaling here. And it feels like they've got some bridges built in. But G2's ability to send it and go into the mid game is what worries me before the Senna and Azir become as relevant as you'd expect.
I think that KOI is relying on a late game strategy.
Yep.
Will it be enough to get them to MSI? Will it be enough to put them in the spring LEC finals? This version of G2 has never lost in the upper bracket.
And especially when LeBron decided to first-time Soraka in his career on a Game 5 win.
Ko ne bi verovao Labrovu? Jao, kako mu ne bi verovao, ljudi moji, vi niste svesni.
11 consecutive finals is madness. And yes, we've had a 3-4 split system. But when you think about G2's dominance and the questions we had at the start of this series, it is insane to think that they're in this position once again.
Loser here, though, will just drop down to the lower brackets. So still a little bit more of an opportunity to make it back. But booking a ticket to finals now, booking a ticket to MSI takes a huge amount of weight off you. As you can wait and see how the rest of this split starts to pan out. But already you can see G2, the double range, they're going to look to abuse this in the bottom lane.
No, ja mislim da G2 dobija svejedno, ali mi se jako ne sviđa draft G2-a isto. Isto. Baš mi se ne sviđa draft G2-a. Ne znam što su htjeli s tim, iskreno.
That's the case. Barrier going to be pulled up. Hansama taking a bit of damage. Alvaro gets the pop away again. I love that our observers are just stuck on the bottom lane.
The thing is, though, every time Alvaro gets the W, he is upping the passive. So every time you get to 7, either minions killed or abilities used, you get the heal. So you're getting the heal off of Super and you're getting the heal off of Alvaro. So even though it's a very hefty trade, at least you're getting some value there for Alvaro.
Oh, Caps. Sacrificing a lot of farm to try and go for a trade. Doesn't quite find it. Down 2 HP bots, but
nice from Mirwin.
Jojo in the same position. Mirwin building a bit of a lead, kind of as we expected, but there is a giant wave for Broken Blade to catch. Starting with the Doran's Ring, not too uncommon. Does give you some extra trading power thanks to the Q. I wonder if Broken Blade actually puts more points in the Q early to just give him that trading power. And remember that Q steals movement speed.
Yep.
It's not like a flat bonus movement speed, so when mini-Gnar and you're speeding up, you hit him with the Q, yoink, that movement speed is now mine.
Yeah.
The mana costs are very high, which is, well, you can see Broken Blade already completely out of mana, so we'll probably be looking for a reset fairly soon, but still, this is kind of the way you kind of expect these 2 solo lanes to go, right? Jojo being able to push in, and Caps has to play hyper-aggressive in this to look for those Kingslayer trades to make sure that he's able to survive.
Flash from Alvaro, going to bump Hansama back into the turret. He's in trouble. He's going to flash away from the trample as well. The root still connects. Alvaro sapped up though. Wait, Hansama has the cow under his wing with range almost. The kill goes over. Super's out of mana as well. Almost falls to his demise. LeBron at full HP, but out of mana too, as everything gets close in the bottom lane.
But you can see Hansama is back to nearly half HP after going incredibly low, and now Skewmont in position as well. So the trade ends up kind of being okay there for G2.
I mean, it sets up for a gank from Elyoya to try and save the bot side of the rift. He will secure that top side crab as he's kind of forced to, but now he's going to path back towards bot. Lebrov.
Yeah, this from Lebrov. He's going to put an Eclipse down, make sure that nothing else happens. Equinox rather. And Alvaro just gets slowed down. Looking for the chase to stop Lebrov from backing.
So a lot of skirmishing happening across the rift. A healthy advantage being built up for Mirwin in the top lane 1v1. Mid is relatively even, but bot is where G2 have the advantage. Alvaro is just interrupting the base of Lebrov. This is really going to negatively affect Hansama.
He is. He will do it again.
He's thinking about it.
Yeah, I mean, at a certain point, you're worried that you're going to face check into a Pantheon, and that's definitely not what you want to do. That cannon is gone. All right, so -1 there for Hansama.
Yep.
But this is the consequence of losing your support in the sense that your base keeps getting interrupted. So he's now going to make his way back to lane, as we kind of expected in the mid lane matchup. Jojo is just going to keep harassing Caps, but he's doing a very good job of staying relatively even in the farm department. Kind of what we're used to when it comes to Caps' Silas.
Yeah, you usually end up putting 3 points into the chain lash and then start to max the Kingslayer, the W, so you can try and take those trades a little bit more effectively, but also kind of look for that poke. But so much of the damage on the chain lash is linked to that Q2. So if you aren't able to actually get the chains to keep them in check,
all in shifting sands, Caps in trouble. You said the chain lash not going to do any damage.
Problemi. Ovo su sad problemi iz ekipu G2-a, ljudi moji. Ne sme Caps da padne behind ako nafidaš Jojoa, a on igra heroja koji bolesno skela.
Gets that W passive up, but even though he's gone back up for another Comet Spear, Elyoya has Alvaro, and this Raptor camp is a very hard task.
Great job from Jojo finding a solo kill on Azia against the Silas is exactly the start that MKOI is looking for. We look back at the play and Caps has already lost 50% of his HP. He goes to clear out of ward and Jojo says, "Nuh-uh, you are not allowed to do this." He takes so many...
A evo, baš giga random da je Caps ovako umro, iskreno. Ne znam šta je očekivao ovdje.
He needed to flash earlier if he was going to do it. He stacks the Conqueror, but he flashes too late. He loses his life. MKOI draw first blood.
Yeah, I don't know if he was looking at Skewmont in behind him and going, okay, I should be fine for this. Skewmont could come
Giga random smrt.
Skewmont finishes off the camp and Caps is just left by himself, so really weird coming through from the G2 mid laner, but it met big for MKOI.
See what they can do in the bottom lane, because Skewmont's going to try and recover what happened in mid with something down in the bottom lane, but right now the wave quite thin. They're calling off the potential dive, and Skewmont instead looking for what he can find, maybe towards the dragon area.
So for our enthusiastic viewers at home that want to keep track of the center stacks, just look at the champion icon. You can see that little number on the bottom right-hand side of the screen. 18 right now. Obviously very low this early on into the game. The Crab now the point of contention.
There's a ward here as well. Skewmont has to get on out. Elyoya flashes in, doesn't find dreaded return, gets him though. Skewmont puts up the shield, but Alvaro in the way has to flash over the top of the trample of the Alistar. MKOI go in as Jojo has his ulti up and available, but Elyoya gets stunned up, and now Hansama's excited. The soldiers are out as Caps tries to do the same, but for MKOI, they got collapsed upon quicker.
They tunnel on Skewmont, thinking that G2 won't try to fight back. But the moment that they funnel themselves into that narrow choke point around the red buff, G2 just say, okay, let's full send it. They catch Elyoya out, they convert it into a kill. Caps almost connects the stolen ultima onto Jojo, converting it into another kill, but they can't quite find it.
Ulti's in instead, nicely done from Broken Blade, gets a movement speed from the Seismic Shard and walks out before Mirwin can do any damage.
TP now being invested by the Alistar just to get back into the river.
Yes.
Get a bit of vision down.
Level 6 still to be hit by both junglers though, so I think that's what Elyoya was hoping for with that flash, that he would tick over to level 6, but just a little shy on the fight. So now G2 in a position where they can look to start making plays with Skewmont, especially down towards this bottom side of the map, but there is still a lot of summoner spells available on both Sup and Alvaro, so maybe Jojo becomes the main...
Razmišljam šta se događa ako odemo u Hyperlate, ali nisam najsigurniji iskreno. Nisam najsigurniji.
Again, he's doing so well in the individual 1v1 as Bax actually stopped here against Mirwin. Note that Super is still down in the bottom lane and hasn't decided to return yet.
Oh, this feels very tense. 8 minutes in, a much slower paced game compared to the previous one.
Mislim, Bibi je full armor, ali dalje ima dobar damage, samo što nema ulti je gubio, očigledno. Ne znam šta radi Super, ne znam šta radi. Mislim su se igra... Ne znam. A ne mogu ne kaže su umorili, bro, to nije izgovor. Ti si profi igrač, on mi kaže da se umorio od 5 partija. Mislim da je to malo... Malo nerealno.
And every time he ulted him, he just emoted on his face. And it's just that, that's what Malphite does, man. He's just a walking ultimate. Alright, well. Caps, Caps.
Emperor's Divide, Caps caught out. Here comes Alvaro as well, waiting for the Scott of Duck. He takes the Unbreakable Will to survive.
Thor ima ali ulti da preživi.
Skewman ulting in. Skewman wants to put the shield up, doesn't get a chance to. Presses W instead, and now that E is going to be short-lived. Skewman got baited in, thinking that he could do something with.
Ne znam, obe ekipe igraju užasno ovaj zadnji game.
The fact that he'd stolen that Alvaro ultimate meant that the Unbreakable would keep him topped up. But the overcommit from Skewman, also incredibly low coming in. A little bit of a whoopsie there from G2.
Yeah, I do agree with you, Jake, that I felt like Skewman just kind of thought, can we turn this, can we turn this? Yeah. And they could not. I think that if Labrov was a little bit closer to the play, there was a world with that amount of healing that they could have done something, but hey, Jojo was looking for a kill. He didn't get the one he was looking for, but he will still take a kill. 2-0-0 now on the Azir.
He's looking great here in this early game. He found the first one on his lonesome, and we find the second one with a bit of support. So Jojo on Azir, a fancy start here. But just note, if those plays happen again, there is that extra layer from Labrov as he gets level 6 with the Wish up and available. But Labrov's not there yet, half the way to 6 as Dragon still focus here. Hasn't been started, hasn't been taken. Grub's also there on the top side of the map. Both junglers have been very responsive to some of these laner plays. We'll look towards the top side. Mirwin just going to space it out, get away after getting the plate, and Meganar. Broken Blade into the wall.
Ooh, early Frozen Heart looks like from Broken Blade. Yeah. So not a lot of HP being built, but the passive attack speed slow. Like,
gets a lot of value this game.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. It's, yeah, I mean, the main reason why people don't love Frozen Heart is because the attack speed slow isn't that impactful, but also it doesn't give any HP. So a lot of tanks really don't love it. They prefer to just get that raw actual tankiness, and HP is a key part of that.
All in. Caps of Scott of Duck only gets to the minion. Empress Divide taken onto Jojo. And here we go, Equinox down, silences him for a little bit. Chainlash, second part doesn't connect. Jojo has spaced this out. He's waiting, gets his own Empress Divide. But there's Skewman to recover the play. Nice try from Jojo, but it's not enough.
Jojo is desperately trying to get into a position to use the E to slide away to safety, but it was not given to him. Now Alvaro has been caught.
He doesn't have ulti either. Labrov looking to slow him down. There's a blast cone, but he won't be taking it just yet until Labrov gives it to him. Dragon might be an afterthought now here for G2, as Caps has mid prior.
This is done by G2, as they start to now move down towards Dragon. TP going to be invested by Jojo just to get back into the mid lane, but this one's going to be gone. And that's kind of where we've seen that focus for G2 before in trying to shut down Jojo in the mid lane. This time around, they make it happen.
Well, G2 have continued to apply pressure in the bot lane 2 versus 2. I mean, I'm going to make an ad-lib request from our stats team. If we can investigate, like, based on centers that have been played this year, if we could get a rough idea of the average timing. I seem to remember like 20 minutes, something like 60 is a decent pace.
Good pace has been told to us that at 20, 60 is,
there you go. Yeah, perfect. Great. Thank you. That was incredibly fast.
That was so fast. Thank you, production.
That was instant.
If anyone who's going to know that molecule is going to have that.
Yeah, true.
So there we go. So he said that 40 stacks is better. So far, Super's about on pace, I would say. 30 at about 12 minutes. A little bit behind, but currently on pace.
He's also been thwarted a bit in lane.
Absolutely.
I mean, it's a 20 CS lead, and Hansummer and Labrov kind of had that on lock.
It's also because, like, you kind of want your support to be taking the CS to enable the souls for the Senna, but Alvaro's been roaming so much, and in the 1v1 you just get less of a drop, right?
There's TP coming in. Mirwin's going to have Meganar stolen away by Caps with a hijack. This is a free Meganar. Abscond of Duck taken. Meganar into the wall, flushed away by Mirwin. Chainlash not going to connect in part 2. House thrown at him, and Mirwin does get away.
I love that there was this brief moment where everyone was stuck. Literally everyone was just stood still, looking at each other, and then time unfroze, and then a good flash from Mirwin to get him to safety. Well played by him. Well, first dragon of the game was taken very, very late, which means we've got a ways away until this next one. This is good news for KOI. They want to scale, remember. They want to play to the late game. It's G2. They want to try and go for a little bit more of this skirmish approach. Want to see if they can find advantages with the Pantheon, try and attack these side lanes. We'll see what ends up happening as KOI, again, happy to just sit back, scale away. They've got a Zia, Senna, very much late game insurance.
In trouble, Seismic Shard gets him through. Flash
Lepo. Bibi ima flash, ali džabe. Mora je flasha instance za mrtav. I ostavili ovo jer dobro skijela. Fajn je.
The Emperor's Divide keeps him away from the tower, so it will eventually fall. G2, we get a response to the tower on top side. But still, gold into Elyoya going to be very nice for MKOI.
Solid goal for Caps. You are right to mention it. Meowin's coming in with Mega Nar, but Chain Lash clears the way, and Caps is out. Caps, for the first time, by the way, has a gold lead against Jojo after the earlier 2 kills.
I mean, yeah, that tower is a lot of gold for him. So that'll compensate for the lack of kills. Both mid laners with 1 completed item. Let's see what Caps can secure on his first base. Hextech Alternator picked up for Jojo. Meanwhile, going to be upgraded boots for Caps. Maybe even a component as well alongside it. Oh, yeah, a little needlessly large rod. Nice little component to pick up for sure.
Super. Oh. Trap. Oh. Mega rocket down. Super about to die. He survives. No, the zap. I don't know if he leveled up. I think he got the quest.
Hansama just continues to get the better of Super in this series.
And now in trouble, Seismic Shard flying in, and Skewmon getting the sun after Jojo even flashes away. An ulti's already been used by Broken Blade. Skewmon now in a bad spot, but he has a shield to lean on. AORUS coming in, looking to bop him in or out, depending in. He gets stunned up regardless. Unbreakable Will is available soon, but not just yet as Elyoya comes in with an Aureate rush. Here comes G2 looking to invade or continue it on. MKOI chasing, but no Mega Nar.
G2 just want to connect with this mid lane so they can actually look to get some plates for Hansam in the mid lane. Mirren, though, still here.
Yeah, Caps knows. Okay, well, hop away. Caps almost gets in with the Absconder duct. Broken Blade hovers him as well. That ulti not too far off, maybe another 40 seconds as Absconder duct almost connects again. Mewin gets out.
I think that Caps can't steal Mirren's ult just yet, though. I'm pretty sure that cooldown will still be down. Still, though, with both solo laners on this bottom side, does open up MKOI to push out top. And as long as Mirren can keep the wave out of the range of the turret, I think MKOI pretty happy to just get some free time for Jojo on top end.
To bait in, expecting it, yeah. Broken Blade in the brush, his base is stopped, but Dinar stolen away. Maybe Mirren didn't want to get him out just yet. Looking for the chase. Another Absconder Duck would do it under Mirren, under turret, no. He gets out. Mirren stopped the base and kept time.
That's huge play by Mirren. So didn't have to really invest that much. And now got time for Jojo on this top end. So they get the Herald, they'll get the tower, and it's all off the back of Mirren just keeping G2 there.
And the best thing about all of this, gentlemen, is we finally get some all chats. We finally get
Što prenose, što i pričaju u all chatu.
I'm playing 1v3 on cooldown, LOL. He's doing a good job of weathering the storm. The cross map is going beautifully for KOI. Herald's tower, the gold.
Znači, to im Jojo piše u all chatu. Jojo je all chat enjoyer. Mislim, ne kuca ništa BM, tako da nije ko da možda ne znam nije šta mu kažeš, ali...
Mewin has maintained that extension of CS over Broken Blade despite all the attention they've been trying to give him. So
yeah, meanwhile, Hansama, what a game from him. So I mean, what a series from him so far, but now Broken Blade the one in danger.
He might have to ulti out again. He's been using his ulti to survive each and every time. There's the unstoppable force. He's out, but dreaded return. The flash there from Elyoya. Broken Blade aren't out. The Grim Deliverance down slows him as Alvaro comes in. Everyone on the rock, and Jojo to claim the glory.
I will say, Mirren complained about fanboys from G2. Well, KOI have ganked Broken Blade in the bot lane. They've ganked him again in the top lane, and he's clearly become their target. Is Super now in danger.
Gets away from the traps, but doesn't get away from the Q. The Star Force slows him down, and almost with Equinox as well. Super in trouble if the rocket's sent out, but Alvaro's going to block it. Good zap, good sustain. Super's playing very up in this lane, but he hasn't been punished yet.
Well, it's very hard to punish with a Jinx and a Soraka, right? So he kind of just gets to walk back and keep himself in check. Lebrov now trying to see if he can interrupt Jojo, but Jojo should be fine to escape away from this. And I think that's kind of become the name of the game here, is MKOI being able to leverage a bit more.
Caps je flip, ali ono što je dosta bitno za Capsa, što je Caps jako konsistent na internacionalnim eventovima. Mislim da je to nekako ključ Capsa.
He's dropping down Mew and looking for some gold for himself to extend that little lead. Dragons up in 4 minutes, not a thought here as G2 have picked up the first 2. Game 5 is delivering, and I have to say, the series has gotten better with age. I mean, it does feel like we're drinking a 1970s wine, and there's another bottle we found in the cellar Dagda, and I'm enjoying it right now, but I want to see how it ages even further.
Cabernet, Coteron?
Oh no, it'll be a Shiraz, I think, full-bodied, right? That's what this has been all about.
As someone that doesn't drink wine, you basically just said a bunch of random words. You've just said blah blah blah.
You know what? To be fair, that's wine.
Mislim da nije ostalo puno opcija da su uzeli Senu. Jer nije ostalo toliko dobrih stvari. Mene više čudi što recimo nisu nekog Smoldera zgrabili, ali vjerojatno se plašili da će ovih da ih stompaju, pa su bili u fazonu kao moramo da...
Caps is quite overextended, and I think they're going to try and punish it. You guys can't see the minimap, but Jojo can.
Emperor's Divide, Caps tries to abscond, he gets dreaded return instead. He knows he's dead. Emperor's Divide taken, but he dies. Good punish from MKOI, and things are starting to go pretty well for them.
I mean, let's put this into context. In games 2, 3, and 4, G2 just got monstrous early game leads, and Koi was always playing from a deficit. Here in game 5, the game has effectively just slowed down. They've suffocated G2's a lot of early game approaches, even though G2 have been able to find successful ganks, Koi have been able to find successful ganks of their own, and now they're punishing the overextensions that largely have been shown by both.
Nije, nikako, sam igrao kompetitivno nikako. Sve što ima turbo, mali range ti je, gledaš da izbegneš full.
Trying to predict the over the wall. Alvaro still going to get slowed down by the Grand Star Fall. Unbreakable Will comes out. Abscond Abduct. The Emperor's Divide going to be used. A lot here for Alvaro, but it was going to expire anyway, so you say whatever. Caps gets a kill, much needed in the game.
Iki Wunder.
He's going to be found out, Megana or not. He hops away, but
ne znam baš.
Also, Skumon found out by the W here from Super, but this opens up mid with a deep play from the Alistar.
Yeah, I don't think you defend this as MKOI. They're trying to see if they shift Jojo down to hold on to it, but they will just back away. Pick from G2, mid lane tower, and now they have to go collect that top wave.
I think that was a pretty big mistake from Alvaro. I don't know why he was, I mean, I do know why he was that deep. He was getting vision, but he shouldn't have been that deep, and he shouldn't have done it alone. I think that he trusted a little bit too much in his own ultimate. Even though he did buy time, there wasn't really much of a cross map available for Koi. They were able to push out that top lane very deep. Mirwin, of course, holds on to a very healthy gold lead for himself. But aside from that, Broken Blade just goes top. He catches that wave. He's about a half level behind Mirwin right now. But again, Malphite's whole job in this game is to ulti. He wants to ulti someone. And as long as he connects that R, that's all that matters.
Super just got chain lash. Yo, wants to go in. Unbreakable Will, stolen away. Caps, if he got the Abscond Abduct, he's right in there. Jojo saving his ulti for if that happens. Caps now has the Alistar ulti and he wants to use it. And it will be around for the next minute.
G2 are just kind of trying to overgroup and hope that they can find someone as that rocket just goes wide, but it's still giving time for MKOI to push out these side lanes. Like Jojo fully pushed out top, G2 have to respond. Now you've got Mirwin who's pushed out bot lane and G2 have to respond. So while they are kind of putting pressure down, they're not really getting much more off the back of it.
So only 1,000 for MKOI. The Dragon play is a big one here. The Prob be spotted out in this bush. 40 seconds till that spawns. It would lead to 3 for G2. They have a Jinx who's cresting upon Infinity Edge. Sama, now with the pickaxe in addition to the BF he already had. Where's he going to siphon the gold from? Can he get Infinity Edge before? I don't think so. But he is still mighty strong. One reset for the Jinx. And he will take over. But one Emperor's Divide from Jojo. And he might,
yeah, but you've got like an Emperor's Divide from Caps, you've got the ultimate, the Gnarled from Caps, you've got Broken Blade who can send it.
Flash on in, Summer matches it as well. Unbreakable Will going to be used again. Caps at the front line, Zap is there. MKOI all grouped up here as Lebrov is found out. The Soraka has to flash as well. Good opening players. Mirwin's going to find Broken Blade. His ulti not used yet, but he might be found before he can.
Flash pa ult, dobro. Čuva ulti Bibi da možda fajta, ali Caps mora da nađe ugod ih povuče s ultom. I Bibi ako ult out je kraj fajta. Ajoj Bibi. Ajoj G2. Rip. Rip. Bukvalno apsolutni i totalni rip. Ma kakvi. Ma kakvi.
Dragon. Piece by piece, they tear them apart. All 5 members remain alive to ace G2. And with only a single game away from MSI qualification, they'll put themselves in the driver's seat to be the first team from EU to lock that spot.
It was 364 days ago that it was G2 who knocked MKOI down to the lower bracket in spring, but this time around it's MKOI want to do that to G2. The engage here.
Mislim, ovdje se vidjelo da hoće da se biju.
Broken Blade flashes away and now MKOI call it. They say either Broken Blade goes over the wall or he engages. Elyoya puts the pressure onto Broken Blade, so he whiffs as Jojo with a great proto belt away from the Malphite ultimate and immediately follows up to kill Soraka and follow through with the rest.
Yeah, they lost the flash on Soraka. They lost the flash on Malphite. G2 just needed to cut their losses. They're already up 2 Drakes to 0. Malphite just needs to ult out, and you need to say, okay, we'll try and get them on the next team fight. Instead, they overforce, they get desperate, and Koi was waiting for that moment. Frustration on the face of Skumon. He knows that things are looking dire. And the MKOI staff are happy with how things are going. They've still got to close it out, but Koi in a fantastic position to end the G2 streak with this roster, with the addition of Skumon and Lebrov. They have only gone through the upper bracket. They have made it to every single finals that they have been together, and this will be the first time in this roster's history that they'll be knocked
No,
out
ubiše ih, nema šta.
get this win.
The final defense, 5,500. MKOI have the tickets in the bag just about. No game is done though until the next falls. In this series alone, we've already seen leads taken, but taken for granted. Alvaro looking for an angle. Hansama not going to find him. Gets over the traps before he gets caught out. And G2's defense here with the Baron is going to deem how much they can hold in terms of resources and how their second chance in this game comes about. Oh, you're going to face check, but Skumon can't do anything about it. So that inner turret mid's going to drop, and then eventually with a push and pull, it looks like bot will too.
Yeah, it's really difficult for G2 to try and clear out these waves, especially when MKOI can threaten the dive with Alvaro at any point in time. So G2 have to group up and try and hope they can keep these at bay, but it's only Hansama who can really clear out these Canon minions, and he's not been given the chance to do so.
I mean, I feel like we just have to come back to this point that we originally talked about in draft with just this range difference. Just look at Jojo.
Yeah.
He's just taken like half of their HP. He's completely untouched. He's melting that tower. On the side lane, the Gnar is making fun of the Malphite. We're yet to see the Malphite threaten anyone with his ult. Like, Koi, they're just playing for range. They're playing patiently, and they're picking apart G2.
G2 absolutely dizzy. Broken Blade doesn't have his flash to combo up. We talked about how it was used before. We haven't seen much of it as Caps wants an angle. Jojo's basing him. Skonda not going to connect. Emperor survives. Stolen used well, but Jojo sends Skumon back as well. MKOI have numbers advantage for now as Caps goes melee and dies to Elyoya. Jojo still
Dobro, ovo je do duše Malkici i draft. Malkici i draft.
is excited. The Jinx unleashed Grim Deliverance. Now into the backline, but Hansama gets the space out. Watch the Jinx. This is how MKOI get the finals. They need to kill Han. Gia's going to be pulled out, but Hans dies during, and here's Broken Blade as well. A Gnar into the wall. MKOI will find them all once more.
MKOI find G2 in the base, and they shut them down.
MKOI, you look back at the regular season, and they look back at the doubts, but when the trophy and MSI are on the line, Elyoya and MKOI reach an entirely different level. G2's streak is almost ruined as Caps comes up in a second. Their health bars are low, but MKOI looking at what they can finish off with a TP inside.
They want to keep this going. MKOI are so low though. Caps has the Mega Gnar. Caps could be the one to shut this down, but MKOI back away.
Not going to over-risk it. Caps have gone to duck out of range. 10,000 gold and everything but it's gone used. Mega Gnar into the wall. Caps trying onto Jojo. He will find him as Skumon runs in with the ulti. Alvaro caught out against Hansama, and maybe G2 has some life in them after all as Alvaro donates the kill to Hansama, and it ain't over yet.
It is not over yet. Another kill will go away.
I dalje se igra, i dalje se igra. Nije još. Izgleda jeste, ali nije još.
There is no objective to play for. Skumon sets his sights on the enemy jungler. He wants to steal away whatever camps he can. G2 at the very end are able to get a massive gold swing, but let's look at this fight. In the midst of the recall, Caps connects his ultimate onto Jojo. He's able to flash away to safety. The silence doing a ton of work. They're healing, but buys a lot of time as Caps is first to fall, but they end up trading it back for Jojo. Then Hansama starts to get excited with the arrival of Mirwin. Things go the way of KOI.
It's also just a very separated fight from G2. Caps goes in and you don't have Hansama there, you don't have Skumon there, and it just felt like at this stage it was already done and dusted. But just barely, G2, the death timers are there, Caps gets the flash, the healing from LeBron is clutch alongside that Equinox that's keeping the silence in check.
Mislim, ovdje je malo problem samo koliko Alistar radi u Jinx. Alvaro i dalje možda kupi dovoljno vremena da je bilo koji support koji Malkice više skviši da Jinx rani ima pristup resetu, samo bi bilo prelagano.
And now we're back out onto the rift. The base is in tatters for G2, but the dragon spawning 10 seconds.
A mi se G2 ne bije Drake. Dropaš Drake, vole to, iskreno. Iskreno? Dropaš Drake. Ovi Drake je full nebitan. I za jednu ekipu nije bitan ovaj zmaj. Full nebitan Drake.
Had this in the bag, and they do have an insanely huge gold advantage. But look at Caps' itemizations and look at that pink bar. Level 16 for Silas, a death cap being completed as well. That is such a big spike for Caps that if he can complete it, then G2 is going to look a lot stronger in this fight.
The angle, Meganar absconded Duff. He's got Mirwin into the wall, chain lashes him as he hops away. There's a Mega Rocket as well. Caps has stolen the hijack, not a big cooldown. Hansama not either as well. MKOI have been found out in the mid lane. That's precisely Jojo, the dreaded return for Broken Blade. Looks for an angle. He's got his ulti. But nothing else found.
Inače također još jedan interesantan fact iz evropskog lola. Vizizi i Bwipo su dodati kao sabovi u Forsakenu Poljskoj. Što možda bude jako interesantno. To znači da im je roster Ibo, Bwipo, DK, VZZ i Laker. Holy koi.
Mirwin makes a massive mistake going in alone without the rest of MKOI. He throws away his life, and that opens up G2 to secure the Baron. This game is unbelievable as G2 are actually fighting their way back in.
Perhaps I think as Rabadon as he gets back, could
he absolutely does.
And has the TP to get back into the fight as well. We'll have to see just as he starts to finish. There's the Rabadons.
It's Baron. It's gone. G2 are going to get this Baron.
Oh, he actually forgoes it. We'll talk about the itemization in a second. They full send it onto Alvaro. They can see that Super is split off from the fight. And so MKOI have to make the choice. Back off. Support is dead. Mirwin then goes in. There's no real angle for Elyoya. Jojo doesn't want to overcommit to this. His soldiers are in a good spot. But whether I don't know if that was we're going in or if that was Mirwin isolated. Either way, it was a massive mistake.
But it's also Broken Blade holding on to his ultimate for so long.
Let's take a deep breath.
He just wants to stop Super from getting into the fight. Super had to play that fight so far away. Didn't get to auto basically at all. Because if he walked up flashless, Broken Blade would turn on to him.
Whereas every mistake, Hansama gets to get excited. The 4-item Jinx. I don't know how he's stressing right now, but he's feeling it regardless from either side. And the thing is about this game, the winner securing an international, taking the breath of fresh air and knowing they have a week and a bit of prep is huge. But it's also just the fact that you get to another grand final and you have one best of 5 to show you the best of the region. LeBron flashes away. He was deep and MKOI found him.
Over positioning there from LeBron. Mirwin was fishing, it just ticked over into the Meganar, but that actually might give G2 a little bit of confidence.
Jinx je otišla na Mortal što je legit, ne znam, 4 itema na Jinx. Sad koji u stvari mora, tipa Alvaro mora da napravi flash engage na Hansa. Problem je što Hans može da flashuje flash headbutt od Alistara. I u toj situaciji ti vineš fight. A ne znam kako drugačije dolaze do njega, iskreno. Mirvi nema flash, double jump, flash ulti je play, ali Ja mislim moraju čekati Gnarov flash da bi mogli se biju. Sad je napeto, sad je boga mi napeto dosta. Ja mislim, u teoriji Jojo, ali... Kombo u protobelt, u flash ulti na Jinx i zonja na sebi u fazonu si, to je to. Ali baš mora da bude lud, što si rekao. Znači, mora da bude bukvalno, znači, dash u protobelt, u flash ulti, da bi uvotio Jinx. I da ti Soraka ne baci silence pod noge, što mislim da nema razloga da se ne dogodi, ako ćemo iskreno.
That's G2 TP. MKOI going to be in front of it first. Is this where it gets all thrown out? Broken Blade in the middle doesn't care. He's a tank, but he's been hit by 5 members with the ulti out. G2 have thrown it with their top lane's TP. AORUS deep. They've got LeBron. What a way to end it. MKOI find only one shot. But what the hell was that TP?
G2 tried to send it, and MKOI said, we'll catch this any day of the week. Broken Blade over forces, and LeBron is stuck paying the bill.
Such a massive question mark. Like, what was the idea there from G2?
He told us to take a deep breath, Betty.
Yeah,
and then there's this.
But look at the positioning of LeBron there. He's so far away from this fight. A TP into mid lane where 5 members of KOI are waiting for you. Skumon then is trapped. He's in an awkward spot. The commitment is onto LeBron. They find that kill, they secure the dragon, they deny the soul away from G2. I mean, the game won't be over, but my goodness, this late to the game, there is some very questionable plays happening from both sides.
It felt like it almost was.
I mean, that was literally, it was like ARAM, okay? Yeah, we want to get back into the fight in mid. Oh my goodness. Anyway, we come back to live. We find ourselves in a situation with the Baron one off and now KOI.
Niko ne dobija za sad 2-2.
Progress onto G2 side of the rift. Caps a little overextended, but he's maybe he's not.
Yes, onto Caps indeed. Here's Elyoya as well, flies in with the Ori Rush. Dread of return doesn't work. Skumon puts the shield up, gets the movement speed, and runs. MKOI almost found a pick. Jojo's ulti is down, but nothing is up in terms of objectives.
Caps having no flash, though, does make him a little bit more vulnerable as Caps starts to step forward. I don't think he wants to take that abduct. As MKOI members are all here, they're looking to pick their fight against Caps.
But Hansama in rocket form, he has the range. That ward over the wall was giving a bit of movement here for G2.
I see the BF sword finished for Super and the steel sigil finished for Hansama. I feel like it's a race as both AD carries rush
Idu na Guardian, da. Što način nisam siguran ni koliko je Guardian bitan, iskreno. Jer mislim da šta god se dogodi ovdje, gdje god da umreš pod Guardianom, vjerojatno ću umreti opet. Jer poenta je da koji mora da dovati Jinx i da je dovuče do njih. Ti ako ubiješ Jinx, ti si vjerovatno vino. Mislim, sustain damage ostatka G2-a je jako, jako low. S druge strane, koji možda ima malo više carry-a. I Elyoya, i Mirvin, i Jojo, i Supa svi mogu da nose. Caps. Silas također dosta opada, verovali ili ne. Selskim, da li znaš šta priča su gold? Sovice obično su bukvalno plat emerald igrači. Dođe nekada gostuje neki pro igrač, onda oni dobiju dobar input, ali mimo toga su relativno low elo igrači. Osim da Balkanu, ono Mastercaster, znate priču, tu sam za vas.
Right? Like, someone from the audience could hit you right now, Jake, if they were playing Sentinel or Azir. Like, that's how much range they have at their disposal. And so it's up to G2 to find a way to get onto the carries. And Broken Blade may be looking for it.
Flux Equinox sent in by Skumon as well. They've got Jojo. Jojo's dead. Caps has stolen his ulti before he dies. Well, Meeman gets the ulti, but it's sent back by Caps. What a pick by G2. It finally came together for
rip. Rip. To je game. To je game. To je bukvalno game. Kraj. 37 minuti, kraj. Ode G2 winners. Ali iskreno. Čekaj da vidimo, ali ne verujem. Ne mogu. Ma kakvi. Za Hen ima rez. Ma kakvi. Jinx. Get excited i čao. Labrov uzeo kill, kako i treba. Dobro. Ne znam baš koliko je back-to-back MSI, ali dobro, vidjet ćemo. Napeto, jako napeto, na kraju ekipa G2 ulazi u finale. Sad su winner, imaju 13 dana pauze, što je dosta cool. Nisam siguran da je ovo tačna informacija. Osim ako nešto nisu promenili. A, actually jeste. Ok, proverio sam. Top 2 je ipak, imamo dva slota, what the fuck? Dobro, Kina... A i Kina ima 2 i Koreja ima 2. Interesantno. Dobro, bilo kako bilo. Lepa serija. Generalno... Im se kad vidjeti također otišao, što je cool. Malo bi bio zabrano da sam G2, ali svakako overall, ako ništa bar zanimljivo, dva tima ide, jedan u main, jedan u plane. Proverio sam sad na Wikipediji. Ništa, slušamo analitičare, kasnije se družimo na streamu, ljudi moji, tako da uživajte u intervju. Ja ću biti tu malo kasnije na streamu da se malo igramo i da klikćemo, tako da ljudi moji, vidimo se kasnije.
Yeah, I mean, the whole game we were talking about, like, flash silence with Soraka, and I ult on top of that. And we did it this fight. We only had to do it once to win the game, and I mean, that's the beauty of our team. We are very creative on how to win the game. The game was looking very rough, I'm not gonna lie. I think we clashed it out really hard, both in draft and because we decided to go for a more scaling option with the Jinx, and the Jinx then carried the late team fights. It was a beautiful game to play. I'm very happy right now.
Your smile is so big. I love it. Also, just tell me a little bit about, like, you play a lot of games in the studio often. You've gone through a lot of emotions, but this one still felt super intense, the way you all jumped up. Tell me what it meant.
I mean, we just wanted to beat MKOI because they beat us last time. There was definitely some emotional build-up. We really wanted the MSI ticket, especially we did for our manager. He was really asking to qualify there. So, I mean, I think it's been a very nice ride. I've been very happy. We are in the finals now, right?
Yes.
Yes. So, job is not done yet. Excited to see what's more to come. I think MKOI played very good today. They challenged us in many ways. Yeah, I think it was a very cool series to play.
Yeah, someone else can deal with them now, right? In the lower bracket until the finals. Maybe I want to ask you about a couple of things we heard from you in game. When in one of the first games you said we're making it harder for ourselves. Like, let's calm down a little bit. I think in this one perhaps, or in the one before it was, come on, let's take a deep breath because we can do this. Can you tell me a little bit about that role that you're taking in the team?
I mean, as you said, I think we opted into fights that we knew were not going to be great because MKOI, they were giving up a lot of side lanes to make a play, and then if you just, like, for example, in the TF game, we did it very well, where I just started pushing side lanes instead, and I got a lot of gold there. And I think in the game 2 specifically, we made sure to take the bad fights, and that's something we have to look at for the upcoming series, because it's not going to be easy. But it never is, you know?
Never easy.
Yeah, exactly.
If it was easy, it wouldn't be fun.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
But you are right. You have been throwing a lot, so I'm going to ask your colleagues about that in PGL later as well. But I do also want to ask you about sending kind of a message with the champions that you played, because it is really peculiar and super cool, I think, that you played like the Yone and the Kled and then the Malphite in the last game. I was like, is he on a mission? Are you trying to tell us something?
No, I'm just being me, you know?
Yeah?
Like, I feel like I'm being me right now. I mean, I really liked, my favorite pick of the day was this Twisted Fate.
Twisted Fate?
With, you know, throw some cards.
Yeah.
And I think that game was my best one today.
All your games are good, honestly.
But I would love to hear what my teammates will have to say about that, playing with this weird champion. Like, not a single meta pick today. Maybe the Malphite. I think Labrov was saying Bronzodia.
Yeah.
Comp. So
Bronzodia.
I'm excited to hear what they will say soon. I will be watching.
Okay, we'll go to them, but first I need to, of course, know about you going to MSI. I mean, at first stand, you made us all so proud. That was amazing, and it felt almost, and I know you feel the same, like you left something on the Rift, right? Because that title was possible to get. You got to that final, you beat the LCK. Get us excited for MSI.
I mean, definitely very excited. The hopes are up. Last year I said, as long as there's delusion, there's hope. This year I don't think we need the delusion as much. Obviously, we still want to be humble. I'm looking at you two there. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, definitely we will have a nice trip.
His arms are starting to hurt.
Romain is very happy. I think he has some very nice things prepared for us. So I'm really excited for that as well to come. But again, I will say it. We have a job here to finish in Europe, so.
We do. We do. Broken Blade, everybody.
I can tell you what we're doing.
Yes? Oh, wait. Are you going to talk about scrims again?
No. So we're going to go boot camp in the beautiful T1 facility before attending MSI, which we've done a few years ago, and it's really nice setup. So really excited about it. That's going to be amazing. And it means next weekend we're going to watch the playoff with popcorns, knowing every day we lose a team, but not us. So.
Yeah.
Good job, boys. Really good job.
That's
really
amazing.
Good job.
Let's go. Can you bring the ticket to behind your other players? Great. Thank you so much, Broken Blade. We're going to head over to PGL, where we've got Finn waiting with Skewmont and Caps. And an easy first question, I guess. An easy first question for you two is, how was it playing with all those unconventional top lane champions in the team?
Yeah, I mean, it was definitely pretty fun. I do think